Hello. Welcome to the road trip. It's flying solo right now. I don't know where everybody is. What do I do? I got to go it alone, I guess, to get this thing started. Um, so here we go. It is Saturday the 18th. It's 10 a.m. or it's a little bit after 10 a.m. I started late. I was kind of waiting for some friends. They didn't show up. I don't know where they are. But anyways, we'll get going. Already had one game today. We'll get into that probably, now and later. Newcastle's home to Bournemouth. Everybody probably thought with the run that I don't know if when I see Spencer, I'll let him in. I don't know if he wants to come in yet. He's hiding himself. So we'll say hi to some people, I guess, and we'll get going. Ryan's in the house. Welcome to the show, Ryan. You are, I guess, a true hater of Brentford. If they don't do a job today, they should get relegated, or you just don't like them and don't matter if they get the win, you still want them relegated. But anyways, yeah, a bit rash is what I said here. Mr. Tom is here. He usually is on this show, but I don't know where he is. But before I continue on, we've got one of my friends coming to the stage. We've got the one, the only, Sam Greenwood from the Greenwoods.
Hello, Gary. How are you?
I'm doing good, sir.
Good.
Doing good. Yes. I was just kind of going through a little bit. I was just going to say hi to everybody. So here we go. Ryan, got Chris Nix in the house. Welcome to the show. Chris Nix is in the house. Oh, West Ham is playing. So there you go. Oh, and as we continue through our intros, we got another player who's come in to join us. It's the one, the only, Mr. Tom. How are you doing?
Howdy, everyone.
He's lost his voice, I think, from screaming at Bournemouth, I guess, right? The little man beats the big man, all right? That's what was going on?
That sounds like I don't need to know your Google search history, sir.
Look at Tom dressed in sexy chocolate today. Look at him.
Sexy chocolate. Is that? I heard a group. Are you part of that group, Sexual Chocolate? Because that boy can sing.
That sounds a bit dodgy, Gary.
Oh, damn
again, don't need to know your Google history, sir.
Wow.
He goes for.
You guys gonna do this all day, huh? I got a long day ahead of me. If anything I'd say would be construed as something nasty.
Gary,
what I know the nasty one is.
New ways of using Toblerone.
There's more than one way?
There's plenty of ways, apparently, Gary. I saw it on your website, sexualchocolate.com.
What size Toblerones are you getting when you go to the airport? Because I know you probably, when you go to the airport, you probably get the,
You got to go for extra large. You got to go for the big one.
Yes. Yes, life is a roller coaster. You just got to you just got to ride it. I don't see. Is that nasty or no?
That's a song.
That's a song.
That's a song lyric.
Gary, get your mind out of the gutter.
Ronan Keating, I believe it is.
Oh man, BX is in the house. He says you only live once. Is that like nasty too?
Once. You only live once, yes.
Yes, that's nasty.
I mean, that's a great saying if you're a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah, when you're a 14-year-old, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's like, motherfucker, you ain't even fucking lived yet.
Leeds don't play today, right?
No, it's tomorrow, the lunchtime kickoff.
All right, so there you go, lunchtime. So that's early morning for us over here. And we've got Russ in the house. He's out with the dogs, doing dog things.
Hi, Russ. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well there in the car parks of Slough.
Oh, there you go. Ryan knows about what you do when the lights go down.
Oh, yeah, Chef, what a song that was.
I've got it on CD.
Suck on my chocolate salty balls. Stick them in your mouth and suck them.
I've probably got it about 3 yards away from me, but still.
Oh, right. All right. It's not a song. Not a song, says Chris Nix. All right. Well, Spencer's in the back room, but he's getting dressed, I guess, because
I can't wait for him to appear and explain his white privilege.
His white privilege.
Yeah.
What do you do?
With his take towards my comment on the Bournemouth fans travelling up to Newcastle, because I found, and I'm gonna say it to him. I'm not gonna wait until he's not around and then basically go, "Oh, it's easy for Spencer to say that." No, we're gonna wait for him to come on and have him explain himself about what is essentially a common sense argument of go to a hotel instead of like travelling by train at midnight.
Yeah.
But still, I can't wait for this.
I hear you.
Tom's ready.
I mean, there's probably nothing to it, but drama.
I mean, I kind of feel like I get the reasoning behind, like, you know what, they don't really have to play this game at 12:30.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Like, the answer isn't basically Spencer, in my opinion, answered from the perspective of the people that actually made the game at midday, knowing that the Bournemouth fans at the opposite end of the country. Because basically, just get a hotel. Why should they have to?
Yeah, I looked it up on the map, and like you can't go much further south than Bournemouth, and you really can't go.
Well, then you'd have to go into
the
English Channel, Gary. If you go further south than Bournemouth, you're actually in a boat.
You're a smart one. Did you go to college? Look at him smiling.
Yes. It was money well spent, Gary. It was money well spent.
You know the boundaries of the English island, huh?
I pretty much do. Yep.
But no, in all seriousness, it's not the worst crime. His comment, I just found it interesting because it's like you're defending the Premier League essentially in their decision.
Yeah. No, you know, one thing I'll say is, like, when I had season tickets to I shouldn't say it, to my college team anyways. Like, if they had, like, they didn't usually have an early game, but if they had a 12:30 game and I couldn't make it the night before, it really sucked to try to make it up the morning before, because you want to get up there, you want to have a couple of beverages to eat and all of that and be rested. But it's, it would be 350 miles from where I was living at the time, so bit of a hike. So 7 hours of driving, you got to leave like way early in the morning. No fun. And then everybody's going there, so like you're hitting all the traffic. So, yeah, I get it. And you can only do hotels so many times. That's a long.
Well, hotels in England are expensive as well. You got to remember that. I mean, hotels unless you're out in the middle of nowhere, basically, in some kind of little shithole somewhere. I mean, hotels in the UK are expensive. I mean, London's a joke. And Newcastle, I would expect, is pretty expensive as well, especially if you're going to be somewhere like close to the city centre. It's going to be very expensive. It's probably going to cost you like 150 quid a night or something.
You're also not accounting for the fact, Sam, sorry to cut you off, that basically they know why you're there.
Oh, yeah. So the prices will probably go up. So
you ain't just going from Bournemouth to Newcastle just because you fancied a nice Friday night in fucking Newcastle. I mean, I imagine it probably is quite tasty there if you've ever seen Geordie Shore, but still, that's our equivalent of Jersey Shore, Gary. In case you was unaware.
I made an alert for myself because I saw a video of a YouTuber called Beard. And it turns out he's from Leeds. I don't know if you've seen him, but he does like the food challenges and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the guy who goes goes around and beats all the different eating challenges.
Yeah. He was saying, I was just listening to his video, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm from Leeds." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Tom knows him. Tom definitely knows him.
Under the theory of if you support the same team, you definitely know each other. Yeah, me and him, we go way back. Yeah, despite the fact that I live at the opposite end of the country. So Tom invited
him to Jimmy's buffet, and Beard just fucking ate all of it.
Yeah. Well, 10 minutes in, no score over here.
Beard, like he knows him as well. He didn't even know he existed before 3 minutes ago. He's like,
I've actually seen a couple of his videos because it came up on my YouTube.
Algorithm
feed because he was in Norway. He did like 2 or 3 of these things in Norway, in Oslo, and I was like, well, who's this guy coming to Oslo, beating the food challenges? So yeah, I actually saw those videos.
And Bueno with a nice turn and shoot, but goalkeeper didn't have to move.
The steak at the buffet yesterday delicious.
What is this?
Crusty Socko. Oh, this is a nice little internal inside joke.
Hello, Anthony. Welcome to the
Inside
show.
joke between Sam Greenwood and Mr. Herbert.
Crusty Socko is a new wrestling character we made up on Thursday evening.
Crusty Socko. All right. That doesn't sound PG at all.
It's definitely in your lane, Gary. You like this very much.
Yes.
Look,
before we get going, yeah,
fun.
Russ knows him, so that means that everybody should know him. But welcome to the stage. A little late, but he's got on his white top.
He's ready for battle.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Spencer's in the house.
So it's very simple.
Looks like clean shaven and stuff like that. Looks like you got a little bit taken off the sides.
Spencer's been in the shower. Look at him. He's been at the
shower. He took his monthly shower.
There was too much ambient noise going on, so I decided to wait for 10 minutes until I was free.
Ambience.
So it's pretty simple, Tom. No one forced the Bournemouth fans to go up to Newcastle.
Oh, damn. He went there.
Forced them to go. And before people say that the game should be about the fans, go look at a team shop and how much they charge for gear and then tell me if they really care about the fans. It's a TV sport at this point, guys. The fans just happen to be there.
Yep.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, this is my rifle. This is my gun. He didn't mess around. He just got into his
I was listening the whole time in the back room.
Started letting loose. Fire in the hole.
Fire in the hole, man. Fire in the hole.
Go ahead, Tom.
Captain White privilege over here, giving it fucking. Oh, no one's forcing you to go. It's like no, when you support your team, you want to support your team because our sport functions a bit differently to America, where you actually have to take a 2-week holiday to fucking go on an away trip. Kind of thing. I'm exaggerating there, but people actually do, in theory, travel to the away games. And I know few do in the American sports, but by and large, generally, the home team, the home advantage is literally home advantage. By the fact that it's partisan crowd for 99% to 1% the other team or whatever. But here, people do travel to the away games, and people make a point of getting an away season ticket. Things like that. And also, I know I'm right on this. But also, the fact of the matter is that...
it's 350 miles away, Tom. You got to make these plans. That's 700 miles in one day. So...
What does it tell you about the football fan in England that they would actually travel 12 hours before a game kicks off to avoid paying for the hotel?
That's a complex question. Because I can spin it 3 different ways. Obviously, they care. But, I look at America, they do the same thing. People go to 6, 7, 8 away games or 12 football games or whatever. There are people that I know that have season tickets to the Nuggets. That's 41 games, They're not going to all the away games, but they can't do it because of the fixture log and how much it costs. So, there's avenues. When are you going to play that game? What day is perfect to play a game for the traveling fan for 350 miles away? The 10 o'clock, that's still have to get up at 3 a.m. to get there, right?
Well, in England, you'd play at 3 o'clock, which means you can actually leave for the game on the day that you got up. The day that the game occurs, you actually leave for the game, kind of thing.
So they're leaving at 3 a.m. vice midnight. That's still not a good solution.
Well, you can leave in the morning. You can leave in the morning like a normal time to get up to Newcastle.
The reason it's midnight, sorry to interrupt, the reason it's midnight, this is purely my opinion because I don't really know the train system as well to actually have this discussion and such. But I imagine if they leave when the trains actually start for the morning, at 6 a.m. or whatever it is, you wouldn't get there in time. Hence why you have to leave at midnight to actually get the latest train, which I imagine it's a slow train, so you still arrive at 6 a.m. or whatever, but then at least you're in Newcastle.
So couldn't you argue, Tom, that the people that are actually taking the trip to Bournemouth to Newcastle have privilege themselves?
I would argue that they have chosen to save their money by not doing what you initially suggested as the easy option.
Well, what about the poor guy that can't afford the train
do that, wouldn't they?
Newcastle?
They'd just do it. They'd just buy a hotel. Well, not buy a hotel.
Here's the
buy
premise
room
of
in
everything I'm saying here on this, though. At the end of the day, none of these leagues care about the fans. They just don't.
That's true. Yeah.
It's a TV driven sport. That's what it is. That's where the money's at. If you look at the tickets they're going to make off the Bournemouth season ticket away, whatever it was, it pales to what I'm assuming the game was on Sky, because obviously it's on Peacock here or whatever. It's just a TV driven game at this point, right? Like, I'm telling you, like I talked about it Thursday about the Broncos moving their stadium to Lone Tree. They don't care that the downtown Denver fan can walk to the game now. They don't care about that. They're caring about the person that could come in and fly in the airport, and here's the nice hotel, and don't have to worry about getting accosted by homeless people. I'm telling you, man. But that's what the mindset is at this point.
Oh, I understand the mindset, because if it wasn't the mindset, they're just gone, fuck it, do it 3 o'clock when people can actually leave. I'm not going to say reasonable hour, because still from Bournemouth to Newcastle, whatever time of day you do it, plus keep in mind, the reason you ain't driving it for the most part would be because of the alcohol that is going to be consumed as part of the social experience. But the thing with this for me is, you are right in that the fact of why it's happened, but I still just think it's not quite, doesn't really quite sit right that to just go, oh, fucking get a hotel.
I think the only time that they care about when a game's being played is, I think, the Boxing Day. I think that's the only time they care.
That's because there's literally no travel.
Right.
Like for example,
and even then, they still they don't make it make it easy for.
It's not a perfect science.
There will be a team that is on the wrong end of the stick for the most part. There will be one that has to do a journey that is less than ideal.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's been like that for a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah,
it has.
But you will always find Chelsea are going to play Fulham on Boxing Day. Home or away, it's irrelevant because they're practically like touching each other at that point. Or maybe even Brentford get involved. But like location wise, you are very rarely going to get Northern team play Southern team on Boxing Day.
I don't think that's right, Tom. I really don't think that's right, because the fixture list is completely randomized. It's made by it's done by a machine.
They've never actually said it's randomized. What they have said is they program in certain parameters that it needs to take into account when randomizing the fixture list. For example, it will be programmed into the fixture list that Leyton Orient are playing on. Basically, it will work out the weekends that Leyton Orient are playing at home, so they don't put West Ham at home on those weekends.
Yeah, because that's if you've got, obviously if you've got teams that are like ground shares and things like that, or there's certain specific like security or very, very specific logistical reasons why two teams can't play at the same time, in the same area, that makes sense. But I don't think that the algorithm or whatever you want to call it that's behind making a fixture list is considering a team in the north can't play a team in the south on Boxing Day. I'm just saying I don't think that happens.
It's been put in to try and avoid it. Like I'm not like you say, I'm not saying it's an exact science, but for the most part it is an exact science. And the only reason I say that, it's not my opinion that they're doing that. It's in the articles that come out just before the fixture, because they've got nothing to write about in the summer. On the day the fixture list comes out, the day before, they start telling you what goes into it. Because there are people that may even read that sort of thing, like such as myself. Where I'm like,
so
that'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see if they actually do take that into account on Boxing Day, north versus south. That'd be interesting.
By the nature of the amount of northern teams in the Premier League, the fact that as southern teams, I think we're outnumbered. I could be wrong there. There's no Yorkshire teams, for example.
There's a good reason for that.
Well, because they're all shit, obviously. But there's no reason to get upset about it. There's reasons that things happen.
There's a lot more teams in the south, though, isn't there,
Rosie?
It might be the other way around, yeah. But you have not got an equal split, let's just say. So someone is going to lose out.
That's just the way it is. That's the nature of it, isn't it? That's the nature of it.
Think about Devon, too, in that area. There's no teams in that area that are in the Premier League currently.
No, down southwest.
Partly why Arsenal will never play Spurs on Boxing Day is because you're gonna get. I know the attendance doesn't actually matter in the Premier League as much as it does elsewhere. But by nature of it being the Premier League. But where was I going with this? Well, because obviously Arsenal versus Spurs is a big match day.
Yeah.
So you're not going to waste it on the day where predominantly you will get sellouts everywhere. Because Arsenal and Spurs are going to sell out regardless.
Tom just keeps digging this hole deeper and deeper, doesn't it?
Well, I could agree with Tom on this to an extent. I think probably there's a randomization of it, but where I think it twists is like they'll randomize week 16, right? We're just saying game week 16, and then they'd be like, all right, cool. What did it land on? All right, Man U's playing Liverpool. Well, that's going to be the Sunday late kick period. That I think they pick the time frames. But I imagine the game.
That gets changed a month in advance
because they'll move stuff around if they want to. It's a TV-driven game, right? Like, I mean, wasn't there a time? And like I said, this is probably before all of our times, where all games kicked off at 3:00 on a Saturday, and that was it.
Yeah.
Yes. Historically, in the Premier League, you got 9 games on the Saturday at 3:00. Because keep in mind, there was 24 teams,
right?
So you got 9 games on the Saturday. But then you got 1 on the Sunday and then 1 on, because they tried to replicate America with Monday Night Football. Even down to the presentation, there was cheerleaders. They had a guy, if I remember rightly, they had a guy skydiving.
Yeah, but that was right at the beginning of the Premier League. You're talking about the initiation of the Premier League. Yeah, Spencer's saying well before the Premier League, we're going back like 40, 50 years ago. They did all kick off Saturday on at 3:00.
That's true.
How it used to be.
Right.
Yeah.
But TV
and with Sky Television, with the Sky Television deal and the start of the Premier League, that's when they decide to start moving fixtures around to accommodate showing more games on television, so more people could see them. So, but listen, both of you are right. Just in my opinion, both of you are right. I mean, Tom says it is a shame that fans. Let's be honest about this. People are getting poorer and poorer. The working class are getting screwed over more and more every generation that goes. So, the Premier League game and the cost of going to a Premier League game away, especially away, is becoming more and more ridiculous. So, it becomes more and more difficult for people to travel and stay long distances. So, it is very hard for the average Joe or James or John or whatever to travel from Bournemouth to Newcastle for a midday kickoff. It's very, very, very difficult to do that on the same day unless you drive. If you're relying on public transport, you can't really do it. You have to go up there the evening before. So you're forcing people then who want to travel up there using public transport. You are essentially forcing them to get a hotel, which, as we mentioned earlier, is very expensive. So it is very unfair towards the average Joe. But at the same time, this is the world we live in.
Yeah.
Football is football is a business, been a business for a long time. It's a corporate-driven business, television, rights-driven business. And it's getting worse and worse. I mean, you look at stadiums now, right? You look at the big teams, right? Old Trafford, the Emirates, even Spurs now, even though fucking shit, but even Spurs, right? The majority of people, and I would go out on a limb and say this, that the majority of people in these stadiums now, they're not local fans. They're not the local working class traditional fans. Yes, you still have a lot of them, but the majority are either corporate. There's loads. Well, they expand the corporate sections, right? Every few years they expand the corporate sections, and then you've got tourists. Because they cater now for the tourists, because you have many tourists with money, people who have money, and also the people who save up for a long time because it's something they wanted to do for a long time, right? So they cater towards the tourists now. So because there's tourists who will travel to these games and pay what needs to be paid, and that is the way football's driven, and it's driven by the cost of the business. Because you look at wage demands, right? Wage salaries. They keep spiraling out of control, higher and higher and higher every year that goes. Players cost more, transfers cost more. And the only way they're recuperating that money, apart from they try and get, larger sponsorship deals, and they get, more money from the different television rights, distribution rights and stuff. But the ticket prices go up every single season. They keep going up and up and up and up. And it's just and it's, the normal guy's been priced out of football for probably 20, 30 years now. That's just the way it's been. So yeah, it's a shame. It really is a shame it's like that. But that is the evolution of this business. If we want to see the top players, top entertainment, that is the cost of it, isn't it? And it's a shame. It's a real shame, but that's just the way. But in very simple terms, this is capitalism, right? This is capitalism. This is the outcome of capitalism and corporate-driven, business-driven, philosophy, basically.
I mean, well, you're 100% right on that, Sam. And like, I went to the Broncos stadium and walked through the boxes, the Chevron box, the pick this company box, and it's that one's about $25,000 a seat for 8 games. You're like, what? Come again? But this is also true here, and I know people, and I'm not. I'm gonna pick on the English people for a little bit here, but because you're gonna pick on me, rightfully so. But sometimes there is this like gatekeeping, like, other fans from other countries. Well, you brought in players from other countries. What did you think was going to happen? The minute you started picking kids from Brazil, pick a continent, that opened the door for people to be more interested in your game. So this is kind of, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right?
I am exactly that greedy.
I'll say this because what you're explaining is kind of what you'll see in college sports. Mm-hmm. When I was in college, I would go to the football games, and when I went, we had to pay $35 for the 6 tickets, right? Before that, students just walked in, right? They just walked in through the student section and then sat down. They didn't pay anything. It got to the point where, you had to pay, but then they limited it. So you could be a student and you can get shut out of going to your own school's games, and now it's probably even worse now because, as you say, it's a business now. So now there's more, boosters or season ticket holders that are adults that either went there or just are fans of it. And, they're just squeezing the true fans, the students that should be able to get to see their team play, right? Squeezing them out. The stadiums are getting bigger, not to add student spaces, but to add, as you say, the corporate boxes and whatnot, or this, the higher end prices. I mean, I was telling you $35 for a season ticket. As an alumni doing like my own tickets, it was like $85 a ticket, and that's just the ticket price. You still got to pay a lump sum on top of that just to be part of get the process of getting tickets. So you're spending thousands of dollars just to buy so you can buy the tickets, right? All that's going into the college sports, and that's why so it's the same thing. They're not looking out for the people that really actually matter in these cases. Like, everybody talks about your community teams and stuff like that. They don't care about that anymore.
It's created this whole, and it's very interesting, the whole evolution of this, because it's created this split in basically. I mean, I'm talking now in terms of football. It's created this split now where you have basically everything. You could say basically within the normal football pyramid system, right down to League 2 and up to the Premier League. That is a very business, corporate, driven philosophy, behind it all, because you need the money to make it successful, basically, right? Or to just keep everything going, really. I mean, the amount of money it costs now from like League 2 and above. I mean, just looking at the Wrexham documentary, you can see everything that had to go into that and what they have to do to keep everything competitive, right? So there's this whole, it's all split now. So the people who like the traditional values of the teams are for the local fans, therefore they don't want the tourists there. They just want you're going to see players that are normally from the same area. You're seeing local lads together with your local fans. That is now the non-league, basically, outside of the normal football. We're all non-league, lower league football now. Is that type of it's that type of mindset now and everything. There's loads of people. I remember speaking to people about this when I was in the UK last. I remember talking to some local people where I lived about. I was talking about football and stuff, and they said, "Oh, I would never go to a Premier League game or like a championship game because it's just, I don't feel like it. I just don't feel connected to it anymore." So they go to the local teams who play in the lower leagues. They find that much more fun. You're there together with your mates, having a laugh. You're watching players. You might even know some of the players, because they're from your local area. And that now, so there's that huge split. So the traditional culture Tom's talking about, which is, it's long gone in where we live in now in terms of the, top game and everything. But yeah, it's just created this whole split. So people now actually who like prefer, the traditional sense of it, you have to go to your local lower league teams now because they've just completely given up on going to see Premier League teams or Championship teams. It's many years since they've felt connected to that used to be back in the old days, so to speak. You're connected to your local team, your local club. That's gone, long gone.
Yeah.
You're now, as Spencer said, you're now sharing that with the world because it's become a world product, an international product. Those people who you're showing that to and getting money from, essentially through the rights and watching everything, the products, the merchandise, everything, they're going to come and watch what they want to see, right? They're watching this on television in Brazil or China or, even America. And it's like, yeah, I want to go and see this. Let's travel to London. Let's do it. So yeah, it's just a whole different world now, isn't it? And the fans are a lot less connected I think a result of it is the fans are a lot less connected to the club. You're a customer now. I think that's a very valid point. You're not a fan anymore. You're not a fan anymore. You're a customer. That's basically what it is.
I mean, here's the thing about the Bournemouth fans, though, Tom. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go on.
No, I'll let you go. I've
always thought I was going to say it was probably going to rally off against something.
Well, no, here's the thing about the Bournemouth fans that travel. They have a level of privilege over the other Bournemouth fans who can't allow to travel. They're not allowed, that can't afford to travel. So we're talking about levels of privilege here on top of it. So I don't know.
Everything that Sam has said is correct. I understand why it's correct. I understand everything he said. But the fact of the matter is, because it's a world product, doesn't mean at the same time that why does it benefit America to be able to get up and see it at 6 o'clock in the morning compared just do the match at 5 o'clock, then have the Villa fans travel to Arsenal, which is a 2-hour journey, for example, for their hardcore support. So then no one's like traveling at fucking o'clock in the morning kind of thing. And I'm not saying like I do it. I just don't think what I'm suggesting is unreasonable.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you, Tom. I think it's a real shame that I think it's a very simple way of putting it is when they change the kickoff times, like when they decided to change the kickoff time for Newcastle, Bournemouth today, when they decided this, however long ago it was, as Spencer said, it's 100% for broadcasting distribution.
Oh, of course.
And at the same time, they are not giving, and you're absolutely right, Thomas. I'm saying that's where both of you are right. They are not giving one fuck about any of the fans from Bournemouth. They don't give a shit about any of the fans from Bournemouth who actually, who maybe don't, they're not very well off or whatever. The more the hardcore fans, they don't give a shit about them because they know that stadium up at St. James's Park is still going to be full up to the brim, and there's going to be Bournemouth fans there who are either from that more up in that area closer to where Newcastle is, or there's still going to be a few hardcore nut jobs that are going to travel up from Bournemouth. But yeah, you're right. When they actually make that decision to change the kickoff time, they don't give a flying F about those fans. They don't.
Never at any point does it come into the paying public, because to the Premier League clubs, and I'm not going to lump you all in like Arsenal evil, but obviously you're a big part of why this thought process occurs, is the fact that the biggest thing I learned in lockdown was that Premier League clubs can function without a single person in the stands. That's the biggest thing I learned from lockdown and football, was that, don't get me wrong, long term, it would absolutely crush a team in the Championship. Long term. I mean, obviously, because of the nature of like ticket prices and stuff, it would obviously the smaller clubs would fall for like Bury did, for example, they were like historically a 4th tier team. They don't exist anymore. But across the board, the Premier League clubs don't actually need the fans to buy tickets, and yet they still choose to gouge them. as Spencer did point out, you go into a club shop and you get this. But why? Because if you're not doing it, you're missing out. You're stupid for not taking the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, you got to show year after year growth in everything you do
Yeah.
now. It doesn't you can't just be like nice to the people. I mean, there's few companies out there, few CEOs out there that don't change their price model. I mean, I think the one I know of offhand is Costco. They said, you know what, their hot dog and soda price will always be $1.50. And if you know anything about getting a hot dog and a soda, I mean, it's $1.50 doesn't get you any of that right now. So he kept the price at that. And that's his thing. And people go back and he's all about, and there's the the market share and stuff like that. He's probably got people going back because they enjoy that part of the business. They get gouged other places, but they're happy to that's another perk of going to Costco there. Let me see how there are a couple people, and we'll continue on. Got Colonel Ward in the house. Thanks for joining us. Got Miss Melina. You guys are asking about college football.
We got Melina. Yeah. She's a traveling fan.
Oh, yeah, was she there this week? She was there this week, I think. Right?
Yeah, she was at the Spurs game.
There you go. Very, very nice.
She travels from Toronto.
Yeah.
To London specifically for games every few weeks. She's a lucky girl.
Yeah. So the NIL is the way that they've been playing. Like, I always get pissed off at the NIL, the way college sports was run. Instead of just sharing the monies that came from the TV, they said, nah, and you got to find another way. So then, the NIL, which came out there, and that's another way for money to be invested into a program that then distributes the money out to the players. And then players will go to a particular school because they're going to get paid a certain amount. I mean, there's players making more money than professionals right now.
Yeah.
Right. In college. And, they might be good, but it's more about a popularity thing. Most of the time it's, if you're one of those really good footballers and basketball players, you'll probably be all right. But it's all about the money now. And it's like I say all the time, it's hurting.
And Gary, don't forget these conferences are paying the schools. Yeah. I mean, the TV networks are paying the SEC gets 50 some million a year. The Big Ten gets 60 some million a year. They don't care about the fans, man. They just don't care. The NFL functioned under COVID. NBA made it. The NHL made it. Baseball was super bad without fans. I don't care what anybody says on that, but they don't care. They don't need us, but they'll go sit there and, Arsenal released 5 or 6 different special edition kits or whatever. I mean, I'm guilty. I bought some, not going to lie. But they do the same stuff, and the AFTV gets up there and complains about the owners and the cronkies, but they're dripped out in all the new crap. So, what is it?
If you're not a real fan.
SKFC in the house. Thanks for joining. You're a new
if you're not
to the show.
Hello SKFC, so it's rude of me. If you're not standing on AFTV wearing AFTV merch, I imagine, because I bet they have some, their badge or whatever, and you're not wearing Arsenal kit, you're probably not going to get put on camera. But also people go, he hasn't got the latest home kit. What's he got to say about Arsenal? It's like, it means nothing to anything, but
it's definitely a perception. Yeah, 100%. And I guarantee you, I mean, Sam said earlier about the tough times in the UK and people can't afford to do stuff. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know. They're just. I don't want to use a British term, taking the piss, but it's just stupid at this point, man. Like, how many pre-match tops does Arsenal have to release in 1 year? I mean, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, it's all about making an extra buck. I mean, getting a buck from everybody. Oh, you got a spare one there? Oh, I want that one as well. Just taking your money. It sucks, but it is what, as you said, capitalism is all about, and making an extra buck off of you every time you turn around.
Do you know one of the wildest things in football, Gary, that occurred in the last 10 years? And I know there's a lot more wild things, but it's in my head, so I'm going to make it a point. Do you know Liverpool made a complaint about how often they were put into the 12:30 on BT Sport kickoff? They made an official complaint, despite the fact they go to Thailand every year, maybe not during COVID or whatever, but at the time, they were going to Asia as part of a pre-season tour, to which... It's like, but then it came out that Thailand were paying like £2 billion. I've not got the exact figures, but paying loads of money per year as part of the international TV deal. So naturally, they turn around to the Premier League and go, "Well, Liverpool come here every summer. They are the most supported team in Thailand. So why would we not want Liverpool games to be broadcast at 12:30 in the UK or whatever, 12:45, whatever it is, but." In Thailand, that's their prime time Saturday night game with the time zones.
Well, you sign this contract in blood. You just don't know what it entails because they don't tell you everything, right? And so you know what? Like the fact that you're on TV and that's where most of the revenue comes from. Guess what? You're a slave to that. It makes no sense. It makes no sense to have all that money come in and then not give something back. Nobody gets anything for free.
Yeah, and then but then the 3 o'clock kickoffs are like in the middle of the night there and all that. But you're right. Essentially, what you're saying is right. But I just want to say one thing in terms of the pricing, the way the pricing's gone. Right, the last time my two brothers in London, they had season tickets back at Highbury, and it was getting too expensive for them at the end. They sold them, but at the end of I think it was at the end of the 90s. Yeah, right at the end of the 90s, the last time I had a season ticket. And I remember they told me they had decent season tickets. They were like in the middle. It was in the centre somewhere. I remember it was lower tier, like at the back of just off the centre, in the east stand. So yeah, it was pretty good tickets. And they were they weren't boxed because back then you had boxes, right? But they were nice, really nice, like premium tickets. And that cost £850. For the season then. And now you can compare those tickets now to the club level, right? So they introduced this club level at the Emirates, a section in the middle of the stadium where you get access to the inside area and that. And it's slightly nicer seats and all of that. But the prices, I'm just looking now. So basically the price, that same area that they were sitting in, and you can say that now they would have access to go inside to a nice area and the seats are better. But the same area now at the Emirates literally costs £4,700 the season ticket at club level, that area. £4,700. And that's without dining, right? That's without dining and access to...
you don't get the food.
You don't get the food. That's just for the ticket. You get... I do believe you get beers at halftime. You can get drinks at halftime, but only at halftime. But if you want full access to full dining and drinks, like... as much drinking as you want, like before and after the game, that same ticket then costs £8,500.
That's the crazy part about all of that.
£8,500 if you want to include dining and drinks.
That food better be fucking good.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That's crazy because like drinking and being English are synonymous with each other. You know, they just like go together, like oil. You know, not oil and water, but like I don't know, martini on the rocks or something. But
that's the culture.
But it's just the culture. Like people go out to the pubs, right? Same thing over here, right? I mean, every professional game that you go to has drinks. The only thing that comes close to like no drinking at all is the college games. You know, it's probably more because there's more kids and kids under 21 going to these things. But in general, like you go to the big games for the college, it's just like any other regular game. You know, you got drinking in the stands and all of that. You can walk away when you want to, go get a drink and come back.
Imagine just to finish off this on how ridiculous the prices are now. I mean, I've said this a few times before. Imagine you want to take your family to a game, right? So you want to take your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, and you say you got 2 kids. So 4 people are going to an Arsenal game, just a random Arsenal game, right? So you're probably gonna have to get tickets. So you're paying at least £100 for tickets, right? 80 to £100, probably about £100 if you're getting them at short notice, right? Depending on the game. That's just like one of the lower tier games. The upper tier game is going to cost a lot more, but just say a lower tier game, you're getting a ticket for about £100. So that's £400 for 4 tickets, right? And then on top of that, you got your drinks, your food, your travel. I mean, you're probably looking at somewhere closer to like £1,000. You know, you're somewhere close to £1,000 for a day for 4 people. to go and see Arsenal. I mean, it's just crazy. It's absolutely it's nuts.
Yep. So hi to Scooby D 2. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead, Spencer.
And the NFL's the same way. Do I let Tom?
Oh no, sorry. I was just saying about how he reads that Scooby D2's name. Sorry, Spencer.
No, you're good. You're good. I mean, the NFL is the same way too. Like when we went into the stadium tour, they went on the different pricing levels for every section, and even like box seating, which is like in club level where you have, but the difference there, the NFL is all the food's included with your price. So like, but regardless, when I tell you the price, like even the corner end zone seat, I think it was like $12,000 a season, and that's not even 50-yard line view. That's crazy. This way and that way.
I was paying thousands of dollars for college games, only 6 home games, and I was paying thousands. I mean, the tickets were about $600 for the probably about $600 to $800 depending on who we were playing. So if we're playing Alabama at home, it costs more. If we're playing if it's one of those seasons where we're not playing the big boys at home, the tickets are lower. So like if you're really good and the league's really and the conference is really good, your tickets are going to be expensive. Plus, you got to pay like that lump sum just to get the access to the tickets in the first place. I mean, I always I was an athlete in college, and I always I was always like, you know what, they should get whatever they want. They make tons of money for this school. They should get whatever they want. The school should bend over backwards for them because they're creating an economy for them. Like
Gary, did you ever play Ron Simmons?
No, I was on the track team, so no, I did.
Oh, he's on the track team, right? Okay.
I was on the track team, so I did not experience that.
Was that more because you was too intimidated to actually take up the sport?
You know what? The crazy part of it was I always had poor grades when I was allowed to try out for some of the team sports, so I couldn't try out, and so I never actually got an opportunity to. But I did track.
What was you doing in track? What was your event?
Well, I was a long jumper in high school. So I thought I could do that in college, but then they said, you know what? We just brought in the high schooler who broke Carl Lewis's high school record, so we don't need long jumper. Can you work on the triple jump? So I actually worked on the triple jump. So I worked on the triple jump, and then I did some relays.
Wow.
That's so brilliant. it was definitely an experience. Great. Like they when it gets cold in Florida, 30, 40 degrees or whatever.
Cold? What?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
So I would put on my sweats to go out and practice. These guys were putting on their Olympic warm-up kits to go to practice. And I'm like, I'm so far out of my element here. Like I'm going to like a little small meet over here. These guys are going like to the Primrose and the big meets where all the professionals are running. And I'm like, yeah, I'll see you guys later. I'm just going down the street, and these guys are flying to New York to go run against the professionals and stuff. It was that's what the level was for college sports. They get Florida was getting the top athletes in in the country, much less the world sometimes.
Yeah, you guys take that seriously, really seriously. Yeah.
No, it was definitely experience. I definitely I think the athletes should get whatever they want. Schools, people go to your school sometimes because of your sports.
Exactly,
right?
And the way college athletes have been treated. I mean, especially like within football. I mean, American football. Where they were basically the whole reason everyone would go to these games, create a huge local economy for these teams, and they would get fuck all. Yeah. They would give them literally nothing. Yeah, they gave them a few perks or whatever. They got some merchandise or whatever, got access to stuff. Yeah. But they were paid fuck all, right? Are they still paid fuck all now? Or are they finally giving them some money?
They're giving them some money, so they can make it. Like I said, some of these players are making upwards of like $1 million a year.
Okay.
And from
at least that's fair because they're creating all of that money.
You're talking about the economy. I remember there was a stat that in Nebraska, when they had a football game, the stadium was the biggest population of people in the state on game.
Look at Green Bay. I mean, I'm talking about the NFL now, right? I'm talking about the NFL, right?
Yeah.
Green Bay is a fucking shithole in a cold place in the middle of nowhere. But Green Bay's got like 500,000 people in it when when the Packers are going to play. I mean, it creates a whole fucking local economy.
They're very unique, though. The Green Bay Packers are the only team that are owned by the fans. To my understanding.
That's pretty good, actually. Yeah, that's pretty good of them.
There's no like shareholders. Like the shareholders are the fans.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good.
Hence why you tend to find that Green Bay are always competitive because then the money's going back into the club.
Yeah, you got I mean, they're obviously doing a good job there, aren't they? I mean, the Packers, like you say, they're always competitive.
I'm sure, like Spencer can speak to it more than me because obviously he lives, breathes, and sleeps the NFL. But that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, so I think it's the only team that has actual shareholders that are the fans. I mean, it's kind of, I think it's not completely the fans, but they have a good portion of them, if that makes sense. But
yeah, I mean, it's not about at the end of the day as much about like trying to make more profit so that you can skim off the top, right? But it goes into somebody's pocket, even though that probably does eventually, but not as much as these other teams and stuff that you see.
They're profitable without TV, without the fans, because like every NFL owner makes a certain amount of money just bare minimum existing. Yeah. So the NFL is profitable off the bat. Now, granted, look at the NFL, and they don't release jerseys every year. Your team jersey is your team jersey, whereas in football they're like, check out this new drip. We got more drip and more drip and more drip, and you're just like, okay, all right. I said drip as a 38-year-old man, but you know what I'm saying. It's a different. I mean, they'll have a lot of associate stuff they give you, like hoodies and stuff like that, but they're not.
Yeah. But the thing is that there are so many teams in Europe, right? In the U.S., there's 30 teams in NFL. That's it. There is triple the number of players, or it's probably quadruple the number of players. But in general, there's only 31 teams you can cheer for, right? So every weekend, NFL makes so much more money than the professional teams in Europe, just because there's so many teams. Every country has their own set of 20 to 25 teams, which make up their professional, their League One, their top of the league status, right? So it kind of, all you're doing is that money is just getting spread across all the different European countries, for example. And that's just Europe, right? We're talking like Asia and South America and all of that. It's not the same as like American football, where there's 30 teams that you can cheer for, and that's it. And
we'll say this though, Gary and Tom, Sam on this one. I think y'all mentioned something about Liverpool and the Thai supporters, and that's their window. I do believe this 110%. Wherever the sport's being placed, that's exactly where. Oh, you just shocked me. That's what you shouldn't set TV up to care about the fan that's halfway across the world. I'm sorry. It needs to be convenient for the country it's in. Could you imagine if the NFL was like, you know what, guys, we're going to play these games on the West Coast at 9 a.m. so Japan can watch the Rams play? They ain't going to do that. What they'll do is they'll take the NFL game to them. I'm not saying that you guys should do this. I'm not saying this. Please do not clip me.
Well, wasn't it is it the Spanish or the Spanish League? Was it Spanish League? They played their cup final in Dubai or something like that.
Saudi, right? I thought it was.
Yeah.
Saudi or whatever, and that's crazy, right? Your domestic cup is played in another country. Makes no sense, right? It makes absolutely no sense. But it is about the money. One thing before I'm just going to give some scores before it's a halftime in the Premier League.
Yeah, it goes into halftime scores.
All games are at 0-0 right now. Brentford, Liverpool 0-0, Leicester, Fulham, West Ham, Crystal Palace 0-0. I think that's it there in the championship. Earlier today. What did I miss one?
No. You ain't missed anything. I'm just facetiously saying the Premier League is the best league in the world, where you can get to half time and none of the games have goals in them.
Yeah.
Best league in the world. Best league.
Well, you know what?
Doesn't happen very often.
That's like how competitive the league can be on its day.
I mean, earlier today you had 5 goals, but
yeah. So like I think it is competitive in the sense that you're not gonna, like, everybody's thinking Brentford is gonna struggle today. Well, Brentford's out there playing football.
How dare you talk about my Premier League in such a derisory fashion? I will defend it. You
I
sit
will
there
at your little
defend it.
championship
Let me go
bubble
through the
every week, trying
championship
to give it
scores real
What's
quick,
this
love.
a little
Jared.
chair?
Let me
Why
go
would
through
You
you
the
go
give
on
me a
about the
championship
little chair?
scores.
morality of the Premier League. You go on
Yeah.
about, you sit there in your little
Yeah.
championship bubble every week,
Yeah.
going about how you're
Yeah.
morally
Yeah.
better in the championship because they're not full of fucking money like the Premier League, blah, 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 this and that. You know, and then you go on about, then you have the audacity
You
to
know why
say
he's upset? He's
the Premier
upset
League
because
doesn't have
Sheffield
a lot of
United
goals.
is top of the league right now. That's why he's upset. So he's just
Doesn't upset me at
he's
all.
just like
Doesn't upset me at
you
all.
know what? He's been they poked him. But let me go through the championship scores real quick. Cardiff wins 3-0 home to Swansea.
They were
Millwall
all
at
0-0
home
at half time as well.
loses 1-0 to Hull. Plymouth at home loses to QPR 1-0. Coventry, Bristol City 0-0. Derby, Watford. Watford's got a 1-goal lead there. Luton, Preston 0-0. Oxford United, Blackburn 0-0. Portsmouth, Middlesbrough 0-0. Sheffield United at home up 1-0 on Norwich. West Brom home to Stoke. Home against Stoke is losing 1-0. That's how that's going. Quick update in the League One. Any scores we care about there?
I think we want Transmere Rovers for
The
us.
main reason
That's
I
like
get
League
more
2, isn't
realistic
it?
about the championship,
Yeah,
Charles,
League
is
2, real
better to
quick.
watch.
It's halftime. Wimbledon is tied with Transmere 0-0. So there we go. Sorry,
I'll
Mr.
say
Tom.
this every week. Even if Leeds get promoted, I'll say the same thing. The thing about the championship is you actually get a game of football. Like, you'll find that a big portion of your game is not actually watching a referee watch a TV screen.
That is true. I do hate VAR. I don't want to get into that discussion with Spencer here, but I do hate VAR.
No, that's not my intention. But the point being that I'm making is basically you can sit and go, or you can say the Premier League is better, worse than the Championship because it's not.
Yeah.
It's like
No, it's
Championship's
just
far
Tom.
better to actually watch.
It's just Tom. You tried to be cocky by saying, "Oh, there's no goals at half time in the Premier League in 3 games." When Premier League is the league that has the most goals, and there was literally 5 goals at the midday kickoff.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
It's
suit my
okay.
argument. Doesn't suit my argument. Doesn't suit my argument.
At least you're
Yeah.
honest about that.
Yeah,
right?
well, think about it. Think about
That's
it. There was 8 goals. There was 8 goals in the first game. Sorry, 5 goals in the first game. Right now in the championship, there's like 12 teams playing. There's only 8 goals scored. So and there's like triple the
Doesn't
number
suit
of
what I'm
games
saying,
being
so I'm
played
not
in the
gonna acknowledge it.
championship. So
Doesn't
talking
suit my
about
argument.
goals and competitiveness, stop it. Stop
Well,
it.
Leeds always have goals in their games because they got Melier in goal. So there's always going to be goals in when Leeds
That's
play.
the other team.
Soon
You
to
know
be
what? You know
Aaron
what really annoys
Ramsdale.
me?
Uh,
I say what you will about the goalkeeper stuff. It's like I can fully well see Leeds not getting promoted, and then just finding out like you just end up looking back over the season. And I can see our future's going to be. Why didn't we sell the goalkeeper? Why didn't we sell? We could be in the Premier League now and getting spashed every week by someone in the Premier League. But the thing about football is that even though Southampton are got all likelihood going to turn out to be the worst Premier League team ever, it doesn't change the fact that next season they'll go back down with £200 million that they didn't have if they'd lost the playoff final in May.
Yeah.
So as an entity, they could stay competitive. They choose not to be by buying badly, but still, the fact of the matter is they will go down and automatically be favourites to be promoted.
Yeah, I mean,
They've hung on for years too, right? I mean, Southampton, like, I don't know. I mean,
they've been up and down for a long
Historically, they
time.
are lower mid-table Premier League. Historically,
They've been up and down a few times now, haven't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
Do
but
you think the monies actually helps them in general, like long term? Like, does it actually make sense for them to like the lump sum payment? Does that actually help them at all?
it would not be.
You know what I mean? Like
it'd be
long.
lively.
You know what I
think
mean? Like I don't think it
yeah.
doesn't help them necessarily get back up again. And you know what? For an owner of a team that's like just on the cusp of making it, it doesn't make sense to them to throw money back into it again. Because it's hard just to get through it, even if you do have a strong team, right?
This is the disparity between the two leagues. The financial disparity is that the 3 that come down are automatically always going to be favourites. Well, where was I going with that? Because I saw a word about me loving Firpo, which did take my attention. Because
Do you actually like that guy?
I think he's a fine gentleman. His moustache is incredible. Have you seen how well kept that moustache is? It almost inspired me to make a great moustache, but then I've become lazy. But
He's a good Dominican moustache.
Yeah. I could believe he smokes cigars behind Daniel Farke's back.
I bet he does.
But in all seriousness, everything Gary just said is correct about the financial disparity. No, that's true as well from Chris Nix. The reason Luton have basically, I don't want to say they fell apart this season. They didn't. They've actually basically been at level historically that they always are in the Championship when they're in it. It was an outlier that they actually did really well for a couple of seasons and then got the Premier League money, which they've rightly put into their infrastructure. Because you could just easily just buy loads of players, try and get back in it, and then you're in the trap of you're basically spending all your money on human beings.
Yeah,
exactly.
Glenn, welcome to the show.
They have to. Yeah, it's like I was just going to say, Tom, you're right. I mean, it's all about the money. It's good that the money is there, but it's how the clubs spend the money, right? So it's I mean, it gives the teams the ability to put that money into infrastructure, which they wouldn't have had. That money wouldn't have been there if they hadn't been in the Premier League, for example, got that money. So, but then, like as Tom says, some teams won't put any money into infrastructure and try and actually improve the club as a whole. They'll just go out and buy a load of players, and they're there shit or crap or not, whatever, and you just wasted all that money basically. Yeah, so it's about how.
It's fun. So in one breath, Luton's going to get in a new stadium. In another breath, they're about to get relegated again. So it's like, what is going on? Like, it's better to have better football than it is to have a bigger stadium. But
that's
actually,
it is right. That's the balance, right? Infrastructure versus actually what you have on the field, right? That's the balance of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it came down to they sat there and when they were getting like loads of photographs or videos taken of the fact that people had to go through someone's back garden to get into their stadium, and while that's a fun and quirky look for the first season in the Premier League, if you are going to try and be a respectable football club, that cannot be you for the next 40 years. It just can't. You have to have an actual stadium. And I know it's quirky and fun that they've got a nice little tin pot, 11 fans, but Bournemouth are the same. Bournemouth Stadium is arguably smaller, and someone's going to have the numbers, but it's roughly the same as Luton's, but you haven't got to go through someone's house to get into it.
Yeah, Luton's crazy.
That's the only difference.
Luton is crazy. I mean, if they've got aspirations of becoming a Premier League club again, you can't have a tiny little shitty stadium like that. You have to walk through someone's garden basically to get into the ground for the away fans.
Yeah, but that is the cool thing about English football is that you can be a team that doesn't have at least a big following, right? So one week you're playing in League One, the next a couple of years later you are playing against
well, you have
the big six in England.
You have the whole
a year.
You have the whole relegation and promotion system, right? That's what you don't have in American sports. There's no sort of consequences to failing. Basically, I mean, there's no consequences really. That's okay. You got to. I mean. America does really well in leveling the playing field through the draft system and cap systems and all of that. That's great, but there's no real sort of consequence to not performing well, right? Whereas in football, in the UK, you will get relegated if you're not good enough, right? And then you'll get promoted if you're the best. And then the whole point of that is, and there's coming back to what Tom's been talking about, the whole point of that is, there's supposed to be consequences. So when you get promoted, you will get more money because that's a bigger product that generates more money. So you will get more money. You will get rewarded by getting more money. And then, vice versa. If you get relegated, you're going to a smaller product, a smaller market, less money. So you're going to struggle more in the Championship than you are in the Premiership in terms of revenue anyway.
Yep, I hear you.
Great point from Scooby. Yeah. Purely because it's the biggest flaw in the American sporting system. The worst thing you can be is bang average. Literally,
you know what? to throw a game. The problem with throwing games, because it backfires. It backfires at most of the time, right? You start pulling. You start pulling your players because you're like, you know what? I don't want to, risk them, but also I don't really want to win these games. It always backfires because basically, you know what? The players that you find out things about your team in the long term, they can come back from really quickly, or you create an environment where people are just going to leave anyways because they're like this club isn't really this team isn't really all about it, right? They're not trying to win. Crystal Palace just scored. They're up 1-0 at West Ham. Mateta just scored. So and we got a score in the Fulham match. Fulham's up 1-0 on Leicester. Got the score. So Mr. Tom with his scoring in the Premier League is not work. It's not happening. Not happening.
What do you mean it's not worked? It's not happening. I wanted there to be goals in the Premier League.
No, you were trying to.
He's backpedaling now. He's backpedaling now.
Exactly, man. I can't see you getting smaller every time I look at you.
Pointing out a thing that happened.
Emil Smith Rowe with the goal, people.
Don't get me wrong, right? Let me say this right now.
Chested up by that. Is it Harry Styles? Who's that guy? What's that guy's name?
Harry Wilson.
Harry Wilson. He chests it down to Emil Smith Rowe, who heads it underneath the goalkeeper. Very nice sequence there.
One direction.
You know what? Harry Styles, Harry Wilson, Harry Winks,
Singer.
Harry Singer, yeah. Goals at the London, yeah. No, I mean, I like this discussion because it's like,
match of the day.
Huh?
Sorry, go on, Gary. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I wanted there to be an episode of Match of the Day where they turn around and went, well, let's show the highlights for the Newcastle versus Bournemouth game, and then that's about it. Because contractually, they can't show no more than 20 minutes of the game. Otherwise, they're getting the full game. So it would have been very funny had they gone, these are the goals for today. And then they play the Newcastle Bournemouth game, and then they go, oh, and that's all the goals for this week. No, I'm not backpedaling. I'm just pointing out
it's all right.
that it was
step forward a little bit.
No, Tom. You're not getting away with this. You try and be cocky and edgy, and then you try and be cocky and edgy, and then it backfires. At halftime, you were giving it large, saying, "Oh look, it's 0-0 in all the games."
Best league in the world. Best league in the world.
Best league in the world, supposedly. Best league in the world, supposedly. Oh dear.
And then there's 2 goals. So fucking what? But fine. If you want to say I got something wrong, you know what? I got something wrong. Whatever.
Yeah. In four games, they got about the same amount of goals as what you got in the championship. So there you go. That's and that's like over half the teams playing right now. So
fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but in general, money's killing sport is basically the premise of what we've been talking about. For the fans, either in the stands or the fans watching it on TV, and I do like the premise of the promotion because it's sudden death. It gives you it's like March Madness, right? You could be the best team, but on that first weekend, everybody plays. Nobody gets a day off. You could be knocked out in the first game, right? And you go to a 6-game winning streak. You win it all. It's that's why it's really cool. There's not much you can do to fake that, right?
At the end of the day, you do have to show up, right? At the end of the day, you have to show up and do your job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone's piling on Tom today, are they? Plus, is taking the opportunity. BX has smelled blood in the water. Go fuck yourselves.
Why are you so mean to people, little
I'm
man?
not mean. Why are they mean to me?
Why are you upset? Sam, what is it? What is it with what is it? Is it the island that he lives on?
This racist motherfucker, Gary.
Is it Sam? Talk to me. You've lived there. You've went back. You've been there recent times.
I'll tell you what. The tap water in the UK. There's something in the tap water.
It's in the water.
They call it fluoride.
There's too much chemicals in that water. It rots your brain. It just seriously rots your brain.
If I told you the one game that wouldn't have a goal in it, you wouldn't think it would be the Liverpool match, but Liverpool is they're on the attack here, so this thing can open up soon. The
Everyone
second shot at that far post.
They tried hard
Luckily.
enough. Anyway, what? Sorry, what? No, in all seriousness, right? I forgot what I was going to say. No. I just remembered what I was going to say. Anyway, if I wasn't here, you'd all have a nice little discussion. And I don't know why I said little because it has nothing.
No,
to do with
it is probably yeah. You know exactly. Yeah,
you'd have a
nice
nice
why you
little
said
friendly
that.
discussion. I said it again. I didn't really mean to. It sort of flowed with the sentence. You'd have a nice, friendly discussion. I managed that time. You'd have a nice, friendly discussion, and everyone would be all friends. It'd be lovely. And
Actually, you know what? I don't like you, so we're never going to be friends. All right?
Oh, you motherfucker! Your dad likes me, Gary.
Yes, yes, he does for some reason. I don't understand. You know he's getting old. You know how he gets old and like you get a little delirious and stuff. Yeah, I think your the brain don't work the same way it used to. You know. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Scooby D2 talking about the water. Yeah. Ooh. Ah. Yeah.
Where's Scooby living? Whereabouts is he in the UK?
I live in a soft water area, so I don't know what he's on about.
Yeah,
they when they do tests on the water in especially like the London area and everything, they find huge amounts of cocaine and other drugs in the water. So
yeah, Scooby D2's in Leeds, so there you go.
I think Tom's high on cocaine a lot. Basically, that's what I'm saying. It's from the tap water.
I think Colonel Ward's onto something here, but from what I know of Colonel Ward, he doesn't actually say anything nice about anyone. So
yeah, he's gonna. You know what? No matter what you do, you know he's gonna stab you in the back as soon as you turn.
Yeah, he's gonna pop up in a minute with just to keep everything equal.
Yeah, you know he's gonna go after. Nobody on this show has ever said soccer, but except for him, consistently he says it. So you know.
You know what? I'm gonna attack
got
your
View on Sports.
Here.
Hey, welcome to the show.
Welcome, Views on Sport. Welcome to the loony bin.
What's your channel about, sir?
Hit the likes. He talks about Arsenal. So.
I think he's talking about macroeconomics in Africa on his channel.
Well, that's ironic because I also talk about macro.
Oh, Brentford's in a good position here. Oh, you let him run. They let him run down. We've got Nick Fadley in the house.
Mr. Fadley.
Big up, Nick.
Yes.
Stab from the back.
Yeah, there might be some scoring in this Brentford game. It's starting to open up. That was a poor pass, I think, from Van Dijk there. So I think
Liverpool are going to win this because Brentford haven't been that good at home lately, and Brentford will tire. The last 10 minutes, Brentford are going to tire.
Yep.
After all their working defensively, and then Liverpool are going to get 1 or 2 goals at least. It's just going to happen.
Definitely the way it's been going, Liverpool has been on the front foot for sure. So more than likely they would just get the late win like they've been doing for much of this season. So. Yep. And there's a corner coming up for Liverpool. Yep. We're all well over here. We've been talking some football and some things about things outside of football, but football related. 13 corners for Liverpool. Discussion.
Very good.
In my opinion, we were all arguing different things, but still.
Yep. I thought we had a very good discussion. I think it was very good because we was talking about basically what Tom and Spencer were saying. They were both right. That, the different angles of this. They were both right. No one was wrong. It's just an interesting, discussion about how, football, modern sports has become a business, right? I thought we had a good discussion. That was good.
Yeah.
Views on sport. You need to rewind a bit when you get the chance and see it from the beginning. It was good.
Yep.
Yeah. But to finish off, sorry, I just want to say, sorry, Tom. I was just going to say to finish off that point earlier. Spencer, I think Spencer wanted to finish his point about the NFL moving games.
And Renault's off by himself. Same thing. Sorry about that.
I like how it started as one thing a year. They'd play one game at Wembley. And then eventually now it's turned into 4 games across the stadium.
Yeah.
Funny that.
Yeah, so I said this. You said that the 7:30 kick or 12:30 kick UK was set up specifically for Liverpool for the Far East Asian fans. The only thing I say with that is like, I don't think NFL games should be played outside of the America at all. It's an American sport. I think if you need to cater to your base first, which is the people within your country, and the NFL is like recession proof. What I mean by that is like, you could have the worst
The
two
opposite
teams.
of what he was saying earlier. Basically, he essentially said English football fans did go fuck themselves because it's not an English game anymore.
I did not say that because hold on. Well, let me finish the point, and then I'll pivot back to that one. Very good at this. So, you should you literally.
It's one of the first things you said when you came on.
Did not. Hold on here. All right, so here we go.
Let's explain.
So again, I think you should, but I'll pivot to the point of this one. So in America, you can watch every single game. It's not, you don't have this 10 o'clock blackout for fathers and daughters.
Well, you can't watch every game. You got to pay.
Yes,
so,
you pay for it. But in the UK, you can't watch the 3 o'clock kickoffs because it's blacked out, right?
So none of the streaming services will give you access to every game. Is that true?
Yeah.
In the UK, in the UK, can you guys like Tom? Can you pay and watch every football match that's going on?
You have to use different streaming services,
but you can't watch it. Like you can watch every Premier League match, right?
Yeah. Not legally. You
not legally.
Okay, that's what. Over here we can pay. We pay and we can watch every game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You can pay. You can pay and watch every game they make available for selection, but that is not the same as what your question is.
Yeah. Quick update. I'm going to just give you guys the starting lineup for Arsenal.
It's like Gary Bell.
Sorry to interrupt. We got Raya in goal. Got a back line of Lewis Skelly, Gabriel, Timber, and Partey. So Saliba is out with a hammy issue, and Partey is right back, and Timber gets to play center back. So that'll be interesting. We got a midfield, which everybody's going to hate: Rice, Moreno, and Erdegaard. We'll see how that does. It hasn't worked yet this season. I don't know. Will it work today? Then you got a front line of Martinelli, Trossard, and Havertz. So Sterling doesn't make back-to-back games. So this could go, this could go pretty bad. Like defensively, we're a little off, and attacking-wise, we don't have a Sterling who showed up pretty good for us in the last game, making the teams a little concerned. So we'll see. But that's the lineup there.
Saliba in the lineup.
Saliba is not even on. He's out. He's out with an injury, so he's not even on the bench.
Okay.
Another injury is exactly what we needed.
Are you guys? Sorry, I'll promise. Obviously, Spencer will get his say on what. Even though if I interrupt him, which I probably shouldn't have done, I apologise. Gary, are you planning on watching the Arsenal game on Ryan's channel today?
I thought I was going to do it here. I thought you.
Okay,
I thought you said you're going to hang out with me. Right?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay,
I know Sam and Spencer might show up for pre or post game stuff, but
So everybody says I'm backpedaling here, which I'm not. So Tom's whole argument about the whole English thing was about the travel. I've never once said anything about travel. My argument is that the times of games should not be dictated by other places across the world. Completely two separate arguments. There are hotels available in Newcastle for fans to go to. But at the flip side of this, if Liverpool, you play the 12:30 game. It is what it is. You're not going to take the Liverpool game and throw that in Far East Asia and play the game overseas. We don't want that at all. I want the American NFL games to come back to the NFL, back into this country. Yeah. I think it's a crime. You're going to charge season ticket holders to have one of their home games go away overseas, but completely two separate arguments, guys. Not backpedaling at all here.
I agree with Spencer. That's the way I understood. That's the way I understood it. I thought earlier he was referring to travel, and that when you have an international product now broadcast across the world, you're going to have international fans coming to your games. They're going to want to come to games and pay for that.
Yeah.
That was about the travel aspect of it being like an international, an international product, basically. So I'm with Spencer on this one.
And my thing is like I want the NFL to come back. That's what I want. But I understand the exposure aspect of it. But could you imagine the NFL is going to say, yeah, we've got the Cowboys and the Commanders. It's going to be a Monday night football game, but we're going to play this at about 3 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. So you're screwing your fans in the States so the people in the UK can watch it.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Catering for international fans like that, that's no good. That's not good in terms of your time slots when you're playing your games. It's not good. But I know the Premier League, I guarantee you the Premier League within the next 5 years, I guarantee they're going to play at least one round of fixtures. At least one round of fixtures, like for the top 6 teams or whatever, the top 4 teams, the traditional big like 4 or the traditional big 6, they're going to play those fixtures abroad. Somewhere like they're going to go to America, they're going to go to like Singapore, maybe they're going to go to like I don't know, maybe Saudi Arabia or somewhere in the Middle East, somewhere they are going to play those games internationally because that's what they want. That is what they want. They want to do that to bring the product more and more abroad. And
I'll tell you how they would do it, Sam. What they would do is they would expand the season. They would add the 39th fixture. That way, there's no argument. Like, well, we got gypped out of a home game. We didn't, blah, 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 blah. Here's a 39th fixture. I don't like it. I think it's a horrible idea.
That was suggested about 20 years ago, and it made the national news. It was a big thing.
Well,
you see how close they're doing it. I mean, they brought
immediately.
Yeah.
You can see the product is there, right? I mean, you can see when they go on their preseason tours now that the stadiums are full up. It's such a much bigger product now recently than it has been before, like 20, 30 years ago. Those fans are there now. They go to Singapore. They go to these places in Asia, Vietnam, Thailand. These big stadiums are full up, and they'll do that. They'll have one fixture. They'll have one fixture a year where they'll go somewhere abroad, probably America, and they'll play games there. Yeah, it's going to be stupid.
I mean, here's the other thing, too. I hate to say this, but you guys want that 90 million pound striker? This is the cost of doing business. I know people sit there and think the owner should just open his pocket.
Arsenal has the money. They just don't want to. They don't want to make the
books, though.
they don't want to be the one. They can make the payments. They just don't want. They want their cake and eat it too, right?
Have we seen
just think about it.
Saying that
there's money they wanted to bring in Sesko in the summer, right?
He said
and now they want to bring in Sesko with an option to buy. You were going to pay for him in the summer. Now you want to loan him with an option to buy? It makes no sense to the selling team. It's like why would I do it? You wanted to actually buy him. Now you want an option to buy because guess what that does? Of course, it allows Arsenal to then, decide whether or not they're going to spend money on Sesko or go for a bigger fish if there's one available. I personally think, if you were thinking Sesko was okay in the summer, then he's okay in January.
Well, there's also that talk of they're saying that there's like an obligation to buy. So the idea is he's on loan. Well, basically we got him on loan until like July, and then July we have to pay the whole release clause then up in full in July. But it's like the selling team that makes no sense to the selling team because it's like, why are we going to let you have him basically for free for 6 months? Why are we going to do that? It doesn't make any sense. And now they're all gone. It's just you and me, Tom. It's just you and me, buddy.
My allergies, dude. I'm sorry. So my thing with the Sesko thing is where it would potentially make sense for the selling team is like if Arsenal is like, yeah, we'll cover 100% of the wages so they can take him off the books. But still January's hard. I know people sit there and say, well, big clubs make things happen. Well, then go hire your services and go help Arsenal out and go get these players over the line. No daggum simple. Go help them. Why are you sitting here yelling at us about, spend the money, show ambition? Go help the club out. Oh, you can't. That's right.
Oh, they think they know what's going on. Obviously they've got no clue. But in general, the only players that are moving are either players that want to go themselves because they don't want to be at their club anymore, which is not many. There's not many examples of that. or the club is so desperate for money, they're in such bad, they're in such a bad spot financially. They need money as quickly as possible. That is the other scenario. It's only those two scenarios that are really working in January, unless you do like what Chelsea have done before. You do like what Manchester City are doing now with Mamouche. They're basically saying, how much you want for the player? What is the price you want? Okay, we're going to give you that. Frankfurt, Marmouche, right? He's had his first good season now, right? He's become a little bit of a name now this season for Eintracht Frankfurt in Germany, which, let's be honest, the German Bundesliga has been a bit of a hit and miss with players coming from the Bundesliga to the Premier League, right? Timo Werner being a prime example of that, right? Timo Werner was banging in goals left, right, and centre in Germany. He comes to the Premier League, and he couldn't hit water if he fell out of a canoe, right? So Eintracht Frankfurt are going, okay, we'll take 80 million. If you give us 80 million for Marmouche, we'll let you have him. And the City were like, okay. So they paid 80 million euros for Marmouche, right? There's many other clubs are not going to do that. They're not going to say we'll give you whatever you want for that player. That's just not the way it works. So, it's about, you're trying to minimize what you're paying, and the clubs are trying to get as much as they want for the players. And it's about the value of the player, right? Marmouche has had his first good season now, right? And he's a bit of a risk. Let's be honest, he's a bit of a risk. So, I don't think many teams will want to pay 80 million for him. But City, they don't give a fuck, right?
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, okay, we'll give you 80 million. The same Chelsea previously have done. They fucking paid 80 million for Mudryk. Look how that worked out, right? So that's the only way January transfers are working, is if teams actually want to pay over the odds and pay a lot more than what they should pay, which is not really, sensible, or it's got to be in a situation where the player actually wants to move. And players don't want to move in the middle of the season. They don't want to move. They're normally okay till the end of the season. And clubs definitely don't want to sell their prize assets, their best players, in the middle of the fucking season. All this talk about Isak, the Newcastle striker, is now worth probably something between 120, 130, maybe even more million pounds, right? Why on earth are Newcastle going to want to sell the guy that's saving them? I know it didn't work today, but this season, the guy who's been saving their bacon every game, probably arguably the best striker at the moment in the Premier League at the moment. Why are they going to sell him in the middle of the season when they want to push on and get Champions League football, right? Their goal is Champions League football. Why are they going to sell their prize asset that's going to help them get Champions League football in January? It makes no sense. It's never going to happen.
But a YouTuber said it, though, Sam. Some YouTuber with an Arsenal shirt somewhere said, show ambition, Arsenal, pay the money for Isak. So when Isak comes to Arsenal, it doesn't work out, we can sit there and whine in summer to spend more money because it's not our money we're playing with.
No player is going to make up for anything over 100 and up, 100 mil and up. It has, you barely, when's the last time you've seen it actually work? No, it doesn't work. Either you're paying a higher salary for the player, but you're not paying 100 mil in transfer fees and getting your money's worth. We've not seen it at all, ever. Not one player has it worked out.
These transfer fees have just gone completely bananas and bonkers. I mean, us who are a little bit older, we can remember, I remember when Alan Shearer, who was the prize asset in the Premier League, the top scorer at Blackburn, a guy who was just scoring goals for fun, an amazing striker, who went on to become the Premier League all-time scorer, right? He was the biggest striker in world football at that time. Everybody wanted him. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Arsenal, Manchester United. I think he was in negotiations, I think, to actually go to Manchester United. But he decided on going. He decided to go to Newcastle, his boyhood club, right? He decided to go there because they were on the up and up at the time, right? They were doing pretty good at the time. So that was a £15 million transfer. £15 million in 1990.
That's a world record, though, to be fair.
That was a world record, £15 million transfer in 1995-96. And I remember everyone was like, wow, that's such a huge amount of money. And I mean, today, youth players are being sold for 50 million today, youth players. And then I remember Andy Carroll Andy Carroll was like a decent striker, he was like, yeah, okay, like he's got some potential there. Andy Carroll was sold for £30 million. I remember, can't remember what year it was. We're going back a few years now, but I remember everyone thinking that's just bonkers. How can anyone pay £30 million for this player? And £30 million is a ridiculously high amount of money, for any player basically. And now £30 million is just small change. It's like that's a mediocre player now.
Did he go Newcastle to Liverpool?
I think so, wasn't it? Yeah.
That was, if I remember rightly, correct me if I'm wrong, that was because Liverpool lined that up because they had just sold Fernando Torres to Chelsea for 50 million. So obviously, even with a basic understanding of the economics of football, Newcastle have it in their head that basically, Liverpool have now got 50 million to play with because they've just sold their player. So what can we get for our player? Yeah. And obviously, worth 30 million, clearly. Sorry, go on, Gary.
I was just looking it up because I know that the numbers are not, are not that, like, basically right now, just looking at in 2023, Arsenal's revenue is 464 mil. So if you spend 100 mil on one player, that's a quarter of your revenue that you're making in a year, right? Yeah. And that's, and you just, that money has to come from somewhere, right? So is it worth it to take 25% of your revenue and allocate it, even if it is for over the course of whatever 4 or 5 years? It's still 100 mil that's that you're on the hook for no matter what, right?
It is.
It's a risky business, and we're seeing you take the risk on the 35 to 50 mil player, right? And if you have a good system, you can create, right? I know you guys say, Wenger would always say, you create your all-stars, you create your legends sometimes, but I don't even think sometimes you need to have the legends right now. I don't think Arsenal needs to have a legend to be playing better football right now. They've got some stars as it is. They just need some better players, all right? And it's not going to cost them much to improve on the squad, all right? I mean, we're seeing every day another player here, another player there that, well, it would be nice to see if they were on Arsenal how they would do. And that might be a coaching thing, but in general, yeah. It's still 0-0 in the Brentford-Liverpool match.
1 point, even if they get a point today, I'm happy with that. If Brentford get a point, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. And Adam Traore actually scored a goal, folks.
The transfer fees. Yeah, the transfer fees just went bananas, wasn't it? Was it about 10 years ago it started roughly, and it just kept going spiraling worse and worse. And I remember
Neymar £80 million. Was it Neymar or was it
No, it's Neymar. Although technically, I'm being really facetious when I say this. That's technically a free transfer. Because if I remember rightly, Neymar basically bought himself out of his Barcelona contract, and then PSG paid him the 200 million.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking. Yeah, in terms of the actual money part of the deal, Mbappe probably now is if you're talking actual real money without a transfer fee, Mbappe is probably by far the biggest transfer ever.
Yeah.
Right now, but yeah, in terms of actual transfer fee paid between clubs, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the highest is now, but I mean, we paid 105 million for Declan Rice, right? I mean, that is a huge amount of money.
Yeah, and the fact that we can't even play him in his preferred position means, what are you doing? I mean, you're like, you don't bring in Messi and go, you know what, I'm going to need you to play defensive mid because you can't play the midfield. But it makes no sense. Like, that player is not worth 100 mil then if he can't secure his spot. Like right now, we're saying Partey is better than him at Rice's role. Right, that's what we're saying. It makes no sense, right? Why do you spend 100 mil, right, if they can't even secure their spot?
Well, at the time, he was a huge player, wasn't he? I mean, in terms of reputation, he's English as well, right? Which there's that added English value to it, all of that, the English tax, as they say. And at the time, Partey wasn't very good. Partey was, he was struggling at that time when we got him. Yeah. So, yeah. And I still think Rice is better in the 6 role. I just think I think Arteta sees. I think he sees today's gonna be playing in the 6 basically because Partey has to play at right back, right? That's what he's doing. But I think he actually sees Rice in that 8 role. That's what I think he does, and I don't agree with it. That's one of my criticisms of Arteta, is thinking that Rice is an 8 when he's not. He's not an 8.
He persisted, right, to play Xhaka in a more defensive midfield role when every time he was there he just did not do the job. And then just to save face, we'll move you back to left back, and that was even worse. It's like, no, move him in the other direction, moves him up. He performs, and you're like, yeah, that's probably a better position for him. Like, for me, I always say things should be easy. It should be easy. Just put the players in. We say it all the time. Put your players in their best positions, and then fill in the gaps. Right. I think if you had Partey in front of a back line, you don't need a Partey level player to play right back, because more than likely he's going to be there sweeping away all the mistakes anyways. All the, so a lot of times when Partey's on, right, that ball never even makes it to the back line. He's in there cleaning up the mess that happens in front of him, right? Yeah. And then you don't need that right back to be at a Partey level, right? But when you push him back, guess where the ball goes? Now you're putting pressure on your back line with only a goalkeeper behind him. And that's, I'd rather have the problems happen in front of the midfield than happen in front of the back line. So I think a lot of times these things are a little simple, and managers complicate things and cause their own problems.
Yeah, playing players out of position is annoying. It's really annoying because players should be in the position they're best suited for.
Yeah.
I've heard a rumor that only war criminals play their players out of position.
What'd you say?
Only war criminals.
Yeah, he's just not. Now he's definitely not making any sense. So I don't even know what that means.
That's not my opinion. That's not my opinion. That's the opinion of the Arsenal fans.
No, nobody even knows what you're talking about. Go on, clarify.
Arsenal fans called him a war criminal. Therefore,
who?
For the purpose of this,
who is this? Who is this Arsenal fan or fans that you're talking about? Who are these fans?
I don't know his name, but the one that stood on Arsenal TV and called him a war criminal.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh,
you watch more Arsenal football than I do, I guess, because I don't know what you're talking about.
I just know that it happened. I haven't watched it.
I think it's talking about Troops, right? Is it what Troops said? I think Troops called him like a terrorist or something like that, didn't he? I can't remember.
Arteta got called a war criminal. And I've seen enough
people say that it happened. That's entertainment for you. You guys just stick to the football, all right? Don't worry about that.
The worst thing that was ever created was a camera and YouTube.
Yeah,
nobody would. You wouldn't go down to your local whatever, and someone would call they wouldn't do this stuff if there wasn't a chance for clicks and views.
Exactly, you're right.
It's just could you just imagine? Let's just say we're all sitting in a bar, and all of a sudden this guy walks in and goes, "I see the lineup today. He's a war criminal for this," and we're just like, "Hey, dude,
Maverick."
You guys
just got a red card. That guy.
In reality,
he's always good for a card.
Saying, I get the point he's making, but what I think would really happen is a portion of that room would actually laugh at a war criminal even being used in something.
Oh yeah,
and then think, oh, that's actually a bit weird. Like when you actually put an ounce of actually thought into what was said.
Yeah. And then TikTok came along and made it even worse, with people just randomly starting to dance for 10 seconds, and everybody's like, yeah. Fucking social media ruined the world. I'm never going to fucking back down.
You know what? Technology ruined the world. Technology ruined the world. We all love it, but we all hate it. You know what I mean? Right? Computers filling up a room compared to computers sitting in your phone, in your handheld. That's what screwed up this whole thing. So, you know what? Being smart about it has really screwed us. All right.
Yeah.
The times that we lived in back in the days, Mr. Tom wouldn't understand. He would understand.
I'm sorry, say that again. Sorry,
I wasn't
paying attention for half a second.
Hey, Mr. Tom, when you were in England, did you have TVs with only 3 buttons on it, or was that well after your time? Well after.
When you say 3 buttons, do you mean
3 buttons?
channels?
That's all you got.
Yeah, he's talking about 3 channels.
We had 4 channels when I was younger.
Hey, look at that, man! You went up like a third of. You went up 30% in TV access. That's crazy.
I don't even know the point you're making, because you're quite obviously an older gentleman.
You don't know the struggles of the older generation. That's what it is.
I'm looking at this lineup and I'm like, who the heck's supposed to play right back?
Well, not only that, but how are we supposed to score? Just like think about that. How are we supposed to
You've
score
got
in this
3
game?
players up there that could score if they could just hit the damn target.
Well, that's the problem. They're not, and they're not gonna get the easy chances now.
You don't. I'll say this much: you don't need to be claiming about that midfield. You need to claim about that front line. That's
Well,
what
I'll say is that's why Erdogan has to just do it. I don't care how he does it. Either he's putting it in the goal or he's setting them up with easy setters.
I agree, right? When it comes to Erdogan, I agree. The guy needs to start scoring more goals. That's his weakness, in my opinion.
The problem is that the way they play them, like he plays more of a box to box role at times. If you go look at, just watch him today. Like, okay, just take your time. And other things might be different today, obviously, because Maurice Moreno out there, but you'll see him sometimes deep all the way back by the back line. I'm like, I need you closer to the 18, so you can flick a ball onto somebody.
He's a playmaker, right?
He'll get opportunities in the box for sure. He'll get opportunities throughout the game.
He's got the playmaker role, right? So he's linking up with defense, so he can link through the midfield and then link into attack. He's got to be all over the pitch, basically. That's the way he's playing him. But I agree, he should be more in an attack advanced role. But what I was going to say was, I agree 100%. Erdogan should be scoring more goals. That's his weakness. He needs to hit the target more. He needs to be better at that. But his primary function is to set up goals. And he does that more than any other top player in Europe. I showed that statistic in the group chat not long ago. Yep. He creates more chances than any other player in Europe. So our major problem is the fucking wankers ahead of him who can't fucking score to save their lives, right? Imagine if we had 3 elite attackers, like basically what Liverpool has at the moment, right? Imagine if we had 3 elite attackers ahead of an Erdogan, we would be scoring like 5 goals a game. I know I'm exaggerating a little bit there. Okay, yeah, don't take me 100% for my word on that. But we would be scoring goals galore every game because the weak point here is those 3 attacking players. That's the weak point.
Yeah, but for me, at some point, right? You've been doing this for 45 minutes. You think it's going to change in the next 45 minutes? It's going to be a point in the game where you might get, where somebody's going to get an opportunity who it's not Erdogan, it might be that player. He's going to get an opportunity. You might as well just go ahead and take it because the odds are he'll probably make it more than the dross in front of him, all right? Because based on what we've seen, I'd rather have him take all the shots than him distribute to people who can't hit it when they're sitting right in front of the goal. Because I know after some time he'll get the feeling and he'll put that shot on target. All right, I believe he will because he's
for me Erdogan is Curtis Shaw from he's done stuff on AFTV before. He's not so much on AFTV now, but Curtis Shaw he's always going on Erdogan about he's got a pillow foot. He's got such a soft shot, and I actually quite agree with that. I think Erdogan needs to learn to put some more power into his shots around, in and around the box. He doesn't seem to hit the ball hard enough. That's a bit annoying.
Well, I tell you this all the time. I just don't think our players their mindset is I need to get prepared to take a shot, and I don't know when the ball's coming. Because sometimes you get that ball from out from underneath your feet, and it's just like a little dribbler. I mean, we put shots on target that have no chance of scoring because the goalkeeper's like, "Thank you very much, sir," as he picks it up with one hand, kind of thing. You need
to go back.
But like I said, I think at some point he has to just go, screw you guys, because you're not helping me. He could scream at them and say, put the ball in the damn goal. And then at some point, I'll just show you how it works. You know what I mean? At some point, your stars will have to just stand up and go, you know what? I'll show you how this is done. Now help me out when I give you the damn ball the next time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you need to go back to overlap.
He can do that. I believe he can do that. So it's not necessarily all on him, but at some point somebody has to go, you know what, Arteta, whatever you're saying ain't working, buddy. Can you just let me do my own thing and get us a goal, and then we'll see how that changes things in the game. Because I think we score a goal first, we don't lose. Right? We don't lose if we score first. Right, so I mean, it puts a lot of pressure on the other team once we score, and we should be looking to do that. And we put ourselves in position to do that many, many times. This is a Liverpool game's going back and forth. So
Garrett, we need to go back to overlapping fullbacks. Stop with this inverted crap. That way, Martinelli Havertz can fall back if he needs to, but you could have Martinelli and whoever's playing right wing just kind of hang out at the edge of the box. And then you got the fullbacks that are going here slinging crosses in or whatever you need to do. And then you have Rice and Moreno sitting there at the 6 together with Odegaard just kind of the playmaker in the middle.
You know what? It's Partey, so it's not going to happen as much as you like.
Because our fullbacks can't stay healthy.
Well, no. Well, you can't have Partey play the way you want because I like him running back with who's running at him, Ollie Watkins and that whole Tielemans and all of those players running at our back line with Partey trying to catch up. I think it's scary. It scares me because he can't do it. And eventually, I fear eventually he's just going to pull something trying to get back on defense.
I'm talking from a tactical standpoint, just in general. You can't do it this way. Obviously, Tomiyasu can't stay healthy. Saliba's out. So Timber has to. There's no the fullbacks can't stay healthy. Calafiori can't stay healthy. Zinchenko, he's not playing. So I don't know why. Put him out there with Skelly on the other side. I mean, there's just.
Is there a reason why Kiwior can't start a game for us anymore?
Why not?
Because he can play left back. He should be able to play center back, and then you don't have to put Partey.
You know what I think that is? Sorry, I just need to interject. Go ahead. When it comes to Kiwior, I think that is Arteta. That's one of Arteta's things where he wants to play left-footed players on the left side of defense. So Kiwior's left-footed, right? Yeah. And Gabriel's left-footed. So he doesn't want to use Kiwior as the right centre back. Basically, that's why Timber's come in there. That's why Kiwior's not playing because Gabriel's still playing. Gabriel's got that left side of the centre defence.
Yeah, I get that, but I just feel like would Saliba be injured if we weren't rotating and giving Kiwior some minutes at some point in the season?
I'm just going to say this: when it comes to the defence, I want the best players playing every game. I'm just going to say that. I get that.
Then you see what happens when we don't rotate. You have to rotate at some point.
Gary. I would rather roll the dice on players being able to stay fit than putting Kiwior in random games where you're taking a chance. When you put Kiwior in that,
what's the point of a squad then, Sam? What is the point of having a squad then, Sam?
There's nuances to this. What I'm trying to say is your defense for me is much more important, really sort of in terms of basically what I'm trying to say is in defense, right? If you make a mistake, you're not playing well in defense, you get punished, you're letting goals in, you're going to lose games, right? Whereas attacking players, okay, with attacking players, if you're not scoring goals, right, you're not doing well, you're not scoring goals. Yes, you're not really going to win games, but you're not getting punished the same way you do as with defenders. So for me, I need the best defenders playing every game, so we have the best defense to get that 3 points every game. That is just my opinion on that. We can rotate midfielders, we can rotate attackers, but defenders, I don't really want to see rotated. Unless, of course, if you see they're tired, right? I agree with that. If we're playing players who feel tired, I'm not really quite feeling up to this, yeah, that's probably an issue because then you are increasing the risk of injury, right? I agree with that. But just rotating for the sake of rotating without there being...
When I say rotate, a lot of the times is basically what you just said. You know the limits that you can go with certain players before their form drops in. You might be hitting that red line area where, you know what, if they keep pushing it, they might burn out on me. They might pull something and all those types of things. You know this. Not too many players can play every game, right? And and they not go through either form issues or injury concerns. So for me, I feel like I hear what you're saying, but at some point they're gonna hit that level where, you know what, it's probably better they either come off the bench for me or they don't even play this weekend. You know what I mean? So I hear you. I get.
But then, Gary, can I just say this one thing? Sorry, I just want to say this one thing to finish off my point here. So then, Gary, what would happen, right? And I want to ask you this question. Say we decided to rotate, take off. Just say for argument's sake, we're going to have one game where we're in a title race now. Say what you want. We're in a title race, right? We need 3 points every game, right? Okay, but yes, right, I agree. You do have to also look at rotation, right? But just so when it comes to Right. So if we decide to rotate, say we rest Saliba one game and we put in Kivior, right? And then we lose that game. Kivior makes a mistake. Kivior has a poor game. We lose that game. Are you then going to criticize Arteta for playing Kivior afterwards? That's what I'm going to ask you.
No, because
that's what a lot of people do.
I have been asking for rotation for many years now. If you've listened to me, and because my understanding is that the best teams will rotate for what if you rotate for the right reasons, yes, not because I need to give this guy some minutes, but there is going to be a time during the season when you need to let a player sit. Right, that's kind of my thinking there. Liverpool is now up 2-0. They scored.
What did I say, guys? What did I say?
Yeah.
I said Brentford are going to tire and Liverpool are going to score.
And Darwin Núñez, I think, has a brace. So there you go. But no, like I said, I feel like you have a squad of players, and you know what? When you want to lean on them, like now we want to lean on certain players. Like if there was an opportunity to play them, you should. This is where we went through the whole thing with, you know what? If Nweri is your number 2, creative mid, then he's your number 2 creative mid based on the squad makeup, right? So when Erdegaard comes out, if Nweri was your number 2 based on what we're seeing, then you play him, all right? You play him in the position because that's how you set up your squad. If you didn't, then you shouldn't have let Nweri stay because that kind of you're wasting his career, the beginning of his career, and now we got him playing everywhere, but where he was probably suited to go initially. So for me, I look at the squad makeup and go, you know what? You have all these players, you should play them. You know what? There's going to be times when you need to play them. You're up 3-0 with 20, 30 minutes to go. Maybe you pull players off, right? You won't ever pull our defenders off in those type of situations. So to save any minutes here and there, we don't do it. So they got to play the full game a lot of times. And I think you get the wear and tear, and that's what we're seeing, right? You don't bring in a backup for Saka. What happens? He goes out, you got nobody because you didn't want to bring anybody in because the threat is he won't get to play. When in reality, Saka can't play every game because we see it. Either his form dips, he's got an injury concern, he goes off in a game, he comes back the next game.
It's difficult to find that balance. It's difficult to find the balance, isn't it? Because if you have someone who's not as good as the guy who's starting, right? And I agree, you have to sometimes rotate, give him a bit of a rest. But then that guy who's coming in who's not quite as good, right? Then the level drops, right? That's the issue. The level drops, and it's about getting the 3 points. And it's difficult to balance because you're right. You do at some point you have to rotate rest players because it's too much for them. And then when you're bringing in the players who are essentially backup, the level drops. So it's hard. Sometimes you have to prioritize what is the right thing to do. But yeah, it's really hard, that balance. And I agree with you. There should be more rotation. I agree Saka should have been rested more because we all saw the Saka injury coming. We all saw that coming. So yeah, but the issue is who is going to come on. You see now how much we struggle without Saka. Saka has been so important for our attack. And you see now when he's not playing, that's probably what would happen when we rested him as well, right?
And that's a single point of failure, and that that's that weak link in the chain, right? And now we have nobody that can at least temporarily fill the hole, right? Because nobody's stepped up to be able to take it. One, because nobody can. Like that's where for me, it almost seems like Martin needs to be that guy. And if we're gonna keep pushing him further back towards closer to the defense as opposed to further up the pitch, that's what's going to happen, all right? For me, the ball goes where your best players are, and right now our best player on the attack is sitting, sometimes right in front of his defenders. He's rolling around all over the place. At some point, maybe you do have the two number 6s, and they secure the football in front of the back line, and you can let Martin Ødegaard see the field and pick a side that he wants to. All right, I don't know what that's called, but for me, let him kind of be a little bit more imaginative and creative in the sense of where he wants to go with the ball, because I'll take his decisions over anybody else. But that'll help your attack. But also, he leads the press anyways. So when he's leading the press, you're right up there anyways, right? So I don't know. I just feel like there's ways to go about this, and we kind of just sit in our ways, and we get punished for it as a team.
Yeah.
Right. Like. Yeah. With the way we're set up, we're weak in a right back. We're going to be weak in the midfield, and our front line right now sucks. All right, So
Yeah, front line does suck.
So like Mr. Tom and his Premier League sucks in all of this. We had basically had 6 goals scored in this all these second games. Yeah.
6 goals.
Yeah.
Is it 2-0 Liverpool, or is it
every team's won, every road team won today 2-0. So that's not so good for Arsenal, who's not the road team. So hey, I tell you this stat, at least for me. Martinelli 1-on-1 with a goalkeeper with a 0-0 scoreline. If he don't score, that usually equals a 2-0 loss. So far this season, it's happened twice, and this season we've lost 2 times. So, like, my thought is, if he's going 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, just run to the flag, please. Don't even take the shot.
Yeah. Like I wrote in the group chat. Whenever I see Havertz or Martinelli get the ball, I just cringe. Just like, we know nothing's happening.
Yeah,
I'm hating on my boy.
Yeah, I want them to do good, but man, we
got final scores now, Gary. We got final
scores are in. So Brentford loses at home 2-0 to Liverpool. Leicester loses at home to Fulham 2-0. West Ham loses at home to Crystal Palace. West Ham was down a man for at some point in the game. So yeah, and we're going to the Champions League. So let's see.
Champions League, not really.
Championship, sorry, Championship. Coventry wins 1-0 at home to Bristol City. Derby loses at home 2-0 to Watford. Luton and Preston 0-0 draw. Oxford United wins 1-0 over Blackburn at home. Portsmouth and Middlesbrough are still 1-1 with about 30 minutes to go, or 20 minutes to go. Something must have happened there for the delay. Sheffield United finishes up 2-0 over Norwich at home, and West Brom and Stoke are finished 1-1 draw there. So those are the scores, and let's see. Oh boy, it was not a good day in Wimbledon. Wimbledon wins 2-0 over a 10-team Transmere. So yeah, not a good day for them.
Transmere, bloody hell.
Yeah, Fleetwood wins 2-0. So my one of my family members plays with Fleetwood. They did all right today. But yeah, that is the football scores. It's almost 12 here. We got Arsenal playing in about half an hour. I think I'm gonna stay on and just watch it here. You guys can stay with us. Sam and Spencer probably will head out. I don't know if Mr. Tom's getting food or not, or he's gonna hang out with me.
Food. I wish you'd saved your Arsenal discussion for the next fucking 30 minutes. Because I wouldn't have been fucking here for it.
Sorry, dude. I don't know when it's gonna come.
Fucking pricks. You 3 fucking douchebags. Sorry, I'm just saying it directly to you instead of about you. But no, seriously. I mean, it was good fun in all seriousness. I actually agreed with Sam on when I listened to every word that was said. I agree with Sam. I think as a football club, you should have a responsibility to play your best players when they are available. Because you're going to get injuries regardless.
Yeah.
Even if you do what Gary suggests, as in rest your players, things like that, you're still going to get people injured because that's just the nature of sport.
No, it makes sense. I just like when you see your players hitting a certain level, you just pull them out of the lineup, and that's on the managers and the athletic staff. They all see that stuff, right? They see that stuff because you see some teams like they don't start their players, and you want to know why sometimes. So, it's as much as you play your starters, if they're not up for it, then you have to also be the adult here and not push them out there and risk further injury, right? So I think it goes both ways.
Difficult balance it is, but for me, the defense is the most important part of the team, in my opinion. You want to make sure you're not letting goals in. And George Graham said it best back in the day. Old George Graham, the cheating bunging guy who got sacked for doing illegal activities, but still he was a good manager for us.
Did those kind of activities, eh? Who would hire a man that got fired for bungs?
He was a good manager for us, though, bless him. But he said it famously. He said, he said a good attack will win you a game, but a good defense will win you a championship. That's the key.
I hope he applied that to the actual EFL Championship.
Well, that team we had David Seaman in it and not Melier.
100% correct. You can make a lot happen. You can make a lot happen with Seaman.
Yeah, that's just some nasty.
That's just nasty, right there.
Even got Spencer to start moving. Like, well, I heard that.
That's just nasty, right there.
Twitched. Yeah. You saw Tyler Adams actually looked like he played really good today, Mr. Tom.
I don't know.
He played. I was saying he looks like the Tyler Adams from Leeds when he was having a good
Yeah,
run there.
I wonder why you'd say that, Gary. Or why not? Why not? So, you know what? I'm gonna go and get some shinies.
All right, I'll be here.
Save up all your little digs about Americanisms or whatever, and I'll come back. I'll listen to them all politely.
All right,
before them retaliating in a rather hardcore fashion.
There you go. We'll see you in a little bit. Yeah.
Sound like a threat. I don't do threats. This is all fun. It's
okay because Gary likes hardcore. We know that.
Aye.
As judged by his Google search history that he's explored at the start. But obviously, if I don't get to see us, even I will. Obviously, have a good day, Spencer. For the debate.
Yeah, it was fun, man.
It really was. It really was.
Good.
And the important thing to say is, I wanted to say these things to people rather than actually. I mean, I know when you're not on, you're listening, so I know you're getting exactly what I'm saying.
No, it's always fun to go back and forth in a chat, but then when you're face to face, you can, it comes with a little bit more vigor, a little bit more. It's a little stronger when you say.
It's easier because you have to be an adult, right? That's something we don't see on YouTube. Adults having conversations normally without losing their mind.
Yeah. How does Mr. Tom survive then?
He seems to do all right. I mean, I don't know.
There's nothing for me to say to that because it's probably what he's hinting at is true.
I mean, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think it's a good discussion. I still think there's a difference between the normal fan and then the one that has the money to go travel. Like, those are two different levels to everything. Yeah. And then we brought up club level where the other half lives, paying £8,500 to not even get. Well, it was £8,000 to get the food and drink, and it's like. It was just levels to this.
So there's £8,000 to every home game. Is that right?
No, that's the season
ticket.
That's just for okay.
What is the £5,000 difference? Ostensibly the food. What is that for? Because I'd say you're only going at most 19 times in a year or in a season.
They're gonna be like, Tom. They're like, I want my steak burnt. They're like, sir.
You know what? That's gonna cost you another $8,000. We're not doing that to meet here.
Just because we don't do that here. Like,
you'll be surprised how many times I get that look, but then I do it anyway because it's like, motherfucker.
That cow did not die for you to burn.
I know.
It
that's just like that.
It literally died for me to burn.
No, not literally. That's literally dry it out into like a hockey puck. I mean, that's not what it's for.
I have this thing I do. The cow
didn't die to then be barely cooked and then run around the plate.
I have this thing I do that anytime I cook a steak, I send a picture to Tom just so he can see the blood juicing out.
And every time he does it, I call him a PRICK.
That's great.
I probably haven't done that, but I think it. No, but in all seriousness, it's fun. I do like seeing people's cooked food.
Yeah.
Tom,
they do it wrong. Sorry,
Tom, when you go to the steak, when you go to the steak station at Jimmy's Buffet where you get your steak, and the guy there behind there, diligently and meticulously.
Oh, I've only watched him
cooking the steak for you. Does he, when he sees you come, and I bet he recognizes you by now. I bet he recognizes you. He knows how you like your steak. Does he look at you and get disappointed and just basically shake his head when you come?
No, I can tell you what happened.
A tear came out of his eye. Mr. Tom didn't see it, but I was there. I saw it. Tear come out of his eye. Yes, Mr. Tom.
That happened, right? Basically, they decided to save some time for me because I did my usual routine of going to noodle station, getting noodles with prawn. Sometimes they do half and half. They'll stick some chicken in there for me. Thank you very much. I didn't ask for it, but thank you very much. Anyway, that's a true mark for buffet when they know that you like their food. Anyway, but then one of the waitresses just brought over a plate of steaks, and I was like, "The fuck is this?" Well, I said that facetiously, knowing it's a plate of steaks. I was like, "Oh, they just saved you some time, but just sent you over 3 burnt steaks." I was like, "I see. Thank you very much."
Good of them. They know,
really
their customers. They know their customers. That's good. They're good service.
Yeah,
good service right there.
Yeah.
I gave it 5, all 5s on Google.
Silly
sense.
question. Is there a reason why Declan Rice couldn't have played center back for us today?
Yes, because he doesn't play centre back.
Because of racism. I don't
No,
know.
but can he play center back? Because Partey can play right back.
He started his youth career. His early career at West Ham was at centre back, and they moved him into midfield. But he hasn't played centre back apart from maybe like the odd game here and there for like because they really need to, at like the youth level and that. But I mean, I think West Ham played like Rice at centre back like twice or something like that. The rest. I mean, he's a 6. That's what he is. He's a 6.
That's a very loaded question.
Well, the reason why I bring it up is because I don't know what Partey's history is in terms of playing as a fullback. But I don't think many teams would play him as a fullback if they brought him on. Right?
It is a bit of a weird one playing him at right back. It really is.
Play him at fullback. Well, let's do the Rice joke for a second here. So Declan Rice can play center back, Gary. Just don't know how good he can do it. That's the answer to the question. I'm sure he can stand back there and head the ball away and tackle and everything, but would it be as good as Saliba? No.
No. I'm talking about right now. We've reorganized our entire back line. Right. We've moved Timber out from a fullback into inside. Right. Timber I know he comes from a background where he plays off and on between center back and fullback. I think he's more of if I recall, I think he's a fullback. Sorry, a center back. Right.
He
played either equal time.
He plays both center and right back. Yeah.
So, but that's go ahead. Sorry.
No, sorry. Allergies getting me today. I mean, if you want Partey to play right back, and it's like, hey, you're just going to stand here in a 5-4-1. Okay, like you're not expecting him to do a lot of running. I still think you're losing in the midfield by playing right back. But I'm also looking at it, and I know people say like you can play Kivior and Timber over there. I think that the left-footed center back thing is just a weird tick, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner, but it's just I really don't think it matters what foot you kick your ball with. Your job is to defend, not to.
Yeah.
But Arteta has a specific way he wants to play, even if that breaks down the flow of the game for the players and stuff like that. Like he's so meticulous about little things like that it does make it makes a difference in his eyes how they play and how they're what their strongest foot is and all of that, and at the expense of like playing a game where you're like struggling to make it work. Right?
Yeah, I need you to defend. I'm not Arteta, but I need you to defend. To me, it just doesn't matter which way you kick. From my understanding, Martinelli's left-footed, so wouldn't it make sense to play him on the right side? I don't know.
He's played out on the right, and he's not as good out on the right, in my opinion. We've seen him. He was good when he came on a few games ago, like when he had to move over there, like the last 20, 30 minutes or whatever, when Saka got injured. Yeah. Right, he did well there. That was at the end of a game, right? Yeah. But when he started on the right side the last couple of games, he hasn't been good. He's not as good on the right as he's on the left, in my opinion.
Well, I want to go back to Arteta's presser from yesterday. And I know everybody's talking about going to the transfer market, but it looks like it's the club's call more than it is his call. Because the way he presented it, saying, we need help. If he's the one that makes the decision, why the heck would he even say we need help?
Well, it's not up to him, is it? It is up to the executive team, to do those transfers. Arteta just helps with the selection process, I believe.
Yeah.
But it's not Arteta doing negotiations and doing transfers. No, that's not him. So he is obviously calling them out.
window. I think you can get 2 forwards in this window. One of them you're going to purchase. The other one's going to be a loan deal that's going to make everybody's eyes roll. But that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
I think the loan player. Sam knows what name I'm about to say. Take a guess. Marcus Rashford.
Yeah. I mean, he's available, right? It looks like he's available.
Well, you know, they always have that in their back pocket, right? The break glass in emergency situation. Like nobody's out there rushing to get Rashford right now. Like with a week to go, they're probably going. We might have to break that glass and go get him. You know.
Yeah.
And
I think out of the top strikers we've been linked with, I think the only sort of one that's sort of halfway, I think could halfway maybe happen, is Vlahovic from Juventus.
Yeah.
Because I know Juventus need money. They're struggling financially. They need money. And also I think Vlahovic may want to go. And I think Juventus are willing to they're willing to sell him in January. They're willing to make a deal because they need money. I think that could potentially happen. But not likely. Slightly more likely. I don't think Sesko is going to happen again for the same reason as for Isak. No way Isak's going to happen. I don't think Brentford, who need to do as best as they can, they're not going to get rid of Mbeumo in January. The only one I think could maybe there's like a 5-10% more chance of happening is Vlahovic at Juventus.
Yeah, I mean, if you could walk out of this window with Vlad, I can't pronounce his name, but whatever.
Dusan. They say Dusan.
Just call him Dusan. That's his first name.
If you could walk out with Dusan in a loan deal for someone, I mean, it's given a shot.
My understanding of the whole situation is Dusan. They don't want to pay they don't. The structure of the payments is the issue in every scenario that they're looking at.
Well, you have to remember this with the Crockies.
They don't want to pay
real estate moguls.
Yeah, they don't want to pay.
Their money's wrapped up in real estate. It's not actual liquid. That is the problem.
They don't want to pay They don't want to pay the upfront price that teams want, even if it is a loan. They don't want to pay a large percentage of it up front kind of thing. So, my understanding is Dusan's not going to happen, and we've seen stuff about.
Yeah, I mean, we're reading the issues about in terms of release clauses, right? So in Spain, the release clause has to be paid in full.
Yep.
For it to be effective, to actually, be in effect. So, and that's an issue, right? If a player has a 60 or an 80 million pound release clause, that is a lot of money for a club to pay in one transaction, right? I think that is probably a little bit of an issue because normally transfer fees, when they're that big, 60, 80, 100 million, whatever, they're structured over 5 years or maybe more. They're paid over 5 years in installments. So when you have to go out and pay 60 to 80 million in one transaction, I do think that's an issue. I really do think that's a real issue in terms of the club's, liquidity and finances.
And that's accurate. I mean, it's I know people say no to Rashford, and it's not ideal, but
it's better, right? For me, just to finish off this whole point with Rashford, for me, if we're in a position, we should definitely not be in this position where we can't get anyone. I think it's a matter of having the will, putting some money up that you have to put up. You're maybe have to pay a little bit more than you want to get it done. And I know we're more reluctant at doing that than other clubs, and that's annoying. I completely agree. We should, especially now when we really need an attacking player, we should definitely do everything we can to get a deal done and put that money on the table. But if at the end of the day that's not what the club wants to do, and there's no one really available that's that's going to want to move, then for me, as a last resort, and I know it should never be a last resort. I know it shouldn't be our situation. But I would prefer to have Rashford as a last resort to come in on loan than to have no one come in. For me, him coming in adds something that we could use and could potentially make something out of. It's better than nothing, is what I'm saying with Rashford.
Yeah, you can't go with nothing. The whole I don't want Rashford. Well, the alternative is nothing. Then you're going to get nothing. Then I don't want to hear you whine about it.
The only thing that has worked for us so far this season in terms of players we really hadn't thought of going into the season are academy players. I mean, going into this season, I'm not sure if anybody thought Skelly and Weary would be playing a big part of what we did this season, right? I mean, we're all thinking we're going to bring in a player to fill those needs because we always needed somebody behind somebody who was on attack minded to come in, right? There's the Nico Williams and all of that. And then, do we really need another left back?
Probably
right?
not.
You bring in Moreno. You don't think you're going to need to still need, you have a player that can play that midfield role, but right now is best suited at left back because you don't have an answer there. I mean, that's the other part. So now, do we have our full-time left back in Skelly, right? Or is he really going to get to play in his?
I think Skelly's very much. I think what's happened with Skelly is I think he was considered like a more fringe squad role this season. I think that's where Arteta saw him, just like fringe, like backup to backup. Maybe we'll use him in a cup game here and there, But Skelly's done so well. He's come in and he's done so well, that young lad, that I think he's actually he's forced onto Arteta. He's had to look at him now and say, right, I think I need to be playing you. He's basically, what I'm saying, he's well ahead of schedule. I think he's a season or two ahead of schedule, and it's given us like let's say, an extra player that we all of a sudden can really use, which is great. It's a great bonus, but I think he's ahead of schedule. That's where we are with Lewis Skelly. I also think the same with One Airy. I think One Airy is a little bit ahead of schedule as well, which is great. So I think that's where we are with the young players, but we're still short in attack, though, aren't we? And we know we've been short for 2 seasons now in attack, right?
Yep. I mean, I think we've been, since we let Aubameyang go, we've been short in attack in terms of like bringing in a player that, like, if you had an Aubameyang and you've seen what he does, we have nobody at that level that we brought in. Saka is as close as it's going to get, and he doesn't really play that role like Aubameyang does, right? And you're like, everybody has somebody to that degree. We're looking at all these teams playing, and they have a focal point in the middle up top, right? That actually delivers for them consistently. Yep. And like, are we playing like, is Kai Havertz even out of position? Like, what is it? Is he actually a starter for us at the end of the day?
To me, he's a backup striker, and on top of that, you can back him up to Odegaard's position if you're playing him at Odegaard's.
I've said this before. For me, Havertz, I remember seeing a lot of highlights of him. I actually watched a few of his games back in Germany when he was in the Bundesliga. That guy was absolutely amazing. He went after Haaland left. He was by far the best player in the Bundesliga. Amazing, and he played mostly the 10 role, or like the supporting striker, or the 10 role. That's where he played most of his games, and he was amazing. For me, if we had like if we had a top level centre forward ahead of Havertz, and we could maybe play more like a 4-4-2, where Havertz was more of a supporting striker with a guy ahead of him, I think that would be amazing. With Odegaard linking from midfield to Havertz, then linking up front to a centre forward, I think that would be amazing. That's what I'd like to see with Havertz. Havertz is not a centre forward. Havertz is just not that.
Not in the way we play, though, Sam, like you said. Like, if you're expecting him, because he played, like, the problem with the forward position at Arsenal, and I'll come back to this in a second because I want to bring up the failure in the transfer market as far as the forward position goes. I have a more take, but the reality is the way that we play, we really don't play like we have a striker. We play as you have to view everybody's like forward positions, right? Because you'll see the striker come back and do hold up play and do flicks over here, and sometimes you'll see the striker all the way back by the holding midfielders. You're like, no, I need you in the box. Like, so you have to look at the team in a non-traditional, like, I don't like it, but that's the way it is. But the failure in the forward market was letting that youth player walk out the door to go to Man United. That's the ultimate failure here. Not spending $80 million on Yorkis, but you had a youth talent that was banging in goals, and hell, overpay for him. Give him $15K a week. What is that in the grand scheme of things for a football club that, or United outdid you for him? That's the failure, because you don't know what he could develop. And you have an 18-year-old in Miles Lewis Skelly who's out there being a dog. That guy could have been a dog too. Now, he's not playing at United, but at the same time, you let that guy – that's the failure, letting the youth projects walk out the door more than it is banging $80 million on Sesko.
I think Arsenal is happy to let the youth players go, which I find kind of interesting because, I mean, as much money they let walk out the door, right? Like Hutchinson, they let pretty much walk out the door. For the reason why he left, it was the same reason. It was exactly what happened when he left. He didn't want to go out on loan. Guess what? He went out on loan. It actually worked out for him. He didn't want to do it through Arsenal. Like I said, I think Arsenal's message is all about the negatives that could happen, I believe, and not about the positives. Like staying with Arsenal and still going on loan means you still have a chance to play here, right? We've seen players go and come back, as opposed to, you know what, I can't guarantee you minutes. No, you like, and that's why Sesko didn't come. You can't tell me you're gonna go get Sesko and then have him come in and go, you know, I can't, you know, you're gonna have to play behind Kai Havertz. Like the message actually should be, the reason why we're going after you is because we think you can start for us, right? And if you do what you need to do, it won't even be a question whether or not you're starting striker for us. But that's why we're they weren't bringing him to sit behind Kai Havertz in the end of the day. It might happen that way to start his career with Arsenal, but in reality, they want him to be the next Isak, right? Catch a player and catch him early in his progress, and then when he starts hitting the road running, he's already your player, and you're like laughing, right? That's why they went after him, or else they would just pay the money, get Gyökeres, Osimhen, or even wait for Isak, right? So for me, I think the message wasn't clear when they sell. Like, you can't sell players on what they won't get, because they don't want to hear that. Nobody wants to hear. You know what? You're going to have to. Everybody knows you're challenging for minutes, but what do you see for him? You know, what do you see for that player? I think, like, even for the 16-year-old striker, right? You don't need to get the big money now, my man. You need to get the big money tomorrow after you've established yourself. You know what? Guess what? Look at Arsenal right now. Do you not see there's a space here for you? Right? Like, you know, there's a space for you right now. Like, when was the last big striker for Manchester United? Right? They're still looking for him. All right? All right. We had Aubameyang, you know, I think since they've had a big striker before that, right? So I kind of feel like, you know, what is this? Why is he going after me? You know, he's not going after me.
He
but
said
why
they're going after me. This is reprehensible.
Yeah.
Reprehensible. So how dare you criticize Norway, you slags? Especially Rosie.
They're going after your country? I didn't know that.
Especially Rosie, a Scottish OnlyFans foot model, and we've got Mr. Tom, who's a Timu Amish horse carriage maker, the way he looks anyway. Wow. And then we got Russ, who's the leader of the Slough Dogging Society. I mean, come on, guys, come on. Norway is just, there's levels to this. There's levels. You don't come at Norway
for the UK.
Yes,
I would go to both. Don't get me wrong. I would do both, but Norway's got
definitely.
I didn't know they were going. I didn't know they were going after you. That's kind of reprehensible. They should get punished for that, right?
It's reprehensible behavior. This is absolutely.
I feel like Lord Greenwood needs to come back and lay out some punishments.
Oh,
I definitely think we would need Lord Greenwood in this situation. I need to call him.
Yeah, Pol Pot. Pol Pot time.
Going after you. Oh, come on, Spencer. Why? You know what? You're just trying to. You got my stomach's all feeling kind of weird now.
We
for some reason.
Started a good visits from previous world dictators, and
no, don't even go there. I don't know. I know
it got canceled after one episode, but
it's okay, Spencer. We don't need to. You're trying to hurt me, man. Why are you trying to hurt me?
I'm not trying to hurt you.
You see my pain. You're like, you know what? I want a little bit more of that. That's what you're doing.
I heard Gary. I heard you. I heard your recruitment team, your booking team. They famously got Pol Pot on here, which was a great booking. They've had Donald Trump on here as well, which is another great booking. I do believe we're in negotiations with Vladimir Putin, Idi Amin, and Kim Jong-un, I believe. Is that true?
I think he's there. Passed on.
I believe maybe we might have one of those come on in the near future. Gary, what do you think about that?
I hate myself.
Which would you prefer, Vladimir Putin, Idi Amin, or Kim Jong-un? Which one of those would you prefer?
Like, it's crazy. I'd rather have somebody from the Greenwood family, or even that Pat.
Is Lord Greenwood the 5th of Norway? Is he okay?
I don't know what's he like. Can you send me some deets on him?
You
so I
know
can
what he's
figure
like.
out?
He's been on the show before.
All right, yeah, yeah, he's all right. He's all right.
Yeah.
He's all right. I don't know what,
Good
Spencer. Why are you
speaking.
bringing it up? Why are you doing that?
Well,
to
I
me?
think what we could do is we could have Vladimir on, and then we could get who's the guy from Ukraine on, and we could broker a peace deal live on DWTT. Too soon? Paul Pot's okay, but that joke's not okay. Okay, all right. All right.
I don't like I don't like you talking about this situation at all. I'm trying to get you to just stop talking about it.
Okay, I'm sorry, Gary.
It don't matter what name you bring up.
I thought it was funny. Well, I enjoyed the joke.
Yeah,
it's a good one, Spencer. It was a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, Russ says that Pol Pot is probably his favorite communist dictator.
He's right up there.
Okay,
right up there.
Sam, I hate to do this, but it seems like a good slags in the dark copper conversation. Top 5 communist dictators of all time.
Yes. Let's go for the top 5 communist dictators. We definitely need to do that at some point.
Like what?
Yeah.
Players are walking out, so I'll let you know if you guys are.
Yeah, I think
I
got 4 minutes to go before they start over here.
I got to head off. I just got to go to the bog before I watch the game, but I'll be back at half time anyway.
I hear you about that.
Right, see you guys at half time. Yeah, have a good one.
See you.
Bye bye for now.
All right. Yep. See you guys either halftime or at the end. Yeah. No.
For me though, Gary, like the failure is letting that kid walk out the door. Bigger than
no. Like you said, like the problem was he shouldn't even got to the point where he's leaving.
Yeah,
that's the problem, and it's not like okay, he's got a year left. No. Like either like you're looking at potential, right? So you're making it easy for him to re-sign with you, right? Before he's even thinking I've got control of the situation here, all right? I mean, there's a reason why Sacker was here as long as he was. There's a reason why Skelly was here as long as he was. A lot of these youth players that have come through the ranks, there's a reason why they're still here, right? Hutchinson looks like a player that could have done fine for Arsenal. Whether or not he starts for them or not is one thing, but when you're at a big club, you can't all be Sackers. All right, that is a once in a time player that you're going to get.
What's the most expensive thing to buy in sports? And I hate to go Moneyball with this because it sounds like cheap, but goals are a hard thing to buy, right? And what would it cost the club? Like $100K a week is $5 million a year. Yeah. If you'd have given this kid, hey, look, we'll put you on a prospect type contract. You're going to be able to compete. You're not guaranteed to start, but you can compete. Look at Skelly, look at Inwari. That's how I would sell it to the youth players at this point. We're going to put you on, or even pay a bonus amount just to keep them to stay around and protect the investment at bare minimum. I just don't know how you let a youth product that's banging in goals walk out the door. That position alone, you could make an argument for a midfielder. I can find a holding DM somewhere like Charlie Patino. I can let you move on, but if a guy's scoring goals and we're sitting here talking about needing to spend $80 million on people that we don't even know are going to work out, to me, that's the biggest crime of the transfer window of the last couple of years is letting youth talent walk out the door. I really believe that, and the more
you invest in a person, you invest in a player essentially, and then after all of that, you're like, sorry if you go, what? It doesn't make any sense. Then at the same rate, you're going to take a player who's not delivering for you. You're going to hold on to them and try to squeeze every bit of talent out of them, even though you know that they're not going to give it to you. You're like it. The models don't work sometimes with what Arsenal will do. They will sit on a player and let them figure it out as long as they need to. Many people have wanted Martinelli gone, right? Many people have wanted a lot of the players still on the squad gone because it wasn't going to work, right? And it didn't work, and eventually they left. Like Eddie Nketiah. Many people thought he should be gone. Yeah. He's not a striker the way you want it to be. He'd be gone. We hold on to him. We re-sign him to contracts and all of that, and he eventually leaves anyways. And could they got more money for him? I believe they could have got more money for him in the first time he was out. Keeping
him around when he was young was the right move. even if it didn't work out in the long term, you still had someone you could turn to. Whereas now there is no. I mean, I don't know the ODJ kid. I don't know. He could be good. I really don't know. But like, I think you should at least protect the youth investment for a little bit. Especially when we're talking about goals. Like that for me. That's the line is goals. Like you have to have. Like you're buying goals, right? So. Not to get too Moneyball corny on it or anything, but to me, like that's you just can't let those players out. And who cares if you think about the money wasted on some of the transfers that haven't worked out. So you tell me that's a long-term investment is, hey, I'm overpaying for a youth product, and worst case scenario, I'm out a couple million by a transfer fee and wages for somebody. I don't know. We'll see. To me, that's where I'd like to see the club like. The Skelly thing is really awesome because you got a kid that's going to come in that can play left back and play midfield. He's taken the position. He's got poise. At 18 years old, watch him. I mean, he's just out there, taking on players. He got up in Holland's face. He's an 18-year-old, like, and I can live.
And the thing that as you said, I don't know if this is what you meant, but basically, he's got the confidence.
Yes.
There, and he doesn't look like we always talk about the deer in the headlight look. Like, what am I doing here? Nah, the lights aren't that bright for him, right? He doesn't look like out of place. He's willing to get into it with the players and all of that, and that's what you want. I mean, and then like I said, and then he's strong as well. Like the things that he's doing, are we doing that with are our fullbacks able to do the things that he's doing? No, they're not, right? Because that's why we're like sitting there going, look at him just holding up keeping defenders on his hip, right? As he turns up the pitch, right? It's like, yes, that's what it's supposed to look like when you hit on an academy player, right? It's supposed to look just like that. And I think they got a good one there. I mean, I think in Wary also, I think the difference is in Wary's it was in a position where they, the best players were in a position, were ahead of him. Whereas left back, we keep rotating them in and out. There was always going to be an opportunity for him to play if that was an option for him, right?
Yeah.
The midfield I think should be an option as well. If we're fully healthy and Timber and Rice are playing fullbacks, I don't see why Skelly can't play in the midfield because when he inverts in, right? When he inverts in, like are fullbacks doing that kind of thing? No, they're not. But I've seen what I've seen him do. I believe he can do that.
Invert in, like so. That's the thing too. Like, and finish your point. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say what he's doing when he inverts inside is what he would be doing if he just played in the midfield, right? From what I see, so I'm like, yes, I want some of that, right? So why not? Why not have him play there? And like for me, now you got your answer. All right, now you got your answer in the midfield. And like if your midfield is Erdegaard, Rice, and Skelly, yowzer. And then like next year they're talking about bringing Zubamendi in, right? Yeah. Zubamendi and Erdegaard, and then who plays that other position, right?
Oh, good save on Martinez,
Right, yeah. Who plays that other position? So Martinelli with a touch there that goalkeeper is able to get a hand on and keep it out.
It was a good save by Martinez. For me, like, and I look at it, it's like you've got when you're asking players to do the inverted role. So I also kind of look at them and say that guy can play midfield too because he's showing you that he can play like a holding role almost. Because if you look at the tactics, like even today, Skelly's kind of inverted. Or Partey's kind of still staying wide, but he drifts out. I mean, it really almost kind of falls like right now. If you're looking, I don't know where you're at. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. You've got, Rice and Gabriel in the back, and then kind of Rice sitting in like that middle role. You're almost kind of doing almost like I don't know, man, like 3 across the back each way. There's so much floating. Now you see Rice as far like. It's just hard to think of everybody talks. I hate to use the term bags man because it sounds so corny, but like I just don't know what Arteta wants from that 9 position. I kind of know, but I kind of don't know if some of these guys fit that profile. So the right move is probably to go get a forward type player, like a Nico Williams or something like that, and just I mean, you get to the point now where like with Martinelli, like dude, I need to see you as that striker. Just do it. I don't even care at this point. You know, like
Well, we have to try something different. That's my thing.
Yeah.
Like we try something different on our back line at any point, and like we
good
do
ball,
that
dude.
easily, no problem, right?
Yeah.
But for our attackers, it seems like they're just pigeonholed into the spot, and that's where they go. Like, can Trossard not play on the outside with Martinelli on the inside? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, just because you need to change things up because you're trying things anyways, and it's not working, right?
Yeah.
Trossard, we're not playing him. You know, we're not playing him at a false nine anyways, and I don't think we're going to do that based on where we are right now. But you know, if you're going to try to go with a legit striker in that position, maybe Martinelli is your man, and maybe you'll get more out of it because you know he's defensively sound. He's going to be in the box because he's got the pace. You know, why not? You know,
I mean, if they don't do something in this window, that's why everybody's like, "Oh, I don't want Rashford." Man, we cannot go through this January window and not bring somebody in.
I agree. And like, if you're saying two players come in, like I believe, and I think it's close. We're close to maybe making that Sesko thing work. Because for me, I think Sesko, like I said, I don't understand why you can't sell Sesko. Like that was really disappointing that we couldn't sell Sesko on what we were trying to do. You know, in terms of why we would bring him in, why we would want him to come to the squad, right? So I don't understand how that one did not work out the way it should have. He should have been here in the summer. You know, he hasn't had a similar season as to the one he had last year. There's a lot more pressure on you when you decide to stay and then sign another contract and all of that. And there's a gentleman's agreement as to how much, you know, teams can, you know, there's a number that they're going to have to make for them to buy you, even though you don't have a release clause, you know. And that's a lot of pressure on a player. Whereas if he comes to Arsenal in the summer, there's no pressure there. And then there's all the opportunity for them, you know, to him to be the man. And then actually, he could have a starting role. And like, if you look at, you know, a lot of players, you know, this happens in college sports, right? They tell you stop looking at the roster, right?
Yeah.
Right. You just you're going to a good team. They're going to give good players there. But the only reason why they would be looking at you is if you are a good player. We got I think it's Erdegaard is down. He's grabbing his head, and I don't get it sometimes. These referees sometimes will stop a game because of a head injury, and then other times just let it go. I know we were in possession there, but he did. Looks like he got a hit to the face. Oh my god! Yeah, he just basically grabbed him around the face when he jumped up over him. So yeah, he definitely got hit there and then got landed on top of that. So I said that should have been a foul in my eyes.
Yeah,
like,
that's
you can,
a foul.
I mean, just because you jump over someone like that doesn't mean you had you know, you were in you had the right possession. You know, you got to area first, kind of thing. You know, so we got a corner coming up here. We're like almost 8 minutes left in this thing, or 8 minutes into this thing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind, so I'm gonna roll out in a second. But
I can pause it if that makes easy for you.
It's your call. I'm at 7:43.
All right, so let me pause it here because I don't. I mean, I'd rather hang out with you anyways. So I'm pausing right now at 8:19. Let me know.
I'm almost at I'm at 8 minutes now.
All right, so let me know when you're at 15. I'll hit it, and then we should be pretty much at the same point.
They're getting there, and sorry. Go ahead and hit it. Yep, there you go.
All right, I'm at 8. All right, I'm at 8:20. I'm like 3
That's
seconds ahead of you. I don't know if that's too much, but we've got a corner coming up here from Rice.
Yeah,
I got to pause my other. I got two screens, one with the audio and one with the the video, because I don't know. I just like, because sometimes one of them stops on me. So but we got that corner coming up, and you'll see it. I mean, Partey once again is just poor.
Oh my god!
With the ball in, I mean, he's sitting in front of the goal, like three feet from the goal line, and he can't put the ball on target. I don't get it. But the man can make pass. He made that pass right out to Trossard, but out to Martinelli.
I wonder if it hit off someone too, though. I wonder if it hit off Mings or whatever.
If it did, then it should be another corner, right?
But if they missed it, I think it hit off of the player.
Because you're right. It does look like, I mean, Havertz and Martinelli and Martinez. It could have actually been a hand. You know what? They might even call the handball on him because
they hit his
the
hand.
ball comes off his hand anyway. So and he can't score from it anyway. So that was gonna not, even if it was incidental. I think if it's incidental, it doesn't matter, right? You can't be the one that scores when the ball hits your hand. So,
but I mean, and this is the thing about the Rashford thing. I know people are like, "Oh, I don't want Rashford." Yeah, I really don't want him either, but I also don't want nothing either. So, like, I mean, and if you're taking a loan deal, and if he's on $300K a week and you're splitting that, that's a club investment of, I don't know, probably 7-8 million.
Yeah.
Plus the wages. I mean, if there's a loan fee or whatever, but like, you can't have nothing. Like the having nothing is just not going to be.
I'm with you on the case that, you know what, even if if you get one player, cool. That one player for me can't be Rashford.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Rashford is the second player.
Oh yeah. No, for me to be happy with that, I need Rashford and like Sesko or Dusan, one of the two.
Yeah. Because you can't. We did it with Sterling. We let 4 attackers basically out the door for multiple reasons, and we only brought Sterling in for at the last minute. And you're like, well, you needed you can't let 4 attackers that were actually part of your squad get out of go and then only bring one in. Like, Nweri was not, I don't think, a player that at the time was thought of as maybe somebody who would be contributing a lot, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of felt like that was just that was a bonus that he actually planned out. But it sounded like Arteta's like, I've seen that coming. So if Arteta 2 years ago when he brought him on for the 5-minute thing because he saw something in him, how did he not see that with the striker? You know what I mean?
Well, again, that's the one where and again, we're doing a lot of like, what if we don't really know? Like, we don't know what United off. We don't know that. So, but again, that to me, like, that's the issue I have is if playing with big money is always going to be an issue, then you have to spend on the. I think my buddy Matt brought this up, and maybe we talked about it Monday, but like, the championship in the summer, like the mid-table clubs always seem to get players to the championship, and then somebody in the top 6 buying them from them, in the summer for 3 times the money. But the reality of that is that the player in the championship is not a finished product that mid-table team develops a little further, whereas Arsenal doesn't have the time to develop that player, right? So you're almost paying for someone to develop that player for you.
Yeah. But the caveat to that is what you're seeing with Skelly and Nweri. They're supposedly learning how to play in an Arsenal system, so that maybe they don't have experience. That could almost been a card in a foul in the box there. He was a little late. I think it was Partey was a little late, but I guess either he didn't contact or anything. But like for me, people always talked about if your system is set up a certain way. We are just, what in the world are we doing?
Oh God,
we are like teeing them up for shots. It's the second time I think Rice is like deflected a ball right into the path of the attacker that he intercepted the ball from. So he didn't do anything but just lead it further up the pitch. Yeah,
that's the problem with that. Also, is that's a moment where you want Raya to get the ball, and then you need to sling that thing deep. Like, just flip the field for a second here. I mean, it's bad, but Declan Rice is it.
Declan Rice is on his back foot. That's why he ends up just
even
passing
Raya.
Back
even
to the
Raya's save is not that
attacker.
good. It's a good save, but it's not good the way the deflection went.
Yeah.
Luckily, Gabriel's there, but yeah, you've got Martinelli playing on the right wing in this game, so that's kind of, we'll see how that works out. This is always going to be a tough game, in my opinion. I think last night on the stoop, when I was in the comment section messing around, I think I picked Arsenal 4, Villa 2. My thought process in this is, when I say that with the 4-2 prediction, is we're slinging shots in right now. Like, eventually they're going to go in. And it's going to be one of these games where it's like the West Ham game where you're just putting 6 in by halftime.
Yep.
But I would like us to win like a 1-0 game today. And I say that because I don't want them to sling 5 or 6 goals in and the board be like, oh, we don't need a striker. Like,
well, that's the thing. However you perform in these games, because if you're looking at it, the problem isn't that you're not getting opportunities and they could go in. The problem is that you need somebody who's better at receiving the ball and getting on top of balls and getting their feet out from underneath them and putting the ball in the net, right?
Yeah.
That's what's the problem is. So
You
even
need
if they
competition.
we could have won, we probably could have won most of the games where we drew by 2 or 3 goals because of the way we played, right? Against some of the lower teams, we're having like 30 shots against them. Those are easily 4 or 5, goal games. But because we can't finish, we keep teams in there with us. And a lot of times the shots sometimes it's not even the shots that we take, it's the shots that we don't take, right? Sometimes the shots that we don't take are the ones that maybe have a better opportunity to score. And we see it all the time. You get into the box, and the first thing you do is a touch as opposed to a shot, and you're like, "Ouch!" And then the opportunity's lost because they're hitting
I'll
us.
tell
right?
you what, my caveat to that is, as bad as they're missing stuff, maybe they should take that first touch. Just
no, but like for me, I'd rather that first touch be a shot on goal. Or it might actually deflect in, because guess what? Your defense is, because most of the time when the defense blocks us, it's because we take the extra touch. Right? You take the extra touch, the defense closes on you, and the next touch is the shot, and then it's blocked. I see it every time. I see it all the time. We take an extra touch, the defender walks up closer and blocked. It happens. You'll see it all the time. So sometimes for me is prepared to take that shot one time. You catch the defense off of, on their back heel, and you might score, and you might get deflected, and then you could jump on it. And all those types of these scenarios, but we don't even do that. So, and a lot of times we've seen it where sometimes that first touch goal happens, and it's because they didn't really think about it. It's like pass, boom, shot, goal. And then a lot of times, getting that extra touch doesn't always work for us. Erdegaard just got spun there.
Yeah.
That's just yeah. And now we just let them go from basically go half the field up the half of the field with no pressure on them at all. And I just don't get that sometimes. I don't want anybody of these guys coming, guys. Taib, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. We're 17.
See, look at it now. Like it's almost a
17
4-4-2 at this point. The formation where Odegaard and Havertz are leading the line, and that's we had discussions.
Get up there, Havertz. Oh, I'd like to see him just take a run. Here we go. Get in the box, Havertz. Why is he's waiting to? Oh, nice shot there. Very nice shot. He goes far. Far post. I think he scores. It's a little bit to the center of the goal. He goes far. He goes far post. He probably scores. But it was a good shot.
Quality shot there. That's a quality shot. But again, like now it's almost like back three. Rice, Partey getting back.
They can just walk. It's just ridiculous how we're playing. Just come on in. We're gonna take on all this pressure. We're not gonna try to stop you soon. No, we're just making it easy for them. We just let them get into our side of the field easy, right? With the heart. I understand the reason why it's probably happening is because we're not going to press because we barely have players. But you can't just let them we just watched a team Bournemouth today with more injuries than us. Play a good game against Newcastle on the road, right? I mean, we're only 2 players short than less than they had.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't wake up till about 8:30. So
no, I got up really early today. I don't know. Some mornings I just it'll be 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and my body's like, all right, I'm up, and I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
What is this?
Is it Tuchel in the stands? Yeah.
Is that who it is? It's hard to see.
He looks miserable.
Mm.
It's again. I just am not a fan of the inverted
likes people
back.
Gabby defense really good. Yeah,
it just opens you up to these quick counterattacks.
Yep. Yeah.
And,
well, I don't even think they're quick counterattacks. I just think we basically would rather go into a low block and see if you can break us down. But the low block is so weak that it just allows them to go wherever they want. It doesn't even push them into positions they don't want to be in. It's like wherever they want to go, they get a chance to go. They want to go through the middle, they go through the middle. They want to go to the outside, they go to the outside. They we don't put them in positions where the
there we go.
opportunity is less. There goes Martinelli. That should be a yellow. That should be an easy yellow because if he doesn't grab him, Martinelli's gone. Easy one.
Yeah.
See, here's my thing. All right. So now, what do you do now, Spencer?
My stuff's buffering. Hold on, we're good. You're good.
What do you do now with Martinelli? What do you do now with Martinelli?
What do you mean? No. I know what you're saying. Like you're gonna pick on that guy.
Yes.
I want to see if I get that second yellow.
Exactly. Or he's going to lay off, and then Martinelli's going to get all the space and time he needs. Right.
And that's why I know people don't rate Martinelli and all that stuff, but I still see value in him. My argument about this is Martinelli shouldn't be a first choice, but he's a hell of a good player to keep around to throw on to pick on people.
Yeah.
That's why for me, when I look at this team, I want competition at positions.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Martinelli's comfortable, but man, that's a guy where like if you had someone to push him, maybe even if it's an older player that just I don't know, like 26, 27, like you of course got Trossard there, but like there's the competition. Like I don't know, this is a different type of free kick. I like this.
Yeah, it didn't work at all. But
it's something different. So just
it's a delayed attack here, and I think we got. Do we get caught offsides? No. I mean, Gabriel can't get on the end of it. But
I'm at 2051. That's where I'm
at. Where am I at? The clock has gone away. There's a commercial for some company.
Snake light repair.
I wasn't trying to give them any play. That's why I didn't say anything. Oh, the ball got deflected. That's why it popped up like that. If it was on target, it probably still goes right at him. Yeah. But it got deflected and just popped up in the air.
But bare minimum, if you're going to put the ball on target, I need to see you at least put it to the keeper.
Yeah.
I don't need to see if you're at that 6-yard line box and it doesn't hit the post, like if it goes over, like I just don't know how you do that. Like, I mean, I've played, so I know, but at the same time,
they're just like, come on. I mean, they're just going to grab us. I
mean, look,
Skelly is just too strong, man. That man's just too strong.
Dude, that kid, I just wonder. Yeah, you just said the keyword strong, like strong on the feet.
Yeah, I mean that's what you think. I mean, I don't think he's Yaya Toure in the midfield, but just remember when Yaya Toure is in the midfield, he's light on his feet and he's like a big 6'4" player, just controlling the middle when he felt like it. I don't think he's like that because he's more a defensive midfielder, but he should be out for. Rice.
So it's like he's selling a foul, but he's not diving. Does that make sense? Like,
well, you know what? He's trying to stay up, and then sometimes when you don't get the call, then you're like you get punished for it, right? Oh, come on, Martinelli, put a foot on it, put a foot on it, put a foot on it.
Why is he dribbling it so long? What the hell is that? That's the stuff, man. Or
I don't get that at all. What are you doing? You're inside the box. You put the ball on frame. How many touches do you need to figure that out?
That's my dig on Martinelli right there.
Well, I'm telling you why I don't want them to. When you're in the box, you shouldn't even be thinking about taking a touch. You're putting that ball on frame because more than likely you catch the defense off. All the dribbling he did nothing because he lost even more control of the situation.
I feel like you can teach that out of him though eventually. Like
but it's a mental thing. You're in the box. You should be looking to score immediately, right? Yeah. Like you're in the final third. You're thinking about taking a shot first. You're in the box itself. You're shooting.
I would even be okay at this point, Gary, where if he had just shot it and it went over the bar, I'd have been okay because at least
but he doesn't even give himself an opportunity. We didn't get a shot in that possession. We had the ball sitting in the inside, just outside the penalty box, and nothing happened.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a turnover there. Come on. Can we get something out of this? Still, can we get a shot off? No. This is how in the world are you supposed to win games? They turn the ball over right on the 18. Yeah. You don't even get a shot. Nobody even looked to shoot. They're all looking to dribble and pass somewhere. Are you kidding me?
That's where take
the damn shot. They gave you an opportunity, right? Colonel Ward, you want a date to the Eiffel Tower? I gotta save those for the boss, man. So sorry. Yeah. Whoever scores first, that's why Arsenal has to score first because more than likely we score first, the game's over. And another player is down. This time it's Moreno is down.
Yeah. Like he's been shot or something.
25 minutes in here, and it's just a bang. I think it's just a banging of knees.
It'd be
but
all right.
not much there. But
it's
so. That right there is why I'm telling you, shoot first. Who cares? Because you're like those go down as what? Nothing. Touches in the box. That's all that happens.
Yeah.
And then it's like you had like 70 touches in the box, took 30 shots. So guess what? There's probably another 20 shots you didn't even take. I'd rather take the shot early in possession than after I've missed maybe the best opportunity to score. So that's kind of my thing. That's why. Gotta and I don't think any of that is talent based.
No, there's a mentality issue with the players where the talent's there. Like that's why I don't like when people are like, "Oh, Martinelli's not good." No, I don't think that's the issue. I just don't think. Yeah. But here we go. I don't know where you're at.
Yeah, no, it's a cross from Martinelli, but
it's not a bad cross.
Not a bad cross, but I think he couldn't get enough on it to even threaten Martinez. I mean, I think when you got Martinez in goal, that cross has got to have something on it.
Well, that's why I would love to see like back to the overlapping fullback days where Martinelli and Saka are hanging on those edges of those boxes.
Here we go. Havertz, why can't you just turn and go up the pitch? Oh my gosh, he just kills like a striker in that position. Turns and goes, you know what? I can shoot this. I know he's not a striker, and that's the problem. But damn it, my man.
Well, and this is what for me watching this, like Partey's on the edge there. Martinelli needs to be at that corner right there waiting. Odegaard needs to move further in right now in front of Havertz. He doesn't need to stay right there. Stretch him out a little bit. It's too compact, too many people in a small space.
It's easy to defend, right? I mean,
look how far back Odegaard goes, though. Now he's coming up the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, it's easy to defend when you got two players near each other. You don't even have to move sometimes. Oh, come on, Martin! He put a foot through it. Oh, and didn't get a good touch on that one. I'm gonna go all the way back to Rio.
Not great, Bob. Not great, as they say.
Yeah. Didn't get a good touch on that one.
Well, and BX brings up a good point. There's too much traffic on the right side. Well, that's what the thing I'm talking about with Odegaard. You got to like start drifting to the middle a little bit. Like Odegaard's the key to all this stuff, in my opinion.
Well, that's why Trossard can't really start for us because I don't feel like you get something different on either side of the pitch, right? Either it's Saka and Martinelli. They're so different, and we don't get the benefit of having a nice shot there from Moreno from distance, but it's not on target. I'm sorry, from Kai Havertz. Sorry.
There's a good ball by Scully, though. Let me look at it again. Look at the poison.
That's what I want him to do when he was even closer. He was in the same situation.
Scully.
No, but Kai Havertz in a similar position, closer to the goal, doesn't do that. What he just did there, turn and shoot. You know.
Like I still like Kai. I know people don't like him. That's fine, but I still think
they have a purpose for sure.
Yeah,
and if they're going to start, they have to show it. And right now, they're not showing it. So
what would kill on this team right now would be to have a Chris Wood type guy. Maybe even a Danny Ings type player. Or Danny Ings obviously too old at this point, but you know what I mean. That type of player.
Well, what they ask of the players though, right? Because like Havertz now is getting the ball.
Yeah,
what should be the midfield position. And I'm like, you're too far away from the goal to help us. Now, is he in the box? Oh, he's coming late. So now, here we go. Trossard gets it. He's going to try to dribble through three players. And off they go. Oh, my. He's offsides. No? All right. Come on, Timber. Step up. You can't just let him dribble into the box. Just let him dribble into the box. Come on. Now we don't even close him down, so now he can just dribble around. I don't get this. It was 1-on-4, and we didn't take the ball away.
Well, bare minimum, they're out of the.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you turn that ball back, right? So that's my thinking there.
Possession, but
yeah. Arteta is screaming at the officials saying, "Do you not see where the ball went off?" And now he's going to get a yellow.
He's not right, Bob. So
I don't think he was right. Mr. Tom, just come in, dude. Mr. Tom is here. Oh, you don't want to come in? Oh, you're on mute. Do you want to go in the back and hang out for a bit?
Well, no, I was just saying I'm not going to put myself into the road trip. That wouldn't be polite.
You already got the code to get in earlier today, so it wasn't like you left and I didn't know you were coming back. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of thing. Like it's almost like you knew the back door was open, right? Because I told you it's open, and I said,
that's, again about your Google history. Not really relevant.
Oh boy! All right, yeah, I should shut up.
Talking about back doors and stuff. Come on, Gary.
All right, there we go.
But
30 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm at 30.
This prawn. It's nearly bigger than me.
Yeah, just over 30 minutes. And nice tackle there from Timber. Very nice. Skelly. And then they just foul us like they're gonna do.
That was Skelly that made that tackle.
Oh my gosh, what is wrong with me? Nice. Havertz is there, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. Oh, come on, put it. Oh, that is what I want you to do, Havertz. Do that again. I don't care if it was offside. Do that again.
Because you know what that does?
That gets score out of interest. I genuinely don't know. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Basically 2 pork balls.
Just offsides. Just offsides there.
It was 2 pork balls.
0-0.
Yeah, there we
Makes
go.
sense. Cool.
I'm okay with that too.
See that footwork that he did there? The footwork got him space to take that shot. I mean, I don't know if he could have curled it to the far post, but he did really good there. So I don't know what Arteta was asking for there. I mean, it looked like who was that?
Just ready to go with anybody.
Yeah, whoever kicked it out. I mean,
it was Gabriel kicked that ball out.
Yeah.
It's
no, this game is going as well as it has for me. But my only problem is that they're getting too many threatening attempts, opportunities.
The big thing I'm seeing from Villa is they're going to try to hit you on the counter.
Oh my gosh!
What the heck was that, Partey?
See, and that's what we do. We fall asleep at the wheel and we give away an opportunity. I mean, who is he throwing that?
It's Gabriel.
Gabriel's on the other side of the. Oh, come on! No, you can't do that. Come on. I don't understand. You have somebody who's wide open right in front of you, and you're gonna throw it away to somebody who's far away. That you know what? And you're not good at throws in.
Look at Havertz's positioning right now, though. So Havertz is right by the 50-yard line. You've got
midfield.
Midfield. Sorry, midfield. Well, you've got 3 or 4 people
center line, but he should be up there. And why is Trossard is up there? Martinelli is a little bit behind.
Skelly's up there.
Yeah,
Skelly looks really good. I know we're beefing on and gaslighting this 18-year-old, but
I don't think we're gaslighting. There's one thing about gaslighting, like he's doing a few things good. He's playing full games and doing well. He's playing 60, 70 minutes and doing well for all of them.
Dude, Calafiori's gonna. So this is the thing. Calafiori can play center back too. So Calafiori, Kivior, you guys are gonna have to figure out what it's to be the backup center backs at this point.
Yeah.
You're gonna rotate. Obviously, you're not gonna play Skelly every game, but
yeah.
I would be worried if I was Calafiori right now about my position in this team. Looking at Skelly play.
Oh my gosh, we are just letting them just walk into the box. So easy. So easy. And then when we get the ball, we can't even move but 5 feet before they stop us. It's ridiculous.
We're too slow in our build up. That's the problem.
Too slow on our when we treat on defense. We kind of just kept retreating until they get to where they want to go. I mean, and when we have to swing the ball from one side to the next, it's ridiculous.
You got to run here potentially. Looks like you could. All right, who's going to help him out? Support. I'm looking at Rice got the ball right now. I don't know where you're at, but
yeah, we got Partey's got the ball. Erdogan. Yep. So here we go. Rice and Timber.
3 seconds behind you.
All right. Okay. Gabriel gets it out wide to Trossard. Yep. And back to
All right. There's that empty space. There's that empty space.
Long ball in here. Trossard gets there. He's right outside the line. Puts a cross in. Oh, Martinelli, I think scores.
Yeah. Oh no, it
Yes.
didn't go in.
Yes, the alarm must have
They're
gone
called,
on.
oh,
Right?
good. All right, good. That's a
Yes.
good ball for Martinelli. There you go, dude.
That was a nice cross in there from Trossard, and Martinelli is in the box like we want him to be, and he gets a touch on it, and Martinez does get a hand on it, but I think he's inside the goal. A little too late, buddy. And yep, the ball's well inside. You can see space. Yeah, he's on his back, and
Oh
as he
yeah,
kicks
that's
it out,
it.
that's a goal. Very nice, very
Way to
nice.
go,
How we
Martinelli.
built up. We built up slow there, but Trossard gets space. Boom, puts a cross in. One touch. I don't like the one touch, but that was probably, as you said, one of those things where you needed to. But it was a really nice touch there from Martinelli. An easy goal for Arsenal. Yes,
that's a good goal, man.
Yes,
That's a good
Arsenal's
goal.
up 1-0, 35 minutes in. Yes, I like that. All right, now they're gonna have to play some football, or else and when they
Get a
do,
second
they're
one,
in
man.
trouble.
Again, like this is.
Yeah.
The thing at this point is capitalize, man. Get your second goal.
Yep.
I think you've had the best chances so far through 35 minutes.
Yep.
I mean, Onana's down right now, but I mean, just take the opportunities and
see how that build-up set up, how that built up, the way it worked, right? For me, that's how it should. But we're so like meticulous about how we build up. It doesn't happen like that. Like he had one touch, boom.
Do you know what it comes down to as well? Making runs. Trossard makes a run. Martinelli makes a run. He doesn't wait. And that's the thing that
ball in his left foot crosses and it's a goal.
And that was so not to make this about Havertz, but that was the one thing I noticed when he first showed up. He was one of the few ones that made runs. So that goal,
and they wouldn't pass it to him, and I would get pissed.
Yes.
If you watch the watch-alongs, I would be like, the man is making runs. You're not even looking.
Well,
like we don't even look for those runs, and it's like,
yep.
You know what? He's tall player. If he's making that run and you get the ball over that back line, it's going to be him and the goalkeeper. I want that more times than not.
Yeah.
Looks like Onana might be done for the day.
Let me go look back. Trossard makes a run, and then Martinelli just says, I'm going to go attack this ball. And the defender for Villa, and that's probably a thing where the defender for Villa thinks Martinez is going to get it, right? So I'm not going to go attack it, whereas Martinelli made that run and just puts the ball in.
Yeah. So they've gotten weaker in the midfield, I believe. So
this game's for the taking right now. You've got a chance here to really.
So here's the thing. Is it part? I guess it's probably part everything, but is it like this midfield that we loathe, right? And but we are getting attacking. So what is it? Is it Villa to some degree, or is it something else?
It's the attacking. Okay, in my opinion, like the midfield, we can sit there and talk about it, but it's the attacking. Like, look at the chances we've seen created today, and that's with Rice, Moreno, Odegaard. There's chances there. You just got to put them away.
44 matches Arsenal has played. Score first, we don't lose. So
and this is the thing here, and I know we've seen a lot of gloom and doom last week, right? And that's the nature of winning and losing. Like, the reality is, man, it's so hard to win. And when you've got really 4 forward players healthy right now, and that's including Raheem Sterling, whether people like that or not, you've got to use what's here. But I like Sam talking about defense and everything. And
Martinelli, very nice hold up there. Turns.
I hope you feel it. Come on, man.
Nice. Oh, yes. Partey. I can see what he was doing. Oh, my. I didn't think that was going to make it through there. Trossard gets it, but he pops it over. I don't even know how that ended up there. Because
I want to see where Trossard comes from. He's at the top of the
he passed it right to him. You got to put that on frame. I'm sorry.
He would have been offside.
You got to put that. Trossard wouldn't have been offside.
Well, I'll say Martinelli would have been offside.
But but he got intercepted. So you think
right? No, that's yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like if it gets to Martinelli,
yeah. Trossard's got to be able to put. I mean, we expect him to put that between the sticks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think when he starts, it wears him down. You know what I mean? Like he's got to do extra work and stuff. And I don't think he can hold up. And look, they're just grabbing us. Come on. Oh, he did call the advantage there. But like when he starts, I think we don't get the best out of him because he's got to work hard, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he did look good on that when we scored for sure. He got the assist, but I just feel like the way that Martinelli, like we're complaining, not complaining, but saying that we're going up the right hand side. Like at some points we need to be going up the left hand side, right? But I don't think, for me, that works sometimes because I don't think Trossard can keep up that pace.
I don't think, so that's why you need somebody. Or this. So here's the other thing too.
Oh, here comes.
If you don't,
why didn't he give the ball to Skelly? Ball comes in.
Oh yeah, you got Skelly right there at the box. You got it.
All right, come on, Partey. No. Oh, nice ball. Put your foot through it. Oh, Moreno, you got to put that on target. I mean, this is 2 shots on target from Trossard and Moreno.
Put Villa down.
You got to be able to put the balls on target with that. They had space and time in both of them. He's got tons of space. You got to be able to. I mean, I believe they practice these things. Nice pass from Partey. He goes to the far post. I mean, if he goes near post, he might have a better opportunity. But far post and it's well off.
There's blood in the water here right now. This is
this is a time to get that second goal to go into the locker room feeling much better about ourselves. We're gonna feel good anyways, but 2 goal leads are better than 1 goal leads, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'll take 3 if you can get it to me.
Well, we gotta start with 2, right? Gotta start with 2, and then we can work on 3. I mean, Partey has that same strength when he's good. I mean, he gets the ball and nobody's getting around him to get to the ball. Yeah. 4 minutes left before we see how much extra time we got. Very, very, very good from Arsenal so far. Very, very good.
Yeah, so this is where
there should be a handball. Are they calling a handball? No, a foul or something? No?
A foul and ever.
So Kai Havertz made the foul first. They're saying that Villa is a team that can come from behind, but Arsenal is a team that plays good up top, up from the front. So if things go haywire, it's going to be a nice interception there from Partey. Gets the ball. Oh, there we go. Gets the ball. Come on, stay on side. Oh, come on. Put your foot through it. Nice cross. Oh, we still would have liked Moreno to come to the middle of that spot. Partey is doing really good there, putting pressure on the ball up the pitch.
Got called a foul on that though.
Yeah, no, but the reason why we got the ball in the first time is because he put similar pressure on them closer to midfield. So 2 minutes left in this 45 here. Nice there. 1-2 defense from Trossard and Skelly. We get the ball there, and that's what I like when our defense goes in there and just squeezes the ball away from them. There we go, up the left-hand side. Trossard, what's he going to do with it? He's looking for a foul. He's had 2 players on him. I think he was out of his comfort zone there. Nice letting them battle there.
Yeah, because I don't think that was a foul at all there.
No, it's just 2 players going for the ball, and then the players pushing Trossard. Yeah, that should be a yellow, man. He put his hands on a player for what reason?
I don't.
Now is he screaming at the referee? He should have got the yellow. I don't know what Trossard did there, but
I love rugby sometimes because they would tell him to shut up. He's still running. You got to book him at this point if you're gonna let him run. You're letting him run his mouth. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think he's letting him get some steam off, but
which probably is the right thing because if you really want to be honest, you could probably give yellows to both players.
Yeah, and it's easier just to let them get it off their chest.
Yeah, I mean,
I would like them to do that consistently. That's the problem, right? They don't do it consistently. So,
well, again, this is the 5:30 game on Saturday in the UK, so this is the entertainment game.
Oh, nice ball in there. And Martinelli was not looking for the ball. Oh my gosh, Martinelli, what were you doing, my man?
I don't think
you got to be. He makes the run and he's not looking for the ball. He just pulls up for no reason. The ball goes over his head. So I'm going to see how much extra time we got here.
Let's say 3 minutes.
2 minutes of extra time. Yeah. We've got Anders in the house. Anders, welcome to the show. Now, Sam's watching the game. He might come in halftime. He'll definitely come in after if we're still here. Yeah, so thanks for joining us, Anders.
I might bounce at halftime because I'm probably going to hop on the bike and work out, watch the rest of it probably. But
cool.
I mean, once the second half starts, I'll probably bounce. That's what I mean.
All right, cool. I appreciate you hanging out.
Yeah, no, it's no worries.
Yeah, BX, we definitely need to get another goal. We need to secure points for sure. Be nice to secure 3 points, but secure a point would be good. 2 points would be even better. Just to have us move up the table back into second place. I think right now we are
4 points behind.
Yeah, so we are still second then. Yeah. So
I this is the thing here.
Yep.
I don't know if buying a player in January is going to guarantee this team's going to get back in that title race. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, you can't have all the negatives that we're having. We're sitting second. There's only one team to catch. Like you want to, when you know this, you don't want to have to beat. You don't, if this is a golf tournament, how many players do you want to catch? One or do you want to pass 10? You want to pass just one, right? So this is the only way you can do that is if you give yourself, you get those wins, right? You get those wins, and then they make that mistake, and then you're there to pounce on it. Got a ball out to Martinelli, and it's cleared for a corner. Very nice. Got a corner in this last minute of extra time.
So I think about this too. Like there's going to be pressure on Liverpool, regardless of, if Salah goes down, like that changes everything. Like.
Mm-hmm.
The bare minimum, like I don't want the club to break the bank in January. Like I don't want to spend $200-300. You're not going to do that, but if you could get me like Dusan and maybe a loan move for Rashford, like I could probably live with that. If you could get Sesko in and somebody else,
yeah,
like,
we can't get a loan for Rashford.
We're not going to buy him.
No, but we can't get a loan for him because we've got it's halftime. We've got 2 players on loan from the Premier League. As it is, so you can't have.
Okay, my bad. Okay, I don't think I knew that.
So that's why you have to figure out if you're going to take Neto or if
you're that case, back. Oh well, I guess you could send Neto back. I don't know. No, you can't do that.
No, I mean the thing you would have to do is that you have to make 2 moves. You have to go get that goalkeeper you wanted, and then get your attacker in, and then if that all plays out, then you can get that loan. You know what I mean? So multiple pieces have to move. But Arsenal's up 1-0 now with the score line. I guess they're going to be sitting in second no matter what. So I think they're in second no matter what because they're worst case they were 1 point. They're 4 points above Nottingham Forest as we speak. Worst case. Right now they're 5, or actually they're 3 points. Like if they don't get all the points. This is where you want to be, and if you're going to be this close again for the 3rd time in a row, you shouldn't that's when you need that bumper, right? You need a little bump. Right, then that little like extra something or another, because we know we don't have it. So getting somebody that's either better or going to offer you something different, you should take advantage of it.
My whole thing is like if Arteta's going to be openly speaking at press conference about needing extra players, he never does that. Like,
Yeah,
I feel like something's going to happen, or they're at least trying. And again, I still, my argument is like if you buy a player, like if we did what City did and bought the kid from Frankfurt and he doesn't work out, I mean, we don't have the kind of money to like make those mistakes like an oil company can, an oil country can. Like I know people don't really want to hear that, and I think I shared that. And I'm not a big AFTV guy, but that one guy that talked about the mentality, like we're not Real Madrid. Like you have to be somewhat. You take chances buying players, but we can't be throwing out ridiculous. I mean, 100 million for Rice was a big club move, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I could see them doing 100 million for a striker in the summer, but I just don't see it in January.
Yeah, but we need to do something similar to that. Like either we fix our midfield or we update our front line. We got to do one of them in this window because
the Zubamendi news was very telling from the club in my
that was
opinion.
a PR thing just to offset some of the negative press that was going on.
I think so, but also it gives you an insight how they feel about Arteta too.
But you know what? Zubamendi coming in shouldn't matter if it's Arteta or not. Zubamendi by himself is a talent that you want.
Yeah.
You know how you bring him in, and Arteta uses him the wrong way. It's not good. But another manager might be able to get more out of him. You know, so it's not even like a. It's like bringing in a Saka to some degree. Nobody's going to say no.
There is that aspect, yeah.
Yeah, so everybody's going to take Zubamendi. I mean, we've seen it with Liverpool, and I think Juventus or other teams were looking at him. So I think it's one of those, you know what, we'll take a player with that talent to come in, right? So, yeah. So yeah. So
yeah. I mean,
if you want to can you give me a second here? I just need to step away. I know, Mr. Tom is here, so.
Oh, we can talk. Me and Tom can talk for a second here. Tom, let's talk about those prawn balls. Come on now, tell me about them. How juicy are they?
That doesn't even sound right. No, what
They're
you're
so
saying.
Good, he's on mute.
No, but what you said, Spencer.
I know.
Your wife is looking at you like you don't talk. What are you talking about those prawn balls like that? Like I just saw her giggle. She's like, "What's up with you and prawn balls?"
Yeah, huh?
I mean, there's nothing at all insidious about Gary talking about being able to see Spencer's wife while he's basically put himself behind the what would you call it? He's hidden himself behind his DWTT graphic, and he's like, "I see your wife laughing.
I'll do this. I don't have to hide. I wasn't hiding behind anything. I was just about to leave, and then the man brought up prawn balls.
Well, I was trying to pivot, and it was like a commercial break, so you could do what you needed to do.
So you all right? I'll see you guys in a sec.
You're all correct from your own points of view, but still, it was still a joke to be made, so I made it.
No, it's a good joke. So let's talk about this real quick because I brought it up on Thursday night. We can pivot till NFL for a second here.
Yeah, sure. I was going to need you to do me a favor. When the game ends, can you pick out my NFL spread betting?
Well, let's do it now.
Well, I'm going to forget. So, hang on. Let me get my phone. I've been holding it for the last 10 minutes. Right. I'll tell you what they say the spread is.
I think I remember it was like 8 points for a lot of them.
Because I'm going to do all 6 games. So, cut long story short.
Could be only 4 games.
Is there only 4 games?
Yeah. Texans and Chiefs is just a 4:30 kick. Kick. I mean, yeah, whatever.
Oh, divisional round, of course there is. I'm forgetting the teams got buys last week, but anyway. So we've got Texans Chiefs, 4:30. That's going to be 9:30, isn't it, in England?
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, I've got time to do this. So cut a long story short, we've got Texans plus 8.5. So I mean, you're going to pick Texans plus 8.5, isn't you? Because you actually think the Texans are going to win, let alone the spread.
Yeah, that was I mean, if you're doing it for your betting, like I'd take the Chiefs and I'd take them to cover. But because I picked the Texans because I don't like the Chiefs. I'll pick against the Chiefs the whole way through.
But that's like you picking
you
University of South Carolina
Can't
to
do it.
lose every time, even though you know they're probably going to win. You know what I mean?
Can't do it, man.
Just for context, I don't put an amount of money on this where basically if you don't pick something right, I'm not going to hold it against you for the next 46 years. I will forget about it 15 seconds after the result happens.
I could see the Texans covering.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could see that. So I'd probably go.
Are you guys thinking the Bills-Ravens game is for the Super Bowl?
It's one of the teams that'll be in it, I think. I picked the Ravens on Thursday night.
I mean, I know Chiefs and the Lions also probably have a say in this, but in reality, for me, I feel like it's one of those 4 teams that,
Don't sleep on the Rams and Eagles. The only team left that I don't think has the ability to win the Super Bowl is probably the Texans.
You think the Rams have an opportunity to win a Super Bowl?
The Rams are very hot right now, defensively and offensively. Very hot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've been the amount of they just quietly made their way into this postseason. I think they won 5.
They won their division though, right? So it's not like they got in by by the skin of their teeth.
The division wasn't very good going into it anyway, but it was better than the NFC South. But for me, I would. What's the line for the Lions Commanders tonight?
That's very funny, bit.
I got the Lions covering that.
The line is. Correct me if I'm wrong, BX, but I believe the line actually is, "Oh, they're so hot right now." From Zoolander, of course.
So I mean, what it has on ESPN, I was going through it. KC -9, Baltimore -1, Detroit -8.5, and Philly -6.5. So you're saying, I mean, the KC covering the 9 is probably the easiest thing. I mean, we can see a 28-20 game potentially in that thing, right?
Did I not say Zoolander? I'll say something else. My apologies.
I think the Lions win by 2 scores tonight.
Yeah, all right, cool. So basically, the Lions are -9.5. So
see, it's 8.5 over here. So at least on ESPN.
To be fair, this would have been written. I'm getting the line from an article that was written probably yesterday. So
okay,
you're probably right. But for argument's sake, the pundits are saying the Commanders are going to win on spread, but I'm getting feeling from Spencer that Vic Taffer is wrong, and they're not going to win on spread because the Lions are going to win by 2 scores.
The only thing that the Chiefs and the Lions are going to struggle with is the fact that they sat for 13 days.
Yeah.
That's really what it comes down
to.
And
it helps the Chiefs more than it helps the Lions, in my eyes.
I would think so. I mean, as dumb as this sounds, sitting here after telling you that they're going to cover, if at the end of the night the Commanders and the Texans go through, I'd be very surprised, but I wouldn't be overly shocked.
Yeah.
Just because the way that those 2 teams played in the wild card round.
Well, the Chiefs all season, right, have not been able to just control games and run away with it in a manageable fashion. I mean, they've had to. It's like the Patriots just winning with field goals and stuff like that, and mistakes by the opponent, right? And you know what, BX, gonna just to let you know, you do sound crazy, and I think you are crazy. So.
I mean, the Eagles are a good football team too. Like that, I picked for this week. I picked Texans and the Ravens in the championship game, and then I picked the Lions and the Rams.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I kind of felt like I would like to. I mean, I don't like any of the teams, but I kind of feel like I would like to see Jackson win the Super Bowl for the Ravens, lead the Ravens through. Because I mean, once again, their defense is pretty solid as well. So.
Yeah.
And he is that player can just turn the game on its head by himself. If you think you got him and stuff.
The Bills, that's the Tottenham Hotspur of the NFL, though. If we're really being honest,
Yeah. No, they
mean,
haven't been get rid of that stink from those 4 Super Bowls.
I'll tell you what, man. I had someone reach out to me this week, and I used to know him from like back in the day. When I was this about 20 years ago, he was a Broncos fan, and all of a sudden he just hit on the bandwagon. Became a Bills fan. I don't know where the switch happened. I couldn't even tell you. He messaged me out of the blue to say, "Oh man, y'all do better next year." And I'm like, "Bro, you were a Broncos fan."
You motherfucker.
Let me tell you exactly how I handled this. I was like, oh, yeah, I just said, okay. I didn't respond any further. Obviously, I've put my response out on the internet now, so whatever. But I just looked at it, and I'm like, okay.
I don't know if that team is the Jets.
The Jets have won something. I mean, okay, they've won something, but
they won stuff at a similar time because it was fucking 400 generations ago.
It was the Browns.
Yeah, the Spurs won.
Arsenal or the Giants. Like for me, Arsenal is the Red Sox in the sense that they're going up against a juggernaut in a sense of United and now City in the last 10 years, right? And like it's even worse now. But back in the days when they were at their top, United was the Yankees, and every once in a while, Arsenal would get a trophy as well, but nowhere close to the level that United is, and that's what the Yankees are doing, right? They're sitting on 28, World Series to like the Red Sox 7 or something like that. I think I don't remember what the number is, but it's nowhere close. So that's kind of how I see that. And that team is a team that hasn't won. So, and I think is it the Browns? I mean, the Lions haven't won either.
John, the thing I was about to ask: did Spurs and the Jets win something on a black and white TV? Because that was the only thing that was available to watch.
Yeah, the Jets definitely won when it was black and white TV.
But they had color. The color version.
Joe Namath, right, and on the sidelines in the fur coat.
You can find the Jets Colts copy. You can find a copy of that in color, but it's not very good definition. I mean, look. I mean, so the Lions won some NFL championships in the 50s. The Browns won some AFC championships. It was an All-American Football Conference or something. And I think they have an NFL championship to their name. But as far as the Super Bowl era, no. I mean, there's 12 teams that haven't even won a Super Bowl, and I think 6 of them haven't even been to the game. Like the Texans, the Jags have never been. The Lions have never been. The Browns have never been. I can't think off the top of my head, but I'm like,
yeah. Can we, Spencer? Who's gonna win out of the Rams and the Eagles?
I got the Rams.
Eagles being Eagles are -6, so the Rams on the spread.
Yeah, I think the Rams win the game, man.
Okay.
I really do. I mean, they've got. Now, this is the thing about the Rams, though, is you got I talked about last week. Green Bay made 3 interceptions on the Eagles' side of the field, and Jalen Hurts wasn't that efficient. If you look at his numbers, it wasn't great.
This is very pleasing.
But you've got the Rams right there. The Rams have Nakua. They've got Cooper Kupp. They got Matthew Stafford. They've won the Super Bowl already.
Yeah. You got Digne coming in from Villa, so they're making a second sub.
And I got Ravens outright.
So question: you're only allowed 3 subs, right?
5.
3 sets of substitutions, right? In a game, right?
Yeah, you have 3 windows.
The 1.5 times a freebie, right?
Yes.
No. Oh, it is.
Sure? Yeah,
it is a freebie.
I don't think it is.
Oh, you don't think it is?
Keep in mind, the reason I don't really know this for certain is because my team manager, Daniel Fox, tends to make his subs in the 70th minute and the 80th minute and the 85th minute, depending on game states. He doesn't make changes at half time for me to know if this is actually a rule.
So I've never seen the rule that says that's a freebie, but I've done it on EAFC where you could do it. Let me do it.
I'm hearing on the side that I think you just get 3 windows to make subs.
3 windows, that's what I was saying, yeah.
But generally, if it turned out to be the opposite, I wouldn't be surprised. My team personally never takes advantage of it if it is.
Yeah.
Because I think if that was true,
it says
more people
you're right.
would take subs.
Yeah, you're allowed to make You're allowed to make substitutions 3 times, up to 5 players.
Yeah, because I think if you got 3B at half time, you'd see more teams making changes at half time, knowing that they'll take advantage of it. Basically,
True.
if anything remotely isn't working, you just change someone.
Trossard holding up strong there, getting called by Cash.
Right,
Matty Cash. Matty Cash played for Burnley.
Matty Cash used to play for. You know what? I was thinking of Nottingham Forest, but
no, it's definitely not Nottingham Forest because I would have remembered that. I thought it was Burnley or Bournemouth or something.
He could have played for Forest in the Championship. To be fair, like going back that far. You know what? Exactly. No, it's true. Matty Cash made 129 league appearances for Nottingham Forest between 2016 and 2020.
All right, so I think we did we play them in that cup match? I guess
you gotta go wide here to Trossard on this free kick.
I don't understand. Or just put the ball in the box.
No, I would do it. I think the slinging the ball in the box is just Odegaard. Just fucking do something.
Go to the far post and let's see. I mean, not even a far post.
All those guys are outside too.
Now the ball's in. Oh, Kai Havertz, did he get a touch on it? I guess they said he did. Yeah. We'll see Sam at full time. So there you go. Havertz can't get the header down.
I mean, that's
he's got. I think he actually missed that one again. I don't think he touched it with his head. I think they went off his shoulder again.
That would have been a hard header to make anyway from the
No, but like if it goes off his head, it might go in the way he had his head positioned and all of that. But I think he just missed it again. You know.
Dr. John sent me something. I'm going to add it to this. It's brilliant. It's very good. Very good considering one.
Yeah, Anders misses you, Sam. So you guys can say some words that I don't know.
Thoughts and prayers.
I don't think that's what they're going to say, but yeah.
That's the first thought that came to my mind.
I don't know why would that
I don't know.
be?
It just the way it went. There's no rhyme or reason with some of the stupidity that comes out of my mouth sometimes.
I always think you just have stuff people are like, what?
I do like to get a rise out of people. That is fun sometimes.
No, Mr. Nonsense there has got you beat. I don't think you have as much.
Oh, I was fun this morning. I purposely did that to Tom. I purposely did. Tom was like, poor Bournemouth fans. Like, Tom never cares about poor Bournemouth fans or anybody. So let's go ahead and
so Mr. Tom started stuttering. He stutters when he's like, no, you can't. No.
Nah. My actual reason I brought it up was because I just thought it was impressive that they actually chose to do that.
Sorry,
what was it again?
I thought it was impressive that football fans will choose to do that. But then it sort of led into me then getting to think like, why are they even in the situation where that's a choice?
Yeah, that's a really nice play there by Skelly.
But Dr. John did send this in to us, the last New York Jets Super Bowl party.
The big box, man, the big box there,
yeah.
Big tube as they call it, man. You see the radios there. Yeah, that's it.
See, you know what, Rice did? If Rice would, if he just moved the microphone or the sound thing, he should have said hello into just.
Say hi, Mom. All right. No, is that what you guys do? You guys say that over there in England when the guys get on camera? They always say hi, Mom. Crosses in.
I've never won a Super Bowl to know what.
No. I mean in general, like when players put the camera on them, and they like it used to be a thing over here.
You know, our fan base would roast Rice over that.
Like hi, Mom.
Serious.
Oh no, with toxic masculinity, they're never saying hello to their mum on camera.
Oh. No, but I used to say that all the time in the States. Yeah. Maybe not anymore, but that definitely was a thing.
Dude, it was remember back in the 90s, every Super Bowl winner's like, I want to thank Jesus, I want to thank my mom. You're like, and go through this list of stuff, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
You see it occasionally now and then, but there was a time where it was like,
well, yeah, if that was the case, it would be hi, Mum, but generally they don't do it.
Think about NASCAR.
Very nice volley there from Trossard.
I want to thank.
That would imply they knew their mother was.
Oh, Trossard, let's go. Oh, I got to get past that first guy. Come on,
That's
Trossard.
first will take it all.
Come on, Moreno. Very nice header for us to get control here. I like the way this half is starting, but we need to get that second goal.
I'm gonna hang out for a little bit more. Then I'm gonna go work out. I need to.
You should hang out with me. Come on, dude.
I gotta work out. Gary, have you got your first 1,000 minutes in on the?
I have
Peloton?
not. I've been
Come on,
really
man.
bad. I think I've worked out Monday, Tuesday, and then I've been like lazy. Then I worked out Monday, Tuesday again. Then I was lazy.
I'm 40 minutes off of hitting my first 1,000 for the year.
Oh no, I'm really bad.
I mean, it doesn't really
He's
mean
offside.
anything. Yeah, he's got to be
Yeah.
outside. But I mean, to be fair though, like I have about a half-mile walk to my office, so when I do drive in, I put the app on and get the walking minutes out of that. So there is that aspect. So
No, I am. No, like I said, Monday, Tuesdays, I've been like meticulous about getting on the bike, and then I'm like, the trick is I should just go the first 4 days of the weekend and give myself Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. Drinking beer is not considered a work. You know, I used to drink beer a lot. I don't drink beer that much. My beer fridge right now is sitting at 3 bottles. That is not a good thing. It's a playoff weekend, and I have 3 bottles of beer in my fridge. It's not good.
Yeah, I guess.
52 minutes gone here. Got a free kick from. No, it was going to be Trossard, but no, it's going to be Gabriel.
Right. No, I did back and legs last night at the gym, so trying to keep myself healthy, man. But I'm 4 miles off my first 100 for the year, so I'm trying to get that knocked out.
I hear that. Yeah, I need to get back on the bike regularly. My thought was, I'll just get on the bike this morning, and then I was like, I wanted to watch some football, so that's what I did in the bed.
Well, that's usually where I do it. I get on there and I turn it on the YouTube TV app, and I just put it about 45 and just keep cranking it out. So,
can you do that on the what you do this on the Peloton or?
Yep, you can put it on YouTube TV. Yeah.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, you got to go to entertainment.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, because I've always been like, I want to, you know what? I'll just do it while I watch a game or something like that. And I'm like, I have to bring my phone or something.
Nope, you can go to the entertainment aspect of the Peloton. You can go down and you've got YouTube TV, Netflix.
Oh man! All right, I could do that.
I'll take a video later and I'll walk you through how to get it. But you can find it. It's on entertainment. All
right, no, I'll check it out because like you said, I'm watching sports anyways, so
it makes it so much easier. Like and I'll probably pop off about the 60th minute, but you're talking like that's 30 minutes. You know, probably about 6.5 miles, maybe almost 7 if I'm really pushing it, and then my workout's done. Like,
there we go. We are definitely putting pressure on them. I don't know why Skelly goes back, man. Give the ball to Rice and let him push the ball up the pitch.
Yeah, then I can just eat cookies all night and just.
Well, it's not even that. Like, it's the exercise thing. I think, as I said, I like to feel like I'm a shark and I need to keep moving if I'm going to survive this thing.
Yeah.
So, and when I say moving, I mean like on a bike because
Oh, I get it. It can get very like. Ugh.
Yeah. You got to keep moving in this space now. I mean, if you have a long walk to work and stuff, it's perfect. The ball out to Trossard. Gets there, puts a cross in, and it tapped it. Oh, what a nice touch by Havertz. See, that's what I want.
Oh, there we go.
That's what I want.
Yeah, good stuff.
Very nice. That cross from Trossard, I was like, really that looks a little weak. But then a touch from Havertz said, no. Trossard with a second assist of the day. Arsenal up 2-0. Very nice. Very nice. And Trossard did this from from a distance away. Nice cross in there. Very nice. He placed that ball in the right spot for Havertz. And Havertz just gets a foot on it and goes underneath the defender and through the legs of Martinez. Very nice. Very nice there. But drinking a beer is a workout, so leave me alone. And this is Sam saying something to Anders Jagnar Dick Oxcar.
What?
That's what he said.
That sounded like Gary was saying something a lot more different and unPG.
I don't know. I'm just grow a beard, run in the cold, wear sweatpants, beat Rocky. All right, that's one way to. You know what? Going outside in the wintertime and exercising is it's definitely we've seen it, right? He went to Russia, right? He went to Russia and just did everything with just using what nature gave him, and he was able to beat the juiced up Russian. Oh, nice little. Oh,
Are you talking about Rocky 4?
yeah, Rocky 4 when he went and did it
That's
the
the
hard
best
way.
one. The
Yeah.
best Rocky.
Like the build up to that in the sense that just
that film is montage porn.
Yeah.
If you like montages in your movies, watch Rocky 4.
Yeah.
It's pornography for montages.
With the goal.
It's full of them. Full of montages.
There we
they
go.
even do montages about using montages. It's incredible.
Finally, the Gods have answered. I don't think the Gods have answered. We actually played some good football there, man.
Yeah, that
Gods have answered would be like deflection in and stuff.
To me, that was earned.
We did that all ourselves, man. We did the build up and everything to the
Train
ball.
in a barn. If you don't have one, build a barn.
There you go.
Traded.
Yeah.
You need speed.
Everybody's gonna be talking about Emery and how we should have kept Emery and all that. I mean, I to some degree I think we could have kept Emery and be in a similar situation, if not better, because it would have been, it would have been a farther ahead in the progress. But if you're not going to help the coach, the manager in the situation, you know what? You gotta let him go. Comes a ball into the box and Partey gets run over, but nothing's called. And can we get to the ball first? No. Trossard. Oh, very nice from Trossard. Oh, Moreno lets the ball get between his feet, and then Trossard gets the ball back. Oh, yeah, Moreno, you cannot lose the ball like that. Come on.
It's going to be a corner off Skelly.
Okay. So, excuse me. I don't mean to what I mean.
Tom.
But
he loves you, man.
Of course he does. Love you too, BX. Love you too, buddy. But also, I'd love it a lot more if Spence could confirm to me who he's taking in the. I know he said Baltimore probably going to win, but are they going to win by 2 points?
Yeah,
I think I believe they're going to win by a field goal, man.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Well, no, because the line is -1. So if they win by 1 point, I wouldn't win.
They're not going to win by 1 point.
Yeah. Here we go.
You're talking about a 27-28 game.
Yeah.
I don't see that kind of a scoreline.
You could no, it's gonna be
Well, I'm actually very pleased because Spencer has actually managed to pick what I would have picked using my theory of I don't trust the pundit that writes this article. So I always pick the opposite to what he picks. And basically, cut long story short, Spencer has actually gone with that theory.
But I didn't read his article. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I could see. Yeah.
Why are we playing like this? We're just sitting back, letting them get whatever they want.
Got that 2-goal lead, though.
I can give a clue to
yeah,
how
but why
well
we need to go for
season.
third goal? Continue to put pressure on them. We're just sitting back and just trying to absorb all the pressure, and we're not disciplined this season in doing this.
I mean, I would love a third goal.
And Moreno gets beat to the spot.
Oh, God.
And Tielemans with a damn header. That's just terrible. Moreno.
Gary, I'm going to go get on that that bike, and I'm going to put in 7 miles.
Yeah.
I might be back at full time, so we'll see what happens.
All right, Moreno, you are terrible. Actually, is it an own goal?
Oh, good work out, sir.
Right.
Gents, take care.
All right, we'll see you. It might be an own goal. I don't know. Moreno might have scored in his own goal. I think Moreno actually
has currently credited it to Tielemans.
No, it was close for sure. Like the angle, but Tielemans had him beat. I mean, he did everything. He knew where he was, and he just didn't stay with him. And here we go. Trossard gets the ball. Come on, puts a cross in. Gets cleared. All right, let's continue to put pressure on them. Partey with a cross, and there we go. Come on, man. This is that Partey on the run, man. He just cannot get back into a spot. And now they're gonna just run down that left hand side. There we go. Nice interception there by Skelly. shot by Tielemans goes wide. I don't think anybody touched that, buddy. I don't think anybody touched that. I think you just missed the shot. I mean, Arsenal just basically take a 2-goal lead and then basically I mean, he says he doesn't ask his players to do that, but they do it all the damn time. It's a deflection off of Moreno, hits the post, and we got lucky there with the call. Actually, you know what? I don't know if it touches him. I think it goes through between his legs. But Arsenal needs to. 30 minutes ago, in Arsenal is Moreno has been pretty poor. I mean, that's the second time he's been involved in like a potential, like, you know, Tielemans got him. I mean, first goal of the season, Moreno. Damn. I don't know if Moreno's going to last long. Who can we bring in? Curio or Tierney, and then move some players around. Yeah, Moreno is really poor in that. Yeah. Yep, and Aston Villa has scored from 8 headers, most in the season, and most for any team in the Premier League. Oops. Ping pong football here. All right, come on, let's control this thing. Oh, we could have just had it around. And foul on Tielemans. He went through the back of Skelly. Skelly drew that one. Very nice. Oh boy! All right, so we take a 2-goal lead, and then we luckily we have a 2-goal lead when they score. I mean, now we got it. Now we got to get the second goal, Arteta. Come on. Oh, what is he going to give somebody a yellow now? What's going on? Somebody yellow from the Aston Villa side, I think. Yeah. Oh, Unai Emery kicked the ball. Where's he kick it? Let's see. Kicks the ball. I don't know why he's kicking the ball. That is a delay of game. What are you talking about? The ball is right where he was standing, and he kicks the ball. I don't think he's allowed to do that. Good players get yellows for that. Managers shouldn't even be involved. Ball's out of play anyways. There we go. That's 63 minutes in. All right. Yep. It's gonna. You gotta wake up, man. Gotta wake up. Unai Emery with his 3rd yellow. He'll have to serve a 1-match ban. And Denier kicks it out. He thinks it was deflected out. He's not getting the benefit of the doubt from the referees today. The second time he thought the ball went off of us, but referee said no. And Kai Havertz, Erdegaard, what's he doing here? And he can't. And it's a corner coming up. All right, so here we go. Erdegaard does really good to roll the ball off Denier's leg. Yeah, Denier's got his foot on the line, and Erdegaard just rolls it over it. 64 minutes. Guys, our 8th corner. Be nice to get a set piece, wouldn't it? Yeah, be really nice. Set piece FC, I'll take it. There we go. Come on. Nice ball in, and Martinez gets there first. They had the ball around. Trossard with a volley. And Trossard gets in there. Ball's chipped over to Martinelli. Martinelli, very nice volley, but it's over. He's looking for a call. It doesn't come. Very nice volley from him. Very nice. I mean, he might be offsides anyways. No, he's onside. Nice volley, but he just can't keep the ball down. This time is going so slow, Mr. Tom.
Yeah, I bet it felt like it was going really fast when you were 2-0 up.
Yes, it felt like. Well, that didn't last long.
It really didn't.
We had a lead. We had a 2-goal lead for about 5 minutes, so it didn't last long. That scoring 2, but after we scored, it seemed like it went fast, but we got possession of this ball. Here we go. Yeah, it seems like this clock is just ticking really slow. Why the second's going so slow? Nice chip there to Havertz. What can Havertz going to do? And he goes off for a corner. So there we go. Got another corner coming up. Here we go. I don't even know who that is in the stands. It's hard to see. I don't think that's Tuchel. Dennis Bergkamp. Okay. All right. There you go. And they've got, is it Marlin, I think is who they have on their squad? Villa. Former Arsenal player.
Marlin's going to come on, is he?
Well, no, they're just showing him. He just put on his neck wrap, so it doesn't look like he's getting undressed. It looks like he's getting dressed up to stay warmer. So,
yeah,
here you go, Erdegaard cross, nice height, but it's nowhere near any of us. Another volley. Oh, and off they go. Come on, Arsenal, stop him! Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! Oh no, that's going to be a yellow probably from Trossard. See, if Trossard just kept running, he would have been in a better situation. But basically ran. Hopefully, what you're saying here is because of the scoreline now. But it's 2-1 over here. You got a free kick.
Turn the game off, Gary.
I don't want to turn it off. I gotta see a win, right? Cross comes in, free kick comes in, and headed away by Moreno. And ball comes into the box and over the head, and oh my gosh. Ollie Watkins, wow. Up 2-0 with give up 2 goals in less than 10 minutes. Yeah, that's just like
unacceptable.
Yeah, you can't do that. I mean, this one is run off the back of Partey. Right off the back of Partey. Partey leaves his man, and that's where they go. Wow. And who does he leave? He leaves Ollie Watkins. That's the dumbest thing. Partey, you have to know the danger. That is just ridiculous. That's Partey really bad. I mean,
genuinely not good enough.
Yeah. And Partey, that's bad. You have the striker on you. You just stay in goal side of him. You let him run off you. Oh my gosh. Yep, we need another goal. We need another 2 goals the way this thing is going, because I can see them just continuing to. They've now got momentum back on their side. They've scored the last 2 goals in the last 8 minutes actually. And Arsenal, that one was got a long ball here, and there we go. Come on, Arsenal. Here we go. Oops. It's because we just take our foot off the defensive line. He's offsides. All right. Well, offsides. Wow. Arsenal, that's terrible. Who's he going to bring on? Anybody? Some of the youngsters are getting warmed up. I think we're getting tired. So that's the thing. You got to know your players getting tired before they do.
I agree, Gary.
I mean, at some point you have to be able to feel the game is slipping away from you. Especially not, and it's not even before they scored the goal. It's well before that. When you got the second goal, and like usual, we always take a little step back, and they got a lot of pressure on us. This happens too often, man. Yep. Partey definitely awful on that. He just leaves Ollie Watkins alone. I don't understand. Just left him alone. Just left him alone. That's the dumbest thing ever, and that's why. Yuck! And they haven't even brought on Duran. Right? So, God, this is so poor. And Duran was going to come on, and Emery's like, that's all right. You can keep set out this one. Arsenal, they don't have those type of answers, but I think for me, Arsenal just taking their foot off the gas and paid for it a little bit. I mean, a 2-goal lead works if you don't let the other team get what they want, and they got a lot of what they wanted. I mean, both of those crosses were, 0 draws in last 18 matches between Arsenal and Villa. So, survey says somebody's going to win this. So hopefully it's the home team. Let's go Arsenal. Trossard puts a ball in. Havertz gets there. Oh, come on, Havertz. I just need him to be a little bit stronger in that. And at least if they're going to push him off the ball, they're going to have to push him into the goalkeeper. Looks like I lost Instagram because why did I lose it?
Hit the 4-hour mark, Gary. I imagine.
Oh, okay. All right. Some people were here with me. Maybe let's see. I'm gonna have to restart this thing again. How does that work? Oh, at the end of it.
It's the way you did it last week, Gary, when the same thing happened.
I forgot all about that. I should have done this in between the games. So. All right. I'm going to add it back here. All right. All right. All right. Were you trying to tell me not to go away because you saw the score line?
No, I was laughing because I typed Arsenal into Twitter, and you can imagine what it's like.
Oh, okay.
On just any tweet with the word Arsenal in it.
Yeah.
And that's just the ones within the last 59 seconds.
Yeah. Arsenal let this 2-goal lead slip in basically less than 20 minutes at home. I mean, that's the thing. Like Arsenal will tell you, it was tough to come back from 2 goals down, and we just seen Villa just do it. And it's like, so no, it's not hard if you play some damn football. Declan Rice with a shot, just wide of the mark there. Yeah. I mean, we need to. I mean, with all the space and time, he should be able to get that on target. But trying to get around the defender, pushed it wide.
Ollie Watkins had the entire North London. He had the entire space of North London to himself with that goal.
Yeah, well, Partey just ran away from him. It's like, dude, you have their striker on your right on your shoulder. You don't run away from him. You're the right back. There's nobody behind you. I mean, unless I don't know much about football, I do know if you're supposed to, if you're defending and you're the right back and you leave the striker to run away from you, that should be it is Arsenal's ball because that was a foul. He's got to do better there, and he knows better. So, come on, Arsenal, get this goal back. Personally, I think they should be going for 2 goals, seeing how they just gave up 2 goals in 10 minutes, and there's 15 minutes left in this one. Ball up. Here's to Erdogan. He passes it up to Martinelli. Martinelli can't get by the man, but it goes out for a throw-in. Here we go. This is crazy. Nice header. Oh, Martinelli cannot continue to hold it on. 2 Arsenal players squeeze the ball and let the play get past them. I don't understand how that happens. Come on, we just run away from him and let him walk into the box. And that should be okay. It's Arsenal's ball. There we go. Let's go, Arsenal. Don't wait for them. Come on, Havertz. There we go. Get up there. Get up there. Come on. There's nobody in the middle. What in the world? Why is there nobody in the middle here? Out to Havertz on the outside here. Is he going to put a cross in? Nope. He just lets the guy take the ball off of his foot. Come on. Come on. You're in a dangerous situation and you just let him take the ball off of you. That's got to be the easiest tackle I've ever seen. Did all the good moves and then all of a sudden, you just let him take the ball off of you like that. That's terrible. Got 14 minutes left here. And of course, Villa's probably going to take their time here because they just came back. They'd rather steal this thing late. Arsenal needs to just, and nobody's guarding him. Very nice from Skelly.
Hello, Ben.
Hey, there we've got Richard Cranium here, as Mr. Tom says, Ben. Yep. We definitely overcomplicate this thing. What's better than a 2-goal lead? A 3-goal lead. And we kind of set on. Here we go. Nice ball into Martinelli, and there's a foul. 2 fouls. Pick one. And yeah. I'm gonna have to switch my. I got a yellow here. I think for consistent fouls by Mings. Oh, Camaro gets the foul. Yellow. All right, I'm just going to take my camera off, but it's because I want to switch things around here a little bit. Got a free kick coming. All right. Ball's in. Gabriel's header. Nah, it just pops up. Yeah, not a good header from him. But here we go. Just showing up Camaro with his yellow card. And of course, Martinez is going to take his time because Arsenal put this on themselves, though, letting them come back into the game. 2-goal lead with 35 minutes to go. We should be able to hold on and get the win. Come on. And Duran is going to actually come on, so they're going to try to get a win here. They have Ollie Watkins and Duran as their strikers, right? Arsenal has who? What? Kai Havertz and Jesus, not the same. I mean, Trossard, I think that's all in Partey though. It's as much. It's like Trossard, gave him space and time and stuff, but Partey just runs away from Ollie Watkins. If he stays with him, nothing happens. But just why would you step up when you have the striker on your side of you? This is the stupidest thing. Ball's in. Come on, Arsenal. Ball's in, and I don't know where Martinelli was heading that ball, but Martinelli's headers just aren't going to his teammates. Partey, nice ball there, and a little chip there, but a little too strong for Partey. He's not going to run that down. Oh, man. Yep. Hey there, Ben. We've got Sterling coming on, so this is a good sign. We're going to get some fresh legs and get him running at this defense. Just a lead without throwing it away would be a start. Yeah, Arsenal here. There's 10 minutes to go. Yeah, so let's see. Why did you sign 2 Chelsea rejects? Arsenal just loves. I don't know why they'd love to get team players they know because they've seen them. Very nice from Trossard putting pressure. Cross comes in. Mings is able to get a head on it. Oh, there you go, Trossard. Oh, nice, Trossard. Put your foot to it. Come on, you're taking the first time. Oh, it was a bad cross from him, but I could see what he's trying to do. I would like them to take it the first time. Cross just missed everybody. Should have just taken the shot. Less than about 9 minutes to go now. Arsenal has the ball still, attacking third. It's Trossard. Trossard just trying to make some space. Gets the ball into Skelly. Skelly is right inside the 18. Out wide to Partey. We're putting a lot of pressure on them. We've got our fullbacks right there inside the 18 playing here. Little chip there, Partey. Put your foot through it, Partey. Oh, God. He passes it back to Erdegaard. Gets blocked easily. Nice defense there. Oh, they just what? That was a weak call there. But Erdegaard is not able to get past the. I mean, it was a nice pass back, but they squeezed it out. You know, Martinelli's coming off. Sterling's coming on. We'll see. You know, got some fresh legs there. Sterling should be able to run at this defense. We've seen him do it. And you know, does he get a goal? Does he get an assist, or does he just help get the third goal? Either way, we need a third goal, Mr. Tom. Got 8 minutes
Ben
to
is
go.
asking what? Sorry. Apologies. Forget that his name's Ben. His name's not Ben. Richard Cranium has asked, "What's Tom's fault?" I don't care, Richard.
He's just hanging out. He's just hanging out with me as I do the watch along here.
Give me something to do while I'm eating my dinner.
Yeah, Partey gets in there,
delicious.
And here we go. Here we go.
Plus, having a ringside seat for the Arsenal reaction. No, actually, Richard, I am eating two chow mains, both pork chow mein and a special chow mein.
There you go.
I do particularly enjoy. I may get the wings later. To be fair, I've got a particular enjoyment for Chinese style pork. It's just something about it that's better than regular pork. Not nothing against regular pork. I'm just saying Chinese style pork is superior.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Yeah.
It just is.
Finally, you get some offense, and the defense lets you down. And Moreno gets the ball back to Partey. Sterling gets the ball. He turns a man, gets the ball in, and Erdegaard is not on the same page, and the ball goes out. Sterling does a good job there, beating his man, and Erdegaard looked like he was just slow to react. They bring in Bailey on, so I think they're getting fresh legs up top as well. Got Duran, now they got Bailey. Can't believe this.
He's a good player, Bailey, to be fair.
Yeah.
As one to bring on him.
Yeah. Bailey's coming on for Ramsey. Our front line today, had all the assists and all the goals. I mean, that's a good sign. But then the defense basically gives it all back. And one was on Partey. I can't remember how the first goal was scored, but don't remember that. But let these crosses get in. Here we go. But when you give a team space. Yeah.
Mr. Herbert is upset.
Yep. Up 2-0, and voila! 10 minutes later, you're drawn, and
at least you have something to talk about on Monday night, Gary.
Hopefully, it's a win. So I don't want to be talking about how we dropped 2 points again from a leading position again. Done a lot of that this season. A lot of draws, most of them from winning positions. This time we're up 2 goals. I always tell you we need to be up by 2 goals, and will guarantee us, get us a good opportunity to win. It looks like we need to be up 3 goals.
The most dangerous lead, they say. I disagree.
Oh, come on. That's going to be a foul. No, nothing's given there. That's interesting. Oh, now here they go on the run. Can somebody come and stop them? Nope. because they got runners. Nobody's gonna stop him. He's gonna keep running, go
I'll be
wide,
back in a minute, Gary.
and Skelly's not able to do anything, and the ball is shot. Oof! It gets almost past Rhea, but he's able to hold on. Oh my gosh, Arsenal! I mean, I'd rather play some defense higher up the pitch than wait for them to get to the final third to play some defense. No, one person stepped up to stop them, and they just. Come on. Get the ball to Sterling. He's got fresh legs. No. I hope not. I hope not. Second best team in England playing. Ross, I hope that yes is for a reason. But here we go. Here we go, people. I hope that is for a good reason. Ball's in, and Rice gets into the box. He goes to the goal line. He puts a cross in, and Moreno with a shot from outside the box gets past Martinez. Arsenal's up 3-0 with 3 minutes left in this one. Oh yes, Moreno has redeemed himself because I think on the first goal he had a mirror on it, and Partey should give us the fourth goal, and then that'll clean up all their messes. But Moreno gets the goal. I think it just threw off Martinez. I don't even think he knew what was happening there, but I think it was a volley, and that ball just went straight down towards the near post. Let's see, and he puts it down into the ground. It's a handball off of Mings, and then it goes in anyways. So they want a handball, but a handball. Oh no, who's the handball on? They're saying it's a handball of Arsenal. What? Rice with a nice cross, Havertz, and where is he supposed to put his arm? It hits his arm's in front of his chest. Where else is he supposed to go with it? The ball is right by his side. Where is he? I mean, he can't score. That's the problem. If he put his hand down, he scores. But if he put his hand up, and we know how many times we've seen that from Havertz. He scored, and it was been taken away. Wow. It was 3-2. And then Havertz, oh, man. If he kept his hand down, I think it still would be an issue because it's going to hit his side because he turns into the ball. So I don't understand. Yeah, you didn't hit your stomach because your hand was right there, buddy. If you put your hand down, then I would say, yeah, but yeah, the ball hits your hand and you can't score from it. So, buddy, you got to keep your hand down. I don't understand why he's crossing his hands above his head, above his chest. So here we go, Arsenal. We're gonna have to score again. Let's go, Sterling. Oh boy. No wonder that looked weird when that shot went. It's because it just was bouncing around all over the place. Sterling's gonna beat come on, Arsenal. Oh, come on. Let's go. Turn around. Let's turn it around. Let's go. Let's go, Arsenal. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Partey. All right, Partey's your turn. Maybe you gave up this lead. Let's go. Time for you to make a play. Here we go. Ball, Sterling. Rice. And how much extra time? Don't know yet. Ball to Rice. There we go. Gabriel crosses out wide to Trossard. And come on, put your foot through it. Oh, hits the post. Come on, and it's out for a corner. Oh, Arsenal had two tries at that thing. Hits the post. Oh. It was a handball. Havertz put his hands up to his chest. The ball comes off his chest where his hand was and goes in. So, can't do that. 7 minutes of extra time. All right, we'll take that. And Moreno, nice shot, hits the crossbar, and then boom. And then a nice shot there from There you go. We got a corner from Rice, so let's do it, fellas. Let's do it. Come on. Ball's up. Nice. And they're calling a foul on who? You didn't see anything. This is terrible. 6 minutes now left of extra time left. Come on. Oh boy. Yeah, Rosie, please don't put the time up. I'm behind you. I want to see this thing out. I don't want to know it's over until I see it over. Oh man. Long ball. Here you go, Havertz. And I don't understand that maneuver. Why would you do the ball like that? Come on, Havertz. Got to put pressure on them. So now we get the ball back. And here they go. Just able to just turn every time. Duran on Timber. And there we go. Come on. Oh, there we go. Oh, jeez. 50-50 balls are going right back to Villa. Come on, Arsenal. Giving him space. Tielemans from... Wow. Goes wide anyways. He's saying he got touched. I don't know. Okay. Here we go, Arsenal. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Come on. Got under 5 minutes to go here. Oh, man. Yeah. It's all right. It's all right, Rosie. I just... I try to keep a conversation going, but I look up and I see stuff that... I guess I didn't want to see that. That's all. I've seen Russ put comments into that give me a little heads up. But here we go. We got about
Russ watches
4 minutes to go.
watch-alongs, even though he tells you what's about to happen.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
I love Russ, but still.
Yeah. Here we go.
Nothing unfair.
Gets the ball into Skelly. Skelly gets the ball, and I don't know who that was. Okay, Sterling gets there anyways. Let's go. Oh, that's Partey getting it there. Sterling, let's go.
Let's see.
There we go. Back to Vertigor. Come on. Come on. There we go. Gabriel. There we go. Rice. We're going to look for Havertz making runs, and nobody's putting those balls in. Sterling. Oh my gosh. Sterling just loses the ball. And then oh my gosh, that's a yellow, probably from behind. That's so stupid, Sterling. Gets the ball and then just pass and then just loses the ball. And then he goes up the back of Duran. It's just silly. Man. Damn it. So we made up some distance, and now we're going to give it right back. Yeah. No matter what happens this weekend, we'll still sit in second, but gave up 2 points here. If we don't get, we might give up more. All right, I'd like us to continue to go for the win here. Oh, that should be a handball. No, that should be a handball. There we go. Yeah. Come on, let's go, Arsenal. Got 2 minutes to go here. I can't wait for Sam to come back and validate how we have been shafted there. I don't think we got shafted, man. You cannot score. You can't score after you've handballed it. I mean, no matter what.
All I will say, I think I'm just going to say what Gary's about to say in a more long-winded way. I'm just going to say VAR didn't make you concede 2 goals against Aston Villa when you were 2.
Balls in. Come on. Ah! Yay! Havertz cannot keep the ball inside the post. He's got it all to do, and all he had to do was just put the ball inside the post, and he can't do it. Wow. We're giving ourselves opportunities. Is he? Anyway, they're saying he's offsides, but we don't know that yet. But got to keep that ball inside. Yeah, Lewis Kelly with a nice ball, but he's just outside the posts. Got less than a minute. This thing's probably over. Oh, man. Because it's going to be probably 6 minutes by the time he boots this thing. Referee is holding time up. All right, the ball's up. There we go. All right, come on, Arsenal. Got to be our ball out to Partey. Partey boots it up the pitch, and come on, Arsenal. Oh, look, offsides. All right, here let's go. Let's go, Arsenal. Let Raya boot it. Come on, let's go. We've got less than a minute to go. Don't have time to waste here. Come on, Arsenal. Yeah, just get the ball at the pitch. Ball's up. Come on, let's go, Moreno. Come on, Moreno. Ball's out to Sterling. Sterling, come on, show me something. Oh, that's got to be a yellow. Come on, that's got to be a yellow. That's got to be a yellow. That's got to be a yellow. He doesn't give a yellow. Why? That's got to be a yellow. He's trying to get to the goal line. He takes him out. Got a free kick coming from just inside the touch line there, underneath the 18 there, below the. Here we go. Set piece to hopefully win this thing. All right, come on, Erdegaard. Put this ball in the goal. We'll figure it out if it needs to be touched or not. Come on, let's go. Flicks it in, and goalkeeper gets there. So it was not a good corner from Erdegaard, and the whistle blows, and that's it. Arsenal lets Villa get back into the game. Yeah. I mean, even when they went down, they were up 2-1. They still weren't trying to get that second goal to get that 2-goal lead. That Kai Havertz had a ball score off his chest, but his hand was there. I don't know. He takes his hand, puts his hand down. I don't know. I mean, he turned away from the ball, but he turned with his hand in a weird position. His hand down by its side. But nope. Arsenal, not sure we're conned out of a 3-2. I mean, it's a handball, Russ. That's kind of what that is. Kai Havertz puts his hand down by his side. I mean, and if he puts his hand down by his side...
What did I do, Herbert? What did I do? Yeah. What? He's coming for me, and all I've done is say and eat my dinner.
Yeah, that was that sucked. Hey, Sam. That game sucked.
Yeah, that was disappointing, wasn't it? Very disappointing.
Yep. You can't hold on to a 2-goal lead. Wow.
Well, it's directly, in my opinion. Yeah, of course you can't switch off as we did a little bit there in the second half. But
all right, see you, Ben.
That second goal is directly linked to us not having Saliba in the team, because if we had Saliba fit, he would be playing that right side of central defence, and then we'd have Timber at right back. And you could see on that second goal, they scored the equaliser. Both Timber and Partey, they just weren't really in the right position. They weren't with,
Partey just ran away from the striker.
And this is a direct result of the consequences of Saliba being injured and playing Partey at right back. And I think Timber did a decent job today in his role, but he did. He's not William Saliba, is he? And I thought that was as I just said, you could see that very clearly on that second goal, and that's what's cost us today. Having Saliba out of the team today has cost us those points, as well as, of course, not being able to finish our dinner. We had a couple of other good chances today to score that we should have scored, but yeah, it's just switching off again and again, makeshift defense again, and then we drop points. I thought we did really well in the first half. We were all over them. They didn't really look like doing much. The second half, they changed it around a bit. They took off that player early, changed the tactics a bit, and they brought on Duran. It sort of changed it a lot for them. Matty Cash, I thought, had a really good game for them. His crosses are so dangerous. He's so good at crossing. But yeah, they managed to pull it back. It wasn't. I don't think it was really deserved, to be honest. But that's football, and unfortunately, you know, we're not doing the job at the moment, are we? Yeah, we beat Spurs, but we saw in the games before Spurs, you know, we're just not doing the job. It's just not good enough in terms of what we need to be doing. Some of it's down to injuries, of course. Now, you know, we're losing Saliba today, you know, was not good. But yeah, our front line, you know, Trossard did very well today. I thought Trossard had a good game. Havertz managed to somehow get the ball in the net, even though, you know, he still hits the goalkeeper before it goes in. But no, I mean, it's just not good enough, is it? You know, you got to be winning this game at home against Villa. You have to be winning it, Gary. You know, it's not good enough, and it puts us now 2 points further behind Liverpool again. So yeah, not good.
Yep, 6 points bracket now, and they have a game in hand. So
it's getting harder and harder now, Gary. This is getting harder and harder.
Yeah, you can't be dropping. You can't and this has been our story all season. All right, you can't be dropping points from leading positions, and we've done that now 6 times. This is the 6th game of the 7 draws that we've had. Well, I think maybe this is the 5th game. I think this is actually the 6th game we've had a lead, and we've dropped points. We've dropped points from a leading position. You can't do that, and that's been because our defense has always been the culprit every time. All right, the defense has always been the culprit as to why, you know, we can't hold up. All right. I mean, we lost to Brighton, City, Liverpool, Fulham, Brighton. I think we had a lead in that one. Now, and even the Manchester United game, we had a lead in that one, and now Villa. So basically, our 7th draw, our 8th draw actually, and 6 at least 6 have come from, you know, from ahead. Let teams back in the game. Yeah, I mean, we see it every time, right? We score a goal, and then we seem to take our foot off the gas, like we have, like our defense will hold up. The defense hasn't been holding up all season.
There's been more mistakes this season in defence than we've had in previous, the last 2 seasons. They have not been as good this season as they were previously. Yeah, that's true. That has not helped. And yeah, we have been tending to switch off a bit more when we have a lead, which it's a combination of those factors. You know, it's not been as good this season as it was last season. The injuries haven't helped. You know, we've had to play a lot of players in different positions, and you know, the red cards, suspensions, they certainly haven't helped. But yeah, at the end of the day, you have to do your job. You know, that is the be all and end all of it. You have to go out there with your 11 men, and you have to do the job, and you have to get the 3 points. That's what you have to do. And yeah, there's just been too many, like you say, Gary. There's just been too many mistakes this season. Basically, there's been too many times when we haven't done our job, both attacking, you know, with all the, you know, hundreds of chances. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but basically, you get the point. You know, all the tons of chances we've had that we haven't scored, that we should have been scoring on, and the mistakes in defence. We've definitely had a lot more mistakes in defence this season. And Partey at right back, not good. You know, he had one decent game there a few games ago, but today Partey was not good. It was very open on that right side in defence. He doesn't really give us much in attack on the right side. You know, there's no real flow or overlap, you know, play there when he's out there. You know, I know he's trusting Partey because he's done a couple of, you know, good, like I said, done a couple of good games there, but it's just today it didn't work, you know, and together with Timber, you just don't have that relationship in defence, you know, playing together there. You know, Timber's not really used to playing centre back lately. He's been playing mostly right back. So yeah, it wasn't good, and we saw that as I said, on the equaliser. We could see the way they were playing that cross. You know, the way they were disorganised and didn't. And,
well,
you know,
I guess I mean I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody was.
Saliba not.
Yeah. No, I was saying when we were at 2-1, I was like, who could we bring in? Can we bring in Kirior maybe? You know, somebody maybe who can play a position, and even a Tierney can come in.
Well, looking back at it, I mean, it's hindsight's always easy, right? I mean,
no, I was saying this during the game though, because you know what, I'm like, we need to like that the first goal was was a cross, was another cross in there. I mean, I mean, we finally get something from our front line, and defensively we give it all the way back, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and then you can then say, look, the defense did give it back, but the offense did have opportunities to put the ball in between the posts, and we weren't able to do that either. So, we could easily have been up 4-0 in this game, So we always give ourselves opportunities, and when we need to like close out games, it looks no different. I mean, that Trossard attempt, I feel like he's got to be able to put that, on,
I was just going to say, how typical is it, that Trossard, who's had a good game today, by the way, you can't knock him for the game he's played today. Probably one of his best games for a long time.
Yep.
And then he gets that really good chance right at the end there, and he puts it wide. It's just so typical,
Ian Wu, I think is what your name. Thanks for joining us. New to the channel, I believe.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not great. It's not great. I love Russ trying to somehow put this on the referee again. It's the clearest handball you'll ever see.
He's trying to pick a fight with you before you even came in.
He said, "I can't wait." He said, "I can't wait for you to get on."
He's just joking. He's trying to bait me. I'm not going for the bait rush, you slag. I'm not going for it.
Yeah. No, I mean, this game. Hopefully, this game hasn't really said to Arsenal, "Look, you're okay with your attack." No, you still need answers in your attack, because you couldn't really go to anybody.
No, when Sterling is your option on the bench, you are fucked.
Yeah.
Because let's just call it what it is. I understand why we went for Sterling at the time, even though of course we should have got another striker as well or another forward player. But I was happy we got Sterling instead of nobody. Like we talked about earlier, I would rather have Rashford come in than nobody. Of course, I'd prefer other players ahead of Rashford. But if Rashford's the only guy we're going to get, he's better than no one. And that was the same sort of situation with Sterling at the end of the summer window. If we weren't really going to get anyone, okay, Sterling on a free, basically on a loan, paying only half of his wages. Okay, right, you bring him in, give him a chance. He's had his chance now. He's absolutely fucking useless. Yeah, he can do a couple of little shimmies and a couple of little twists, but his end product is fucking garbage. He's absolutely dire. And when he's your option coming off the bench, you're fucked. You're in trouble. What can you do? It's not good enough.
Yeah.
And we need to go out there and get someone in as quickly as possible. I mean, waiting now to the end of the window I know it's more difficult to do things early in the window than late because teams like to wait and try and get more, more bids in and try and get more people interested in that. It's better for them to do business. The selling club has an advantage of waiting to the window. The selling club has an advantage of waiting to the end of the window, but it's just we need to go out there and get someone as quickly as possible. We desperately need options up front. We really do.
Yeah, you can't do nothing. As I think all of us are saying, we can't do nothing. And if Rashford is coming in, that's because he's our second option. Not second option, but our second player coming in. Like it can't be Rashford and that's all she wrote. It got to be we're bringing in Rashford because it's the end of the window and we can get a deal done pretty quickly, right? But otherwise, we need to bring in a legitimate attacking answer to the questions that we're posing to the squad, and need to do that. So if they, if there's like a small amount of monies to get Sesko in because that's who they want, just pay it and move on. I mean, the sooner he's part of the squad, the sooner you can play him, the sooner you get confidence in his play, the sooner he's available to you. Because no matter what, Arteta's going to take his time.
The sooner the better, of course. The more time a player has to adapt, the better. We need someone in as soon as possible. Sesko, if we're going to get Sesko, he might not want to come, he might not want to leave. But the only way we're going to get Sesko is to pay over the odds. We're going to have to go out and pay them 80, 90 million, because that's what it's going to take to get him in now in January. I just can't see. I want us to do it. I really want us to do it, absolutely. But I just can't see the way I know Arsenal, the way we work in the transfer market. I just can't see us doing that. I really can't. So, yeah. But we need someone. We really do. We really do. We need a proper strike. Like Ian Wu says, we need a proper striker. It's glaring. It's the one thing that's missing in our team, sticking out, like a sore thumb, is that proper centre forward. I can't believe we've had this for 2 seasons, like you said, Gary, earlier. Since Aubameyang left, we brought in Havertz, but Havertz is not really a centre forward, really. We need someone else to come in that centre forward role desperately.
Yeah, no, Isak would definitely be perfect, but I think he's priced out of many teams' markets. I mean, nobody's truly going to pay 120, 125 for him right now. We've got lots of holes to fill. I mean, people we're bringing in Zubimendi, right? Which means they're expecting at least one of Partey or Jorginho to leave, if not both. Right? They're bringing in a young midfielder as well, which might mean both of them are gone. All right.
Yeah.
We got Nyan, I think his name is. He's also a midfielder.
Talk about Nipan. That's only just rumors at the moment.
Yeah. So no, but I mean that's the only thing that would make sense for both Partey and Jorginho to leave, right? I don't know. Like people are think about it. People are saying Zubimendi comes in is where does Rice play? Well,
Zubimendi is probably going to take that 8 role, probably.
Yeah. That's what people are saying, but they're also saying he could play the 6 legitimately as well.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But Tom, we need to keep Tom happy. So, is there something we can talk about Leeds?
Nah. Keep going on about your.
My friend
I
David
know
Kirk,
what you
thanks
call
for
it
joining
at
us.
this point. Like, what is the actual complaint at the moment? Like you're second in the Premier League and doing quite well, or that you ain't got a striker?
It's mostly striker.
So basically, you're second in the Premier League without a striker.
Yeah, yes. But like I'll rather be first in the league without a striker. It doesn't help you being second. That doesn't get you anything.
It does. It gets you a lot of money in the Champions League.
Yeah, but like you're all about the money, right? We just sat here and said, we as fans we don't care about the money, but the ownership does.
I don't care.
You must be an ownership man. You're a company man, all right? You want your team to make tons of money. You don't care if they win, right?
Well, I'm not getting any of the money. I just want my team doing well.
Well, exactly. That's what we want. So the only way we can do well is if we get a striker.
But you are doing well. That is my point.
No, we're not. We're doing well. We're potentially 9 points back of first place.
This is the paradox, isn't it? This is the paradox because when you look at our position in the league, right? Second is you can't say you're doing bad. Yeah. When you're second in the league, you're doing well. You're better than 18 other teams, right? Mm. So when you look at the league, it looks pretty good. But when you see the way we play lately, and we're struggling so much. And today we blow a 2-goal lead and we now go 6 points behind Liverpool and they still have a game in hand. So they could potentially go 9 points ahead. It's just, we just know that at this point, and things could change. That's why I'm not giving up. I'm not going to say it's over. I'm not going to say that because we're in January and there's still a lot of things that can happen between now and May. That is just the way football is. But right now, with these 6 points behind and Liverpool have the game in hand, it does not look good. It does not look promising, right? We have to be realistic about that. Doesn't mean the league's over because bigger changes have happened. There's been some real shockers that have happened up through the years. But at the moment, with the way Liverpool are playing compared to how we are playing, potentially a 9-point lead is going to be very hard to pull back, right? So that's why we're complaining that we're not pushing on closer to Liverpool. That's why we're a bit disappointed. I still think second is good. I really do. I think it's a good position to be in. But we want to be pushing on closer to Liverpool. That's what's disappointing. And we've had this striker problem for over 2 seasons now. That's what's annoying. That position hasn't been addressed. So it's all.
And not only that, but the points difference right now, even if we beat Liverpool at their place, the 6 points, that's worse than we've done against City the last 2 seasons. I believe it was 5 the first time and it's 2 the last time. So like that shows to some degree like they're going to step back in terms of being able to keep up. So second place sounds good, but then it's there. We say it all the time. There's levels to this thing, and losing out on the top place by more points than the previous year means you were missing some pieces, right? And not only that, but like we talk about strikers, and guess what? A lot of teams have two strikers, two legit strikers, right?
Yeah.
What did Villa do when they took off their striker? They brought another one on. We don't have another one to come on now, and we don't have another center forward to come on. We just don't. We don't even have a striker in either one of our players because the way they don't play like strikers. So, we're missing. We don't have a striker at all. So,
I think Villa tried to upset you when they did that.
It's like, look who we can bring on. We can bring on Duran.
Yeah.
They were like, our strikers are shit, but at least we have them.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I mean, I'd rather take somebody.
Are not shit.
No, but it's good to have somebody who can actually supposedly knows their role, right? I'm called a striker, and that's what I try to play. We don't have those players that know how to play as a striker.
Stan Collymore was a striker.
Yeah, but he don't play for us.
Should we go and get Collymore? Go and get him. Go up front, mate. Or like maybe Rooney. I think Rooney's out of work now, isn't he? Let's go get Rooney, stick him up front.
Yeah.
Wayne could probably still do a job for someone, not Arsenal, but someone.
We'll just have to go and dig him out of the the old age pensioners section. We'll have to we keep sneaking in there all the time instead of trying to get in front of goal.
If you want to motivate him, you'd actually start letting old people live at the Emirates.
Yes, exactly. Stick a few oldies behind the goal, and he'll start banging in the goals.
Yeah,
not just banging in the goals.
No, not just banging in the goals.
We're not in the goals.
He'll be doing banging, but we won't be banging goals.
This is what it come to. Yeah. No, I mean, it's going to be tough to beat you in Anfield. That's why. But I mean, you want to put yourself in that situation where you can win that. All right, if you win that, then something good can happen. So we're not right now. We're at a point where we can go into that game knowing if we don't win it, the next 3 game matches won't matter. Right? We've done this before, right? We've gone into games late in the season, and because we've dropped points, City has won without even playing a game. All right, and so I'd rather have our team in a situation where we can win it as opposed to it's done by the time we play it. So. Yeah, Mateta looked good. He scored 2 goals today, one from the spot. But I don't. If they're looking for a striker, I don't know how many games they have to play before they go. Yeah, let's just do it. I mean, why did Josh come over if it wasn't to actually get us across the line? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean they've done some kind of agreement, on like a budget or whatever. They've hashed out a few things while he's been over, of course, but. This is not FIFA, right? This is not a video game. Things do actually.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, there we go.
Sorry, couldn't help it.
Things do actually take a bit of time. It's not as easy as you think to get a transfer done. Like I said, it's not FIFA. You just click on a couple of buttons and it's done. So there's more complexities behind this than what most people realize. But at the same time, we need to be pushing as hard as we can to get it done as quickly as we can. That's what we need to do.
Yep.
Push it,
baby.
No, I mean, like I said, I just feel like if Sesko is your man in the summer, then it's not. Why would he not be your man now? Oh, that was a little bit, not PG. I don't know what's going on there.
That's just the fun now.
Sam might get a little turned on by it, but I'm looking at it going, "Wow, oh my gosh!"
It is not a 3-way, everyone. It's not a 3-way.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's like too many numbers for me.
Some would say.
Yeah. No, Yep. Yeah, that is a picture.
Harry doesn't know what to say.
I don't. You guys just like shock me too many times. I don't need this. I got my.
Ow.
Oh my God! Stop! Take it. No, not. This isn't a wrestling show. Why is this even up? Oh my gosh! But for those who didn't know, Mr. Tom does have a wrestling show. Mr. Tom Talks Wrestling. You should check it out.
Wrestling.
He does a really good
job.
Does a really good job with the memes and the actual chatter about Arsenal about wrestling. You should check it out. Was it on Thursdays, right?
Thursday, baby.
What time is it on at Thursdays? 9 p.m.
After 9:59, but before 10:01.
There you go.
Not
Nine
always.
between
It's not true.
9:59 and 10:01. Check it out. Yeah, Arsenal does not have a number 9, and that's a problem. I mean, today I'm going to say today was more the defense than the offense. I mean, you can't take a 2-goal lead with 35 minutes to go and give up 2 goals in a span of like 10 minutes. I mean, it was actually 8 minutes, but can't do that. Can't do that. And both goals were kind of similar in a sense that we kind of fell asleep either on the attacker or on the back line. I mean, I know you said Timber should have been there, but I mean, it looked like Gabriel was closer in general. And Partey, being the fullback, has to know that there's nobody else to cover behind him. And then when he steps up, all he's doing is giving he's giving a strike. Like, think of how many times have we seen our striker have somebody run away from them in a box before the cross comes in?
It's
What's in the box? What's in the box?
I just kind of like, I mean, come on, man. Like Partey has to know better. I mean, I understand it's not your role, but you cannot leave a striker alone in the box. It just sounds
your role.
Yeah. Ian will. It sounds like you're a Liverpool fan, but yeah, you guys are doing it. And today you shown, look, nothing for what, 60, 70 minutes, and then you just turned it on and ran away with the thing.
Sounds like he's a wrestling fan.
The one thing I'll say about Liverpool is they play 90 minutes. Arsenal has not played a true 90 minutes where they basically, throughout the entire 90 minutes, you thought they might score. They kind of disappear for a bit, and then they turn it on like when they're under pressure. Like when we're under pressure, we're like putting balls into the box, hitting posts, right? Where was that when we were up 2-0? Right, because at 2-0, they don't want you to get the third. It's no different than when it's 2-1 or when it's 2-2.
We did push to try and score. I mean, Marino hit the post. Trossard had that chance.
That was 2-2. I'm talking about when it was 2-0. We didn't press to get that third goal, and when it was 2-1, we again
we switched off a bit.
Yeah,
we switched off a bit there. At 2-0.
The sense of urgency that you saw when it was 2-2. With 10 minutes to go, right? That's the same similar kind of intensity that you want when you're up 2-0 and you don't, you want to make sure that they don't put any pressure on you anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it wasn't good enough. Giving up a 2-goal lead like that is not good enough. And Spencer's right. He's, as I said, when I just came on, this is on the defense. They're disorganized. It's down to Saliba being injured. I mean, it shows you how important having that unit together that plays normally together. They how important that is, because when you take out when Saliba's not there, all of a sudden you're having to push Timber into the middle. Then you have to use Partey out at right back, who's terrible at right back, as we saw today. You could maybe put Kivior in there and then keep Timber out right. That's probably, in all honesty, what I would have rather have done today. Put Kivior in there in Saliba's spot and kept Timber out right. But yeah, no, this is down to Arteta's selection again. But it's also down to Saliba's injury, and it's disorganized, not as good as it should be. And blowing a 2-goal lead, especially at home, is just not you can't do that. It's not good enough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see I know Arsenal well enough. I know the Arsenal fan base. And when I say the fan base, I'm not saying fan base, but I really mean Gary. So, no, this is not a Gary. This is not you. But I know the Arsenal fan base enough to know that while the actual common sense thing here to do was go, it's quite a problem that we were 2-0 up. We had an obvious reason why Leeds let a 2-goal lead slip last week. That was obvious. But Arsenal could turn around and then go, you know what? This Spencer's saying it. Spencer's saying the right things here because I'm about to say I'd be looking at defending in this situation. I go, not having a striker doesn't mean.
But you know what? That once again, that's a problem we've seen since the third game of the season. The defense can't hold up. Right? We saw it. The third game of the season, the defense had lapsed. And then they give up the game tying goal, right? So this isn't something that we've seen like just recently. Third game of the season, we saw the exact same thing, and it continues today. All right, there are multiple different ways to give up
Tom, you're saying essentially the same as what Tom's saying. This is on the defense. You can't blow a 2-0 lead like that.
there will be an element of your fan base that is
Yeah,
going,
but we don't know them. How do you know these guys? Sam, do you know who he's talking about? Because I don't know these guys by name.
There's a lot of fans in our fan base who's going to blame the referee or VAR or something like Russ is trying to do.
VAR didn't make you give away 2 goals when you were
no. I'm just saying, like, I can't speak for them, right? You want to speak for them? Speak
the
for them.
irony is, I did a whole speech prefacing the fact that I'm not saying that Gary is saying this.
No. I'm saying
Gary proceeds to act like I'm saying he's saying this.
I did not say that at all. I just said I don't know these people, so why are you talking about it like those people are here
because
listening to us?
That is going to be a reaction. There will be people in your fan base that have that reaction.
He's talking about our fan base. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfectly fine to talk about our fan base. You know, that's what we are.
True.
And to be, I'm not digging anyone out in particular. I'm just saying, because anyone can have whatever view they want. But at the same time, we have the right to turn around and go, I don't quite agree with that kind of thing. And the way I don't quite agree with that is because you're basically making it really easy to then go, defense, you're doing a great job. And
I've been saying the defense has been poor all season. Like, it's as good as we're playing, you're going to say, oh, you're tops in the league in goals, against. And I'm like, but you know what? How many of those goals are in a similar situation here where you've got a lead? You can't do that.
No, I get that.
You can't do that. We've done it. We've done 6 times now.
Are doing well.
Yeah.
But we're not doing as well as Burnley.
Yeah.
And I know there's levels to this, but I'm just saying it's an example of why I agree with you. Because the people are going to say that my team leads, like, oh, you don't concede that many goals. It's like, no, but when we do, they're usually very stupid and avoidable.
Not only that, but it's all about, we talk about moments, right? Talk about moments. Like today, we needed a moment to score that 3rd goal, right? We had opportunities to score that 3rd goal. Moreno hits the crossbar. Havertz handball. Trossard goes far in the post, right? And it's about the moments when these things happen. We're missing these goals like now. Like we're under the cosh. The minute time's running out on us, we need to score a goal. This is when you need to do the kind of thing. We're not doing it. Defense, same thing. We need to hold on to a lead. Need to see a game out. Like, I mean, was it last year? I think it was against Everton. We won 1-0. At no point in that 90 minutes did I think it was Everton. But at no point in that 90 minutes did I feel like they were going to even get a sniff of a goal. That's how dominant we were in that game, I believe. And we haven't got anywhere near that this season. I mean, I think it's partly just, you can't be that perfect every year. And, teams will figure you out. I think teams have figured us out a little bit. And, when they get opportunities, they don't hold back. It's like when you see that opening, right, to get to the goal, you just take it because you might not see it again. And teams are doing that with high efficiency, when they get that one chance, that 2 chances to score on us. We're getting punished for it.
So I thought you was talking about my team because you're saying things. I'm sitting there going, yep, that sounds like a Leeds match. Yep, that sounds like Leeds are going 2 goals.
Well, no, I've watched a lot of the Leeds matches, and they're all they're similar, as you said.
They are all the same.
You're playing a team at the bottom of the table, and it's 0-0 late in the game, and you're like, oh crap, what's about to happen here? And they steal points from you, it's good to have the lead this time, a double goal lead. Now we realize we need to go up 3 goals. I guess that's the new mantra. Let's get up 3 goals now. Maybe we'll be able to hold on to the win. I don't know if you remember, Sam, like when we had Emery, if we didn't score 3 goals, we weren't getting a point.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's one of the things people really forget about Emery is how bad we were. Like the last 7, 8, 9, 10 games we had under Emery, how really bad we were. Yeah. And we were, every game, our midfield was just like a wet paper bag. You were just going through that so easy. Yeah. And we were letting like over 20 shots against us a game, which is just absurdly ridiculous. Yeah. And that was also happening every game. We were hanging on by a bare thread every single game. Those last 5, 6, 7 games with Emery, we were terrible. It was shocking. And people just conveniently forget that, we are a lot better now. Our team is a lot better. They're talking about progress is one of the reasons why I really, really, you know, I really disagree with all those fans who are saying, "Oh, we know better," blah blah blah, because their only measurement is winning trophies, right? If you don't win a trophy, it's like you might as well be 18th. Well, not 18th because then you get relegated, but you might as well be 17th in the league, because for them, either you win the league or you might as well just fuck off. You know, they just can't see that there's something in between there that's actually valid, which really annoys me. But yeah,
privileged fans.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, I had a thought here because we were talking about Emery. We were talking about the defense. I mean, it's going to come to me in a second here, but what were we talking about? Again, Spencer in the house has joined us. What were we talking about, Sam? How did you leave that off before you?
I was talking about Emery about the shots against us. You know, that our midfield was, especially our midfield, paper bag. You know.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, whenever we went through that 20-game non-losing streak, and it was like, how did that happen? And I think in the same season, when the teams finally realized, guess what? We're not going to run away from you. So why in the world would you bother putting a high press on us or giving us opportunities to score? And then basically they just shut it down. They just said, guess what? Your midfield sucks. We're going to just punish you through the midfield. And then we got punished all the time.
What did you say they did? Yeah. Did you say they shut it down? They shut it way down.
Yeah. It was. I mean, it was just, you know, you knew how to like this game, right? They just sat and waited, right? They just sat and waited for their opportunity because it was going to come, and it always seems to come. And they took advantage when it did. What in the world is wrong with you? Would you please stop putting that up? That is terrible. I mean, luckily that is not for your show. I'm glad you're not using that for your show, because if you're using that for your show, okay, all right. If that's what you want to do.
Say that. I did use it for my show, Gary.
Oh,
I totally used it for my show.
That's a new logo. It's great. I love it.
All right. Where are you planning to go? Is Sam? Are you Arteta in?
I am still Arteta in because I'm reserving my judgment until the end of the season. Yes, at the moment things aren't as good as they should be. You know, we aren't really doing the job that we should be doing, but we're January, right? Things can still happen. Like I said just a few minutes ago, 6 points behind Liverpool. They still have a game in hand. Is not good. It is not promising, but it's not over. Things can happen. Really, but I do believe that we do need to get a striker in if we're going to push Liverpool. If we don't get a striker in, I'm going to be less confident. I'm going to be, a lot more downbeat on our chances. But I'm not Arteta out, because if he wins a trophy this season for me, whether we come back in the Carabao Cup and pull that off, win the Carabao Cup, if we win the Champions League, again, probably not very likely, but we might, it could happen. If we win the Champions League, or if we somehow manage to pull back and win the Premier League, if we win any of those three trophies, for me, that is a season I'm happy with, and I'm willing to give him another chance. So at the moment, I'm not Arteta out.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't. It's not Pornhub, but
I'd like to answer Mr. Herbert's question, and then I'm going to ask the same question to Spencer, if he's okay with that. I'm Arteta, don't care. But Spencer, are you Arteta in or Arteta out?
I'm Arteta, don't care. I mean, I just, again, my whole opinion is I'm like Sam, I'm reserving to the end of the year. But at the same time, you just snap your fingers and bring in this manager, and all of a sudden all our problems are going to disappear. You still don't have a striker.
Like that.
True.
I mean, this is my problem today too, because we've dropped points from winning positions. Like 1-0, you're up down to 10 men. It happens, all right? Like you're up 2-0 at home, man. That's why. I mean, that's why today, like I'm on the defense today, because like offensively, there was opportunities there. The team looked decent going forward. I mean, they gave you 2 goals and you couldn't even hold that up. So it's kind of like, it's just one of these years where, and this is where it can get tricky to Arteta in, Arteta out, not managing games properly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's where, and I don't, again, like my argument is, and I think I said this to Sam during the or Gary during the watch along. They announced Zubimendi for the summer for a reason. They were telling you the intentions of how this year is going to go out. Whether you guys want to argue that's good enough or not, I mean, I don't want to entertain it. I'm talking about the chat room or whatever, but this game actually is the most irritating game of the year for me, just because of the fact you were up 2-0.
Yeah.
As I say, we finally got a 2-goal lead. And
Yeah.
can we hold on to it? And we can. And we
we
score first. We don't lose. You know what I mean? That's the thing. I mean,
Yeah.
we're like 37 and 8 now. I think.
You were sitting here at half time going, "We need the next goal. We need the next goal," and you went and got it.
Yeah,
And you still didn't win the game.
Yeah.
I totally get the frustration. I totally understand any Arsenal fan that says this result ain't good enough, because you're right, it's absolutely not good enough. But it's not good enough because of what your club did during the game. Not because of what the referee or the VAR or anything like that did, because your own defenders didn't do their job. And unfortunately, that's just football. And I know you don't want to hear that from me, but that's football.
It's true.
I felt like Arteta could have brought, if he want, like he had Tierney, he had Kirior. If he felt like he was losing, we're losing the back line, for example, I know that the whole left foot, right foot thing, and it's probably why he wouldn't bring Kirior in, but I just felt like we were getting killed on our right side anyways, because Partey just isn't that, I think he can hold up for maybe 60, 70 minutes, but 90 minutes, I think, it's a struggle sometimes for him, because I don't think that's his preference to be there. And that's, a lot of this goals came from that, going towards that side. So for me, like, if you're going to shut it down, like if that's Tierney out there, right? Because I think he can play right back, if I recall, right? Does he leave?
Tierney's not a right back now. You wouldn't play him at right back. I'd rather put Lewis Skelly at right back, to be honest. If we're going like last results, I would put Skelly at right back, and I'd have Tierney at left back. Because I wouldn't want to see Tierney out of right back. He's too left-footed. He's far too left-footed.
I'll tell you the substitution that should have happened. Bring Kivior on. I don't care that it's left foot, right. I don't care. Your job is to defend. Don't care. Move Timber to right back. Then you could have potentially moved Partey to Moreno's spot, or you could have brought Jorginho on. Whatever you want to do, and just see the game out.
Yeah, but Jorginho, where are you going to put him? You're going to take Partey off?
If you're going to take Partey off, or if you take Moreno off, whatever you want to do. Like you take Moreno off, move Partey up, bring Jorginho on, and now you've got these two guys that can sit there and just boom, we're done. Come at us, bring it on. And that's really ideally how that should have been filled out. I mean, that's at the 50th. Granted, go get the third goal, whatever. But dude, if you get 2 goals in this league, you should hold. You gotta this is like, I don't normally lose my shit over stuff, but this one's got me losing my crap, because it's just the first goal was a warning sign, and it's like, okay, hold on here, let me think about what we're gonna do. And then if you have, your job is to defend. If you're upset, if your mentality is like, I need to have the right-sided footed for a defender, I get it for fullback. Like, I get that. But for defender, I need you to tackle people, not ball. It's that's where I'm upset. So,
and I think on the first goal, Moreno once again got beat by Tielemans to the ball.
I wouldn't really,
and I don't like the reason why I'm bringing it up is because is he suited to maybe handle that kind of situation? Where
he's doing the right thing he's actually doing the right thing there by following, because the Tielemans runs in from deep, right? That's what he's really, really good at. So when you have a midfielder that runs in from the deep like that, it's really, really hard for central defenders to pick that up, because they're already covering other attacking players, like their forwards or whatever. So you have to have a defensive midfielder who follows and tracks that run. And so I felt he did the right thing. I thought Marino following him in all the way in like that he did the right thing. But he just got beat by Tielemans right there. Tielemans did a really good job of getting ahead of him.
It was close to an own goal anyway.
I didn't really want to blame. Of course, you don't want to let in a goal. Of course, you can say that every goal is some kind of mistake in some way. But I think, like, really saying that's a Marino mistake, I'm not saying you're saying that, but maybe in general people are. saying that's like a Mourinho mistake that
like I said, I don't know how. Like you said, how do you?
I-
You're saying
I can't put that on Mourinho. I think that's just a good goal. He got ahead of Mourinho, and I think Mourinho was doing the right thing by tracking him back there. He was doing his job basically.
The reason why I brought it up is because like how do you stop that if Moreno's not? If it's is Moreno supposed to expect support from the back line? Should that have been a defensive midfielder who actually plays against Tielemans and then closes it out, or you know what I mean? Like, how do we stop that? Is that because the cross was easy to get in there? There's a couple of different ways.
It's more the fact that the cross, that it was too easy to get that cross in. That's the big factor there, really.
Outrageous.
Yeah, Tom's on it. He's on it.
Yeah.
No, it's just,
In all seriousness, I've watched a lot of Arsenal this season.
Congratulations, Tom.
Okay, that's good. We knew this of you.
I'm nothing to. Oh, sorry. No, I was just expected to be called a liar 3 times. But all right. No, I'm sure. I've seen a lot of Arsenal this season.
So
I've got a bit of cheese in my eye. Anyway, what?
Are you lying, Tom? Are you lying to us?
Yes, because he doesn't like cheese.
I've seen your badge a lot this season.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
On Twitter, because apparently your team permeated my timeline. It would actually help if I didn't have it on general timeline instead of just the one that's for me, because it wouldn't be then Arsenal. Anyway, what? Sorry, that's not PG. Anyway, what? No. Again, in all seriousness, I do love the Premier League. I've clearly sat on this show and said that I think it's the best first half of football I've seen all year in the Premier League. I've nothing but respect for the skill, the endeavour, the effort that is put in by players representing one of the 20 clubs in the Premier League. It's the best league in football. I can't keep the lie going on any further.
All right, so let's move on. So I'll get in. I'll jump in here and just take you wasted. You like to waste our time sometimes, and I think you did a good job there.
I take pleasure in wasting your time, Gary. Not Spencer or Sam's time. That's kind of.
I know, just me.
Yours.
I mean, the feeling is mutual. I don't like you either. All right, so let's just keep everybody out there. Just know that to be true. Now, I was going to say, like we talk about Arteta in or out, and I always say Arsenal in. But if we don't win anything, there has to be some serious discussions about whether Arteta is the one that's going to take us forward or not. Has he? Some people say, has he hit the peak? Has he hit the level that he's going to get to? Or do they think he can? If they think he can get us to the next level, they need to support him now, because I'll be hard pressed to believe that you can go 3 times finishing second, and then you're like, we'll just keep doing what we did before. I know they might be all okay with it because of the monies that they get for finishing in the top 4, but I think it wears on the fan base. And if Arteta wants to keep the fan base, he's going to have to put his arms up in the air, grabbing a trophy at some point, all right? Because he talks about that all the time. It will get a little bit like, well, you know what? How many times do you finish? We've seen the Bills. We just talked about it earlier today. The Bills finished in the Super Bowl, finished second 4 times in a row. It took a while for them to get back into where they are now, where they're challenging for spots to get into the Super Bowl. You kind of, it's hard to reload and get back into that flow and to try to do it again. And players don't want to stick around for that, right? I mean, it's going to be. We're already talking about young players that might want to move on if they don't see a future where they get trophies. All right. That is their decision at some point. It's like, can I see myself challenging, not challenging because they're already challenging, but actually winning trophies. So, yeah.
How do you think you'd feel, right? I know this is on the surface going to sound like an absurd question, but say like you do sell Saka to Manchester City, and then the day later, Manchester City get demoted.
That's why that would be the stupidest deal to do, to sell him to City. You can sell him to anybody else. Yeah.
I just think it'd be funny because you'd have all this money to play with, and you wouldn't have them to deal with as opposition for 3 years.
Well, we're finding out we don't have to deal with them now, and it's not making a difference with us challenging and putting ourselves in positions to win a league.
That's a fair point. It's a fair point. Sorry, Spencer looks like he's got things to say. He's not got anything to say.
No, I don't want to play the Arteta in, Arteta out game. It's just I find it boring. It's not even fun to discuss because, like, I mean, yeah, this is what happened. Yeah, because it's just like these, and then people will go on Arsenal shows and watch Arsenal shows and just do this like regurgitating of just like, oh, and I'm just like, I just find the conversation boring. And I'm not saying our conversation's boring on this. I'm furious about today, but I'm just not. I also, there's realism in this too. There's no striker at this club. Like, if you're gonna just, I mean, that's the problem I have with our fan base. Also, they'd rather have their agenda be right than us be happy and actually.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
It's just tiring, man. And like, you're gonna see AFTV clips of Turkish and all these people just going nuts, and I'm just like, bro, like, just stop.
I just had a quick look. I just had a quick look at my Twitter or X or whatever the fuck you want to call it now.
I just call it Twitter.
I just call it Twitter for to keep it easy. I had a quick look at my Twitter timeline just after the game, and it was just Arteta out with big exclamation marks, capital letters all over the place. It's pathetic. Really is.
I mean, and this is the thing too. If you want to be that way, like, I'm okay with it. If that's your opinion, like, I'm okay with it. I'm at my opinion that I don't think he should go at this stage. And
Spencer, I think what you're saying essentially earlier, and that's basically the same as the way I feel. Like, it's what are you going to do with a new manager that comes in right now, right? I mean, people need to think this through, because if you bring in a new manager now at the end of January, right? Spencer's right. If there's still no striker, right? The squad is still the same. The squad hasn't changed, right? A new manager, whoever that person is, are they going to make this team play better? Are they going to do something that gives us more points? That's what you have to ask. And at this point of the season, I just don't think that is realistic. I don't think that would happen. At the end of the season, you evaluate, and if you don't think it's good enough, okay, then maybe it is time after like 5-6 seasons now, at least 5 seasons now, of Arteta getting he's built his squad, he's built his team. Now you have to sort of say, okay, is this good enough? Do we now move on and try something else? Yeah. And the next guy who comes in, they are going to want to change the team how they want. I'm not saying necessarily a whole squad rebuild, because we do have a really good foundation there. We have many good, solid, central players. But he's going to still want to change some players and change the squad. Yeah. That's going to take time to adapt. It's
adaptation, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Adaptation. But it's a good film, by the way, Kaufman. But no, I mean, this is the thing. People just think, oh, you bring in someone who's automatically going to be better. No, we've seen, how many times have we seen, managers come and go at various clubs, and it just doesn't get better. It doesn't. Yes, sometimes it does, but a lot of times, more often than not, it does not. And especially now, and I was actually, this is something I thought of today. And I wanted to just put this out there to everyone. And I think this is a real essential question. Have any of you or anyone ever seen a club ever sack their manager when they are in second place in the league, just 6 points behind the leader?
It's very rare.
And there's still nearly half of the season left to go. I'm not talking about the end of the season. I'm talking about with nearly half of the season left to play. You're in second place, 6 points behind the leader. Have you ever seen a football club sack a manager in that position? I'm not talking about if the manager wants to go or he's had sex with kids or whatever and fucking get rid of him. I'm talking about in normal circumstances, the manager, you're in second place, you're six points behind the leader. Have you ever seen a club fire someone in that position? It's absurd to think like that. It's just never, ever going to happen. It just doesn't make any sense.
I've typed into Google and there's nothing that even suggests remotely that that's a thing other than on Football Manager for bullshit reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing too. Like, I'm a big hold players accountable guy. I mean, it's if I'm going to sit here and, the last 2 matches, we 49 shots, 1 goal, or whatever it was before the Spurs game. And it's like, I think the players have to go execute the plan. I don't know how good the plan was today, especially once you got up 2-0 and you had to see your way out of it. But again, like I think people think it's an easy fix button, but this is the reality. If you bring in a manager right now and it keeps going south, you will hear. I don't care what people sit here and say. You will see that manager's name with out next to it before the summer even hits. You will see it because they'll do it, and then they'll be screaming once we'll have a summer of new players come in, and the first game that goes bad, and the Bears are inquiring about a trade for Mike Tomlin, Sam, by the way.
What was that? Sorry, what did you say?
The Bears were inquiring about Mike Tomlin, but the Tomlin told them to save their time.
Is he any good?
Yeah. He coached the Steelers to 2 Super Bowls. So
interesting.
But my point here is like the first bad result in the, if you bring a guy in now and the first bad result in the next season, they'll be like, oh, this guy out too. So like people are just never happy. But there is a lot of reality that, if you step back and look at things objectively, 3 years of second place is not good enough. But it also at the same time, look at what you've had to go against too. This year's probably the most disappointing one, if we're honest, based on the fact that it's Liverpool and the fact that they're probably more of our economic equal, whereas Chelsea and City are just, they can blow whatever money they want. I mean, that's the worst part. It's not easy winning. But at the same time, I'm gonna stick to this to the end of the season. Like I'm not Arteta in or Arteta out. I mean,
yeah, no. Let's wait and see. Right now, it's not great.
Yeah,
we're stuttering right now, but maybe if we're going to try and be a little bit optimistic here, if we do bring in a good centre forward, maybe we do manage to pull that off before the end of the window. And then, all of a sudden some players start hitting form again. Like Trossard today looked really good. All of a sudden he's finding a bit of form again. I thought Marino had a good game. He's starting to settle in a little bit. There were some good things that happened today. Like we said, defense was what let us down today with Saliba being out. All of the consequences of that. But trying to be optimistic, if we get a good centre forward in, maybe things start to turn around. Maybe we start putting some really good games together and a good string of results. Yep. And if Liverpool start dropping points, which can happen, they can still drop points. All of a sudden we're up there gunning for the title again. So this could happen. As I'm saying, it's crazy to right now when the transfer window has not closed yet. We've still got like about 12, 13 days left of or 13 days left of the transfer window. That's basically 2 weeks. We've got 2 weeks left of the transfer window. We're in second place, 6 points behind Liverpool. We're in January. Right now, it's far too early to pull the plug or just, go into panic mode. It's just far too early.
Yeah, it really is. And it's, it's like the first goal, right? And this is the other thing we're guilty of as fans, trying to psychoanalyze what we did wrong. Like the first goal, Martinelli and Trossard made great runs and beat their man to it. Like that's just a good goal.
Yeah.
There's nothing I think Villa really could have done. Maybe Martinez could probably get a better hand on it, but still, players made runs, outdid their opponent, and scored a goal. So,
yeah.
I don't know, man. When you get a goal from Martinelli and you get a goal from Havertz in a game that two people you've been asking to get goals from, and then you just blow it like that. I mean, of all the games, we can go through some of the games we've dropped points in. Like I blame certain players like Rice in the first one, whatever, not trying to rehash that. But this one, I got to look at Arteta and I'm blaming the defense, but I'm also like, hey, man. This is
game management.
Game
management, like you said.
This one, I've got to look at him and say, I don't think he got outdone by Emery, but I got to look at Havertz. What are you doing,
well,
man?
Once again, they made substitutions that I don't
arm
know.
Behind your back. And I don't know.
Once again, I feel like they made substitutions that I think got them to where they were, and we didn't make any substitutions that either made sure they didn't get to that point. Like we didn't yes, they made a sub, and maybe we make a sub late as well, but we didn't all right, we have a 2-goal lead. How can we see this game out?
Yes, this is exactly what I was going to say. I was exactly going to follow up what Spencer said. That this is game management, right? And this is you actually have to look a bit at Arteta for this because Yeah, Emery changed it, right? He changed it at halftime. He actually changed this before halftime as well when he made that early substitution. At halftime, it changed. He brought on a couple of subs during that second half. It changed a lot. They came out a much better team in the second half. They gave us more problems. And when they got that first goal, exactly as Spencer said, it was a warning sign because they had the momentum. They were getting that momentum. They were getting it.
Warning you never took.
They were getting at our back line. They were giving us more trouble. And I don't feel Arteta countered that. That's what he should have done. Arteta should have said, okay, maybe we need to do something here to counter this. You know, like Spencer said, maybe bring on that second defensive midfielder, change a few things around. You know, Arteta, this is the thing that annoys me a bit with Arteta in this situation because he has previously, I've seen him, I think we've all seen him previously adapt during the game and change things during the game and change things up tactically. And you know, and it has worked and it's been very, very effective. But today, there just didn't seem to be any answers for those changes Villa made. And that, you know, that was disappointing. And I agree 100%. I think a lot of this today does go down to game management as well.
Can I just let you in before I leave? Because I do have to go and put my football bets on. I've left it a bit late. I'll let you in on a little secret that I've never told anyone about me and my league fandom. Gary, why's Gary already look suspicious?
Because I know this. Go on, tell us.
Right. Sometimes there were games where we'd have goal scoring wasn't our forte, let's just say, and I used to sit there and I'd look over the TV camera. I was there. TV camera would then pan across the Leeds bench, and I'd see Patrick Bamford warming up, and I'd be sitting there thinking, would have been a lot cooler if we had Lionel Messi on the bench.
Like I told you, people, he had to think this up. You saw him just hesitate because he's like, what can I think of here? Because I didn't have anything to say. But I'm going to bring up Messi coming off the bench for a Leeds team. If there's dreaming and there's the delirium, that's what that is. Delirium. That Messi actually would make the trip to Leeds. Just to check it out to see maybe do I even want to join this this wonderful squad or not?
You might want to try the kebab place you went to. Now he's now thinking about food. I had it. It's good enough for me, but not good enough for Lionel.
It definitely is not good enough for Messi. All right, I'm going to say that much. What I eat and what Messi eats is not the same.
I think Messi's worth than the entire Leeds club valuation.
And not even for a whole season. It's probably for like half a season.
Maybe that's now. And that's Messi now. How he is now, he's still worth more than Leeds.
I'll put it this way: his left leg is probably worth more than Leeds United team. Like, I'm not gonna get upset by it. It's probably true because people have paid a lot more for a lot worse. In all seriousness, I've sat in there for argument's sake. I've probably been here for about 5, maybe 4.5 hours, 5 hours at the most of the 5 hours 27 minute stream, and from the bottom of my heart, I can't believe I've wasted all that time with all three of you. Unbelievable, especially Spencer, but especially Sam, but especially Gary.
You enjoyed it. I saw you smiling the entire time you were with us, so stop it.
You
guys have put up this front like, you know what? I don't need you. Man's crying on the inside. I got to go.
I totally had the best time, but not as good as the times I've had where Leeds won a football match while I was sat with you and wasted all your time.
Who are Leeds playing again tomorrow?
Sheffield Wednesday, and I believe in England is live on ITV.
You should beat them. You should beat them.
Yeah, we really should beat them, and I'm not even being arrogant about that. I just mean, like, take away the fact that we're now second in the championship, but for argument's sake, went into the weekend as top of the championship. Totally should absolutely wipe the floor with Sheffield Wednesday. But the fact of the matter is, football isn't as easy as that.
Nope.
No. You've actually got to go and do the thing you should do.
Yep. They don't just give it to you because you have the better team, the better run, the better form.
Which is unfortunate because it feels like a lot of teams do just turn up and get the result they should get. But unfortunately, you do have to earn it.
And I'll tell you this: it's the same thing. You got to play for 90 minutes.
Yep.
We saw it today. What happens when you don't play for 90 minutes? I mean, we fought hard to get that second goal, and then we kind of just basically gave up the 2 goals very easy.
In all seriousness, this has been a genuine pleasure, of course. Even the debates where you can actually say your things and all that, and
been good, very good.
How do I put it? Like it could be said, there's no personally, from my point of view, even though I wiped the floor with you all in this debate, there's no hard feelings, of course.
Why does he keep bringing up all this nonsense? I'm just gonna give you one last nonsense before I go. Go on.
I didn't know there was a competition.
It's a nonsense competition. It ain't fucking much of one, clearly.
Because you're a winner when it comes to the nonsense. You can have that crown.
But I petitioned for it to be an Olympic event because I knew I'd win. Sorry, what?
You're very good at backpedaling. You're really good at that.
I am actually quite good at going, you know what you said makes a lot of sense. It probably makes more sense than what I said. But at the same time, I was right at the moment I said it because the Premier League advertises itself as the best league in the world. But goals make games, and those games had no goals. So at the time I said it, I was right, even though I knew / hoped I would end up wrong. And I did.
/ hoped you would be
why would
wrong?
I not want there to be loads of goals, Gary? Do you think I enjoyed the first half where we basically talked no Premier League football because nothing happened?
We were enjoying ourselves talking about whatever we were talking about.
You enjoyed
Then
it.
you decide to bring up the whole Premier League #1 thing in the world thing because you know what you've got like a gender. You got a.
We have this ability to actually make our own fun. So we do a goal rush type show where basically there doesn't actually have to be goals.
Oh, we could have gone and checked out the other leagues. We were just going English today.
There you go.
It's the only league that matters, though, Gary.
Yeah. The only one that matters.
There you go.
We usually go into the Shanghai and see how Shanghai's doing. We didn't even do that today.
Their season's over.
Oh, is that what it is?
How do you not know your Chinese Super League?
I don't know anything about the Chinese Super League.
They're the champions. Shanghai FC are the champions.
Again?
I don't know whether they will be next year because they ain't paying
their season finished.
To Oscar anymore.
Their season finished a couple of months ago or something, was it? I can't remember exactly when they finished.
Yeah, they're one of those like March to not April. It wouldn't be a long season.
March to November, I think.
November or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was March to November they had their league. Yeah. So, but Shanghai FC won it. Glorious days, and their biggest player, Oscar, the one who used to be at Chelsea, he's decided to move on from Shanghai FC.
I decided to move on. Do you mean he basically his contract ran out? He took the last penny of £400,000 that they paid him per week.
Yeah, it could be something to do with that.
He turned around to it and went, "Do you fancy paying me that again?" They went, "No, not really, but we legally have to." And he went, "Right, lovely. See you later." Winner's medal.
Hopefully he saved his money, right?
Let's hope so.
If he didn't, then that's on him.
That's definitely on him.
If he didn't, that opens more questions. For example, my first question is, what do you fucking waste £400,000 a week on?
The worst part about it, too, is when he went to China, they were probably like, yeah, we won't tax you because we want you to stay here, but all the other people are getting taxed.
Yep, definitely. They probably had some kind of arrangement.
Oh, for sure. Just like the Saudis right now. They're not – you think Mbappe – not Mbappe, but Neymar is paying taxes? Heck no.
Well, foreign workers in, like, for example, Qatar, and I'm pretty sure it's the same in most of those other states. There, foreign workers don't pay tax. They have zero income tax.
Wow. I mean,
that might change when the oil starts to run out.
Probably, yeah.
We'll be dead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if we're going to see that day.
Yeah.
So
it'd be an interesting day, though.
It'd be a crazy day.
The
is
US
it going to happen? Is it going to happen slowly, or is it going to happen fast? We
don't know.
Well, only Coldcut knows.
I remember seeing Gordon Ramsay once said he complained about someone's I'm sure I've heard him say it, but it might have been a meme. Anyway, I'm pretending he said it. He's like, "There's so much oil on this plate, the US might want to invade it."
Yeah.
True. That sounds about right.
It's not inaccurate.
I mean,
It's not inaccurate. It's not.
It's not inaccurate, but obviously at the same time, like
It's not inaccurate at all.
Just let them remake it. You're just boiling some carrots, mate. Not in oil, obviously. But still, no. In all seriousness, genuine pleasure as always.
Yeah, if you're leaving, so we probably should make it a
We've
point
been
to
going
start
for a while
moving
now.
on.
It's probably time to
We're almost
go
sitting.
home.
We're over 5.5 hours. I think that's more than enough time to share
Are
our
you
thoughts.
planning on being on the internet tomorrow, Gary? I have interest.
I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. Like as much as I do like being on, at least like 5.5 hours. I'm like, wow. You know, my daughter wants to do something tomorrow, so I don't know if I'll. I might not be around anyways. But
Okay.
so I might be.
Well, I meant more. You plan on being on the Arsenal fan circle?
Yeah, like I said, I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
Sam, Spencer, are you planning on being anywhere at some point during this week?
Oh, well, we got Slags in the Dark on Thursday.
Slags, baby.
Slags in the Dark, Thursday, 8 p.m. UK time. Check it out. Me and Tom chat loads of crap about popular entertainment, mostly movies, TV series, bit of gaming. So yeah, this week we're going to be talking about the upcoming movie releases this year. There's some big films coming. We're going to talk about some of the big releases coming. Just have a bit of chat about that in general, really. Maybe if anything else comes up, just have a bit of a break from like a top 5 thing we've been doing lately. But yeah, check it out, folks. That'd be cool.
But join us next week, the week after, where we do a video of our top 5s.
Yeah, at some point.
I could help it. But no, but of course, Gary, will you be doing something Monday night?
Yep. We'll be back on Monday talking about, I guess, what's coming up next. Because we're talking about this game a little bit. I know Spencer's probably tapped on the Arsenal talk for this game.
I mean,
but,
I'll show
talk
up.
about. Yeah, we'll talk about how we feel. But then I think Arsenal has another big week ahead of them. They go to actually no, they play home to Dynamo Zagreb, and then next week around the same time as the trip, we play Wolves away. So yeah, we'll need to win that one, of course. But if we win, I think the Dynamo Zagreb game, then we probably secure top 8, hopefully, from where we are. So that's an incentive to get that done there. And then we play away at Girona, so it'd be better to win it.
Also, Champions League is back this week.
Champions League is back next week.
That's mad. Champions League in January. I thought I'd free of it for a couple of months, but apparently I'm not. You're never too far from a Champions League match these days, according to UEFA. But no, in all seriousness, Spencer, I believe, was in the process of saying that he's got a show on Thursday.
Yep, Thursday. We were talking about the divisional round games. We're actually getting ready to kick off one here in about, 52 minutes. There we go. Couldn't my math.
I may need to run down to
Cool.
Ladbrokes.
But
Cool.
I'm gonna we got a buddy of mine's got a birthday party tonight, so I'm gonna go up there and make an appearance. She's not feeling well, so it's just me. So she got out of it. I didn't.
Oh, get well soon. Get well soon, Holly.
Yes, Holly. Hope you feel better.
I mean, Holly could make it sound worse than it is, which would give you the opportunity to actually get out of it too. But obviously, personally, I wouldn't be comfortable doing that. But
Yeah,
there's a lot of people that are comfortable doing that. Touch wood. But
yeah.
He just announced to the world that he's going, so
Yeah, I'm fine.
Party, man. Woo-hoo,
yeah, but who's announced it to? They ain't watching this. They going, Spencer, you said it. Man.
Well, it's recorded.
man.
It's out there, Tom. It's recorded. The internet is forever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, so we're
they're
gonna
not gonna watch it.
Yeah. So let's get out of here. Everybody have their say, and then we'll say bye-bye.
See ya.
I
I just kind of went with where I'm gonna be this week, but yeah, dude, don't plug games from 2-0 up, man.
Yeah, it sucks.
That's it. I mean, that's look. I can I know guys probably don't agree with me. Like some of these games we've had, like the Fulham 1-1, Everton 0, like those games happen, but I just can't like because those 38 games, man. But when you're up 2-0 in a game, man, like you just can't blow that. Period.
Yeah.
So have a good week. I won't be here next weekend because I have to go back to wasting my Saturdays and Sundays, but I'll be back the following Saturday.
I was watching.
Cool. Have a good week, buddy.
All right. Yep. Have a good week, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. All right, Sam.
Yeah, just want to say thanks for tuning in, everyone. It's been great having you here as always. Thanks, Gary, Tom, Spencer. It's always good fun hanging out here on Saturdays with you guys. Yeah, I think we said pretty much everything there is to say about the game today. It sucks. 2-0 lead. You need to be winning that. It needs to be 3 points. Makes it more difficult. You know, it makes it harder to catch Liverpool. But football is a fickle little sport. You know, you never know what's going to happen. But anyway, thanks everyone for joining and everything. Check out Slags in the Dark with me and Tom on Thursday, 8 p.m. UK time. It's 3 p.m. Eastern for those of you watching in America. Yeah, have a great rest of your Saturday and great rest of your weekend, guys. Thanks. There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Tom, what say you?
Yeah, there's not much for me to say other than to the audience at DWTT, to the panel, go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. Wait, what? But no, seriously, it was a genuine pleasure. And that makes me feel even more empowered to say, go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. But yeah, Penta. Where's Penta? Sorry, what? Anyway,
all right, this guy, say bye. Say bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Thank you for joining us. Yes, it's been a long one. We had a good chat earlier. We had a really good 60 minutes of football and then not so good 30 minutes of football. But that is, as you said, football. We'll be back next week. Spencer, of course, will not be here with us, but we'll talk about what's going on and we'll go from there. And we'll see you then. Thanks if you haven't already. Subscribe and like. We'll be back on Monday, 12:30 a.m. Tuesday morning for you guys across the pond, 7:30 p.m. Monday night for you guys on the East Coast. We'll see you then. Enjoy and have a good one. And we are out.
Life is a journey. Don't waste your trip.